La super terre, notre foyer. Prospérité. Liberté.
Salut.
Yo, what up? Good morning! Early morning. Because, girl dance? Whoa, how dare you? That's my dance. Or, what is it called? The screw? Is that the screw dance? I don't know. Following days, diligent resource collection and repurposing of enemy combatants enabled the construction of a partial blockade of the Meridian Singularity. Scrap metal collection efforts were below target, resulting in the barrier is porpoise. Thousands of sea warships, transports, and refitted merchant vessels now form a network of ships surrounding the Singularity from all sides, interlocking random patterns while limited ships remain undetectable in inner space. The blockade has already made a difference. Dark energy accumulation has slowed. Oh, really? Wow. Okay, it actually worked. Scrap metal deficiencies have left large holes in the blockade's coverage. An impenetrable blockade remains out of reach without significantly more resources or advancement in illuminate ship detection. As our citizens prepare to mourn the loss of Moradesh, they now have hope the rest of planets in the Singularity's path may still be saved. Wow. Wow, what a read. What a read! 45 minutes on Moradesh. Oh, boy. Good morning, everybody. Ooh. Hi, Annie. Ooh, what about Mandalorian? It's good to see you, buddy. This begins the Maplewood training his audience for EST start zone era. It's the opposite, dude. I need to fucking sleep more, then we train them later. Wake up earlier? Dude, this is worse. Do a mission? The thing is, if I do a mission, it may, like, go to 40 minutes. I don't know if it's worth it. What time zone am I in? EST. Eastern Standard Time. No, good morning, Chief. Why don't they simply fly away from the black hole? Well, I mean, you can't fly the planet away. Is there a live event? Yeah, there was a live event for Angel's Venture. We were going to watch the Moradesh Singularity. I think this time we're going to immediately restart the... we're immediately going to restart the timer. So it's 2 a.m. for you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sleepy. I can wake you up. Annie, what are you talking about? Annie was out with her friends. That's a cute picture of Annie and her friends. Annie looking the best as always. I'm also curious about what could happen and the entire community stops doing anything to stop the black hole and just lets it go super... Oh, yeah, I'm curious as well. I wonder if we could, like, as a community, just fail. You know what I mean? I'm having trouble staying awake. Dude, I just woke up and I'm having trouble. And my hair is, like, all fucked. We can fix it. Ton to build Earth 2.0. I mean, that's what Super Earth is. I know you're staring at the other girl with Booba. I'm only staring at you, Annie. I didn't even know there were other girls in the picture. I had no idea. Hello, hello. Good morning, stream. Hello, monster. Sleep is for the people that don't have planets to watch while they explode. Mm-hmm. 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 I was out with the friend who's a wellness guru. Oh, God. We don't see booba. We see democracy and freedom. Feel free to song request as always. Song request is on if you are on the Twitch. Oh boy. I just don't understand how they did this so early in the morning, man. Oh. Any tips for HMG against bots? Tap fire. Don't full auto, tap fire, and also get used to crouching before you shoot. Or even prone if you have it available to you. Right? I would also wear the peak physique armor. It makes it feel way less cumbersome of a weapon. What do you mean? It's 5:25 p.m. Uh-huh. Oh, really? Uh-huh. Like, think about it. If they went, like, a couple more hours, it would be, like, early evening for you guys. It'd be early morning still, but it'd be, like, acceptable early morning. And then it wouldn't be the fucking crack of dawn in Europe. Right? The sun is literally just rising in Europe. It's the middle of the night for me. Bro. How can it be a different time when the earth is flat? Damn. You got me there. But you're saying there are people who live outside of Australia? Yeah, the people who are not hanging upside down. Dizu. But apparently people are trying to decode the transmission. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Let me grab it. Basically just a lot of beeps. There's like in the background you can hear like a... It's probably Morse code, would be my guess. People are trying to figure that out. I'm assuming they're going to do more just like last time when they had plans to blow up. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that channel to see if we get more information. Trying to code it ourselves. But if there's any experts in Morse code, feel free. Jump in the Discord and do it. Discord's trying to decipher it? Yeah. Good for them. Get on it, Discord. You win those. Recoil armor a no-go. For the HMG, I find that I vastly prefer the handling armor over the recoil. Because the recoil armor basically just allows you to stand up and shoot more often. Right? Because what it does is it essentially takes you down a tier when you wear it. So when you're standing, it's as if you're crouching. And if you're crouching, it's as if you're prone. And if you're prone, you get a further 30% reduction. Right? So the recoil reduction armor is quite nice, but I would argue that the biggest downside of the HMG is not the recoil, but its handling. Its handling feels terrible if you don't put the recoil reduction armor on. Is there anything in game when the timer finishes? Planet blows up. There's, you know, some, you know, saluting that happens. A fractured planet shows up. But we don't know if there's anything more on top of that. It's possible there's more. Also, they do a bunch of stuff in Discord for the event. Moradesh. And then the last time it happened, soon after, I think, what was it, the next day, we went into the gloom. So, will we be going back into gloom? I have no fucking idea, but I hope so. I miss the gloom. I miss the stalkers. Good morning, everybody. Good early morning. Massive Illuminate army pops out of the hole. Dude, imagine. That'd be insanely cool. I've been playing a lot more bugs. Nice. Nice. Oh, yeah. Bet shopping on Moradesh must be a vibe right now. No lines at the store. Yeah, I get the impression that it's pretty dead. You could probably just walk in, take whatever you want, and enjoy it for the next 35 minutes. But imagine the sight of seeing the Meridian black hole on the horizon in the distance, right? God, that must be fucking terrifying. We only got this Predator strain once. Yeah, we only got it once. Showed up for a couple days and it was gone. Many of us kind of guessed that we were going to continue to see it, right? Throughout the coming weeks, but no, they never did it. They never gave it to us again. I don't know why. I really don't know why. I'm guessing that they're using the they're kind of using the Predator strain kind of like they use for the Jet Brigade, but I don't know. It should be there around more often. I don't know. It just added so much more gameplay, even than the Jet Brigade. It kept us satiated on content, at least for a bit. Get all the 97 XTs and the 80s. Yes, absolutely. The whole Predator strain thing can only be great opportunity just to throw random ideas they had on enemy design of people. For sure. I'm guessing that they are... There's many more ideas floating around for different types of strains as well. Different variations. I'm still hoping that the Jet Brigade themselves gets a facelift. Because the Jet Brigade... It's on... What planet do they originate from? Is it Chuchi? I don't actually remember. Don't they originate here? They used to have like the symbol. No, Short Bay, right? They used to originate here. There used to be like a banner that like I don't know. Is that gone now? Did they accidentally get rid of that? I mean, they still have the really high rate on that planet, so I don't know. Anyways, I'm hoping that the Jet Brigade gets a facelift because right now they're just some jetpack. They arguably make the mission easier when you get Jet Brigade because the vast majority of bots you're going to be killing are just jetpack troopers. So the mission gets easier, not harder, when you get that. I understand gating content for like story reasons, but the Parabase are like frothing at the mouth for the Predator strain. Similarly, our like recent MO victories seem like we have delayed new bot units. Yeah, in a weird way, if we're successful, we hold off on content. It's hard to know if that's actually the case though. Sometimes I think there's like two sides to the game. There's like the actual development active side of like they have like certain cadences they want to hit on like active development, and then there's the narrative team that's like writing us and trying to stay in step with the content that's being developed. So it's hard to say if we actually delayed it or if it was always just going to come just at a little bit later date. So rest in peace, Moradesh. Jetpack Hulks. Yeah. Jetpack Hulks, Devastators, Berserkers. If they just put a jetpack on a bunch of different enemies, I feel like Jetpack Grenade could arguably be pretty interesting all of a sudden. Just right now, they're not very interesting because, I mean, the Jetpack Troopers were in the game at the start, then they took them out. I don't even remember when exactly they took them out, but they took them out, and then now we have them again as a separate pseudo-faction, but they're not particularly interesting. That's what the wording of the ammo suggested. Yeah. Hard to say, though. No. Jetpack Flamehogs would be a nightmare. That would be sick, though. I remember after a certain update, the Iron Legion. Yeah, we had the Chrome Boys for a bit. They looked extremely shiny. I remember that. So. Doesn't need to be bigger enemies. It doesn't always have to be bigger enemies. And I think I'm hoping that they see that and how positive the perception of the Predator strain has been, right? It wasn't like new enemies. It was just existing enemies, but with a twist and more aggression, right? Because that's another, like with bots, like they're not always the most aggressive enemies in the game, and the most aggressive enemies that they have are pretty damn easy to kill nowadays, especially since they've like nerfed them so much. So could you foresee a situation where bugs and bots team up and we face them both at the same map? The community really wants it, and they've been asking for it for some time. The response we get from the devs is that, like, from a technical standpoint, it's not possible at the moment. But I would not be surprised to see that there's some very smart people at Arrowhead that they could figure out a way to get it working. But it's not something like that they could just like flip a switch and get working. There's like game design limitations, memory constraint limitations, because as you can imagine, you load in the textures of the planet, you load in the textures for all the enemies, and they're like straddling that line of like just enough to fit on and work with a PS5 or like a low-end PC. So if all of a sudden you added like another faction on top of that, a lot of people wouldn't have the memory requirements. And that would hurt a lot of gamers and stop them from being able to play. So they probably have to do some kind of like custom solution in order to have both factions fight against each other and fight against us. If I'm right, it was something to do with stressing the host for the bug bot AI to work. I was told textures. Texture limitations. But I would not be surprised if it was extremely stressing on the AI, because basically there'd be like constant fighting all over the map, right? I don't believe it. Look at the Vox Libertaris mission. SM2, two factions fighting. Yeah, but that is a custom solution, right? And it's a completely different engine, right? So I don't think they're lying to us, Jason. Why would they lie to us like that? I don't understand the objective there. What, they're lazy so they lie to us? No. Different game, different engine. And also completely different game design, right? Like Space Marines 2 is like much smaller scale. It might not appear to be smaller scale, but it is. It's a hallway shooter at the end of the day. So, different constraints on AI. It's more just scripting for Space Marines 2. The engine, I don't think it's the age of the engine that is the problem. I think it's just, we're talking about an open world, like, Hd2 is an open world experience with, like, a lot more going on as far as, like the map and having to get enemies around, and there's vastly more unique pathing going on, right? They're just running into constraints on that because they designed the game around a particular thing, and then now we're asking for them to alter that. They probably just need to work on it. It's not an easy just copy and paste, right? Because probably when they were designing the original game, they went right up against that barrier of where it was acceptable. And then now they need more wiggle room, and they just don't have that wiggle room. It's like in Space Marines 2, they literally just told us that they literally can't add more enemies to the maps. With the newest difficulty, they said they can't add more enemies because they were trying so hard not to just keep increasing the health pools to make it harder, and they were just trying to increase enemy spawns. But they've hit a limitation. Games have limitations. They eventually go to that, you know, that bar, you know. Even Space Marines 2. What do I imagine how a Factory Strider with a Ball Titan body? Jesus. Hi, Annie. Annie's dancing. Wait, did Annie send me more stuff? Ball Titan that pops out Brood Commanders with like a tank turret. I mean, now that I've been fighting against the Biovores in Space Marines 2, now it makes me think, like, I wonder if they're gonna do a Warhammer 40k variant of it, right? Because we already technically have Bile Spewers, which are in essence kind of like it, but I wonder if they're gonna have like essentially like a crab that walks around with a fucking turret on its back and it shoots projectiles at you. Because, like, that is one way that they can make bugs more threatening, is to have ranged attacks that are greater than, like, 10 meters, right? Because, like, Bile Spears, yeah, they can be pretty threatening with their mortar, but they're largely just, like, there to annoy you with Ragdoll. Having an enemy that actually, like, can like, attack you at, like, 20, 30, 40 meters could be really interesting. They implemented it correctly, just to give you that extra, you know, difficulty. Be cool. You see the cut under my eye? I can't even see it any. Would you rather fight a mob of Shrieker-sized Bile Titans or one Bile Titan-sized Shrieker? Bile Titan-sized Shrieker all day. Laser cannon on a Bile Titan back. Bugs fortified with automaton weaponry. I mean, you guys are saying, like, well, why don't they just make a faction that's, like, literally the two of them molded together? It's the Atomo bugs. So, like, an actual projectile bug. One that shoots back. Yeah, I mean, that's what I, like, I was curious if they would ever do something like that. Because that would be an interesting way to, like, add a new element to bugs that we don't have, right? Because we have projectile bugs, but it's within 10 meters or so. Bile Titan being the longest range, technically. But it's not particularly hard to dodge that. And then you would have, like, obviously the Spewers. They have their mortar. But you don't typically care about it. You know, you're not really looking up all that often at the mortars. You just get ragdolled by it. It can, like, direct impact you and kill you, but it doesn't happen very often, right? So what I was thinking is some kind of, like, mid-ranged, almost like a sniper-like enemy. I'll be honest, I don't like fighting the Biovore in Space Marines 2. I am worried about the direction of Space Marines 2 because they keep adding enemies that I find are more annoying than fun to fight. Like the Green Goblin disc enemy for the Chaos faction. I don't actually enjoy fighting that enemy. The Zoanthorpes, I don't enjoy fighting them at all. And then now the Biovore, don't enjoy fighting it at all. So I'm worried about the direction of SM2. Like yesterday, I found myself getting more frustrated than having fun against these enemies. Especially when they throw like 3 Zoans at you or 2 Neurothorpes or, you know, things like that. And I'm just like, yeah, it's hard, but it's like, not having fun because I'm just frustrated with how many tracking spores there are. Because I don't want them to do that in Hd2 is just add an enemy that is just... Hi, Luna. I think Luna's... Luna, you gonna jump up? Come on, Luna. You able to see the blood moon right now? Dude, I'm inside. We got bigger fish to fry. There's a Moradesh. Does Moradesh have a blood moon? That's the only moons I'm looking at. Hi, Luna. You gonna jump up? Come on. You're just crying at me. Do a StarCraft, make spewers roll like Bailings, double the movement speed. Zoanthorpes have a shit ton of health. They do. They have a shit ton of health. They have the shield ability, which gives them so much EHP. And it just takes forever to kill 2 of them. And then, on top of that, they have really annoying attacks, right? Their green balls are actually extremely annoying. While also having the line attack, which has a massive AoE on the ground. So if you don't dodge at the right time, or just get the fuck out of there, it's, yeah, they're, like, extremely lethal at the same time. It's just... I don't find them fun at all. Especially, like, yesterday, we got a couple of maps where, like, we had 4 at the same time. And it's like, that just is not fun to fight against. So... Even without the Biovore, they added a ton more Spore Mines when it launched. Yeah. I had a couple maps where... You know, we had Biovores and Spores. And we spent more time shooting at the mines more than shooting at the enemies. I don't know. I also think Spore Mines are poorly designed. They deal too much damage to you. With how easy they are to miss. Hot take. I do think that Space Marines 2 is going in the wrong direction. Whereas Hd2 is going in the right direction as far as enemy design, I feel like Space Marines 2 is going in the wrong direction as far as enemy design. I find myself enjoying the game less at times now with Space Marines 2 rather than before. Which is weird. Next week, we'll get the new War Bond, new enemies to fight. I feel it in my soul. We're due for that War Bond. We're absolutely due for it. So. And if we get a War Bond, there's always a patch that accompanies it that usually, you know, has some surprises in it, either balance or content. So, we'll see. We'll see. Any thoughts on the Space Marines 3? I'll be honest, I thought they were already working on it. So I'm not surprised. I was like, okay, cool. They officially said it. I thought they were already working on it. I found it so unlikely that they would just leave it at 2. You know what I mean? I found it extremely unlikely they were just going to leave it at 2. Found it weird that they announced it so soon. What? Space Marines 3? That's normal. They just wanted to say that they were working on it. It helps that kind of studio. Because they're not the biggest studio, so it being known that they're working on another hit success, it makes a lot of sense that they would say something. Because not only can they recruit better now sharing that information, but they might also get like better funding. People will have a better perception of them. Super Earth needs to do is create an artificial singularity to swallow the Millennium Black Hole. Scientific basis. It releases a massive amount of energy. Maybe it releases enough to stop the Meridian Black Hole after the artificial black hole swallows it. Science from TikTok. Thanks, Vector. I've been hearing a lot from people saying that the announcement could be bad for SM2. Pfft, don't listen to those people. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, just Nukem. We were like, oh, I wonder if we could just like ignore every MO going forward and like don't do any Illuminate missions. And it just goes to Super Earth. I'm on Moradesh right now. I think the harsh language hopefully enough to stop it. Is the view nice, Mandalorian? Does it look nice? You could have run 6 trivia missions in this time. We'll run some missions afterwards, buddy. Don't worry. Kind of did the same with bots a while ago when the community was enraged. When the community just didn't want to do any bot missions, we're like failing them left and right. Yeah. It's a bit windy. I bet the weather sucks. Luna is currently lap catting. You reckon it was planned for us to have more plans exploded? It's hard to say how much control we have over stuff like this. Like, from like a player perspective that doesn't look at the API, it does appear that we have like a decent amount of control from like the story beats and stuff like that. Right? But if you start looking at the API, you can see that they fiddle with the numbers a decent amount to get things on a certain timetable that fits for them. So it's a little hard to know, like, is this like a dungeon master trying, like they've already made content and they want to make sure that we kind of are going in a certain direction? It's really hard to tell. And only they would really know. I know there's like a bigger discourse in the community that people are just like Doom. They're crashing out and Doom. They're just turning into Doomers that like, oh, we have no control over the MO. The game is already predetermined. The MOs are worthless. But as we've seen in the past, like we have some amount of control and we can do surprising things to the devs, as we can see with the Joel videos. So I think it's a mixture of both. I think we have a decent amount of control over the MO, but also, you know, they are probably they're designing content like a couple months out, and we kind of have to hit those story beats or else it's wasted, right? So it's hard to do MOs, I'm sure, that are always impactful and community always has a choice, and it's linked to content at the same time, right? Aside of the idea, what if Super Earth built a giant guardrail? Would it just follow the path, sucking it all up? What up, Jed? Death Stranding in 14 minutes, basically. So, I would not be surprised that the planets and the black hole and such probably have very similar tie-ins to the TCS to some extent. It might just be harder for us to see it. Because, like, if you remember right, we had a major order that was basically, if we did it, it was scientific testing on Moradesh. And if we completed it, it sounded like there was something along the lines of, like, what they were hinting at was, like, we'd be able to slow it or prevent it, right? And I'm sure that it's going to continue to happen. And I wonder if we just fail all of them, what's going to happen? They created the missions before launch. TCS was made before launch. And I'm sure these, like, this was planned like 6 months ago for the Meridian Singularity. Right? They're not pulling this out of their ass. They have to prepare for this stuff months in advance. Just make another Super Earth. T-minus 10 minutes, chat. Super Earth is lying to you about the black hole. It's actually Bobby Shumurda's hat on a collision course with Moradesh. When the game first launched, they said it was going to have one long war instead of a constant small ones like Hd2. I was curious if they were going to learn term plans, or are they going to kind of be on the fly kind of thing. From talking to them, it sounds like it's long-term plans. It sounds like they don't want HD1's like cycle of like failing, restarting, failing, or winning, restarting, failing, restarting, winning, restarting. I think they wanted to have a longer narrative that built upon itself rather than restarting, which kind of makes sense from like a live service perspective. This works out better. You check the Hd2 board game? I looked at it. I'm not a board game player. Like, I've been in social circles that do play board games, and then I'll play them, but personally, I don't go out of my way to play board games, so. But I'll play them if other friends are playing them. Any hints on the next Warbot? No, actually. They've been locked up pretty tight. If there are leaks, I have not seen them. If you know of any, please don't put them in the chat. Join the Discord. Talk about them in the leaks Discord. Will they get more contractors up and running? Yeah, that'd be sick. More content, the better. Locking out from being able to play factions that died in the first game was annoying. Which is why when we talked to the devs in Sweden, they told us that they could only hold out for so long on the bots disappearing. Like, I know some people were sad that, like, we eliminated the bots on the Western Front, and then they just showed up in the Northwestern Front. And, you know, people were, like, sad that, like, our impact of, like, deleting the bots didn't last longer. But I think people forget, like, there's a lot of players that just want the content and want to just keep playing, and they don't care that much about the MO. So when you, like, when you're unable to play against certain factions, that just really sucks, right? You're just limiting your amount of content. So I think they probably did it the right way, where they just waited a couple days and then, you know, let you play them.
Surprise, motherfucker.
New Carti TN baby.
Tim Tab with the resub. Thank you. Thank you so much, bud. Appreciate you. What up, what up? Check out the Tomahawk contract. We'll do it later. We're just T-minus 7. You hanging out? Angel's Venture? I don't know where the hell we are.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo! Thank you so much for the other resub. Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Luna appreciates you too. She's just sleepy. A manhole cover was fired into space in the 50s. I remember hearing about that. It was like a nuclear test, right? I think I heard that it was like the fastest object in known history, like human-made object that we made. Wait, my timeshare. Oh, no. They never found the manhole cover? I would assume it might have even, like broke the gravitational pull of the Earth, maybe. If it was going that fast, but hard to say. They theorized it was, like, vaporized? Oh. Really? That's crazy. That's crazy. But I wonder if, like, enough of it made it out, right? You know, started to, like, wear away, melt away. But then there's still some of it, you know, floating out there in space or something. It had enough velocity, enough, you know, to just actual, you know, exit Earth's pull. That'd be sick. You couldn't unlock certain stratagems because they were tied to a faction. That is bad. Yeah. I'm glad that isn't the case in this game. I mean, I've told you guys before, but they were telling me that at one point there were separate samples for every single faction. So it sounded like they were planning on 3 separate samples tied to different difficulties for every single faction. What a mess that would have been. I'm glad that they went with the sample situation they went with, because like 3 separate samples for every single mission, like, yeah, that's more grinding, and I'm sure some players would have loved that, but dude, the average player would have been, dude, this is hurting my head. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever played Destiny, but that game has like a currency issue where like they just keep adding currencies with every like season. So you get to the point where you're just like, oh, we got another currency. Oh, we have another currency.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Mandalorian with the tier 1
Cat
resub
jam.
for the 8 months. Appreciate you, dude. Cat jam. T-minus 4 minutes, chat. Have they put anything new out on the Discord? I'm not seeing anything new. They condensed a lot of the systems. They had to. People were just complaining. They added so many systems that your inventory was just gone. Like, you could not add any more. Like, you had to like put things in your bank because you just did not have enough inventory space. Which is like, if you started playing Destiny 2, you would never have thought that. That did not work on my phone. It's all good. Saw the game Fragpunk had 9 different currencies. Yeah. I would like the Intel egg high value to be like more noteworthy. Oh yeah, absolutely. We mentioned that. The egg Intel or Intel feel very lackluster. You go to all this work, but you don't really get much. I think there's a lot of different directions they can go, like, you know, putting a, 10 super credits on it, or like something along those lines could yeah. I think there's a lot that they could do. It's just at the moment I don't think it's really worth it. It doesn't feel that way, at least. T-minus 2 minutes. T-minus 2 minutes. Rest in peace, Moradesh. I wish we could actually be on the planet or watch it. For the next one, maybe they can do that. That'd be so cool if there was like we could fly to Moradesh and watch it happen. Right? They have some kind of like cinematic or something along those lines happen. It'd be so cool. It's just watching a map it's alright. It'd be so much cooler if we could actually see it happen. So I think this time when it hits 0, we're gonna wait like 30 seconds to a minute, and then we're gonna like log out, log back in. Because maybe they'll get its update right away, but maybe not. They wouldn't put super credits on egg intel because 100 missions would pay for a warbond. There already is super credits in a mission though. Less than 100 missions, and like taking the egg or intel is significantly harder than going into a level 1 mission and opening up a cache and getting 10 super credits. So I disagree. It makes perfect sense. 55 seconds. Poor Moradesh. You will be missed. "19 seconds. Goodbye, Moradesh. We'll give it like, a little bit of time. We'll see if it updates. It might not though. And we'll just restart. F's in the chat. Poor Moradesh. All right. Restart game. Last time we had to like relog in order to get the update. I'm sure you could also just return to your ship, maybe? Could be another option. F. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Desktop background 10 out of 10. Thanks. It's from Wallpaper Engine. Nice mug. Thanks. My sister got it for me. You post on Discord already? Oh, shit. Okay. Well, let's see what's going on here. Did we get it? Is it updated? Yep. Oh. No way my game crashes. No way my game crashes. God. There's no way. All right. Well, while the game is crashing. Upside down. Are there any hidden frames there? Ooh, that looks like binary. Like a barcode. I wonder if there's like a barcode to be scanned there. Not just like auditory, like stuff. Oh, come on, game. Just crash. Why do you suck at crashing? Come on, man. Scan the barcode. Yeah, maybe. Maybe just scanning the barcode. Because there's definitely like dots and dashes, like with Morse code. Bad timing on the crash, man. Bad timing on the crash. Your diver is stuck in the black hole. Be too short to spell anything? It could be like coordinates or something. Okay. Galactic War update. Goodbye, Moradesh. Sag. Let's fly to it. Oh, look at the red, dude. Unfortunate. 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 First Angel Venture, now Moradesh. Yep. It's the same model. It looks extremely similar. I believe it is the same one. I'm not 100% though. Damn. Another one bites the dust. Damn. I'm assuming we might see a dispatch or something pop up on the screen next. Hard to say, hard to say. Let me know if you guys see anything pop up on your screen. It's very similar but slightly different. Is it? I guess we could like compare. All right, chat. Take a mental note. Visualize it. Sadly, we weren't able to do anything. Well, it sounds like if we saved the scientists and gave the scientists more time on Moradesh, maybe we could have figured out something to do. Remember, we failed that MO. They were doing testing on the Meridian black hole on Moradesh, but we failed it. Ooh, wait, it is slightly different. But it's like more expanded. You know what I mean? Like more time has passed, so like the chunks have like moved farther apart. I like that. Oh, that's cool. Okay. It is slightly different. Like, is anyone taking like a time lapse? Like, is that actually happening? It looks that way, right? We'll just travel back and forth. There's pieces of the blockade. I don't see any pieces of the blockade. Where? Those are just asteroids. More red. I don't know if I noticed more red. People have taken a time lapse and the pieces orbit around. That's really cool. That's sick. There should be pieces of the blockade. Yeah, there probably should be. A couple pieces here and there. Yeah. Been playing too much Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey, we all have been. It's been extremely fun to play. Just woke up, managed to see it happen on mobile. Good morning, Margot. Poor Moradesh. Poor Moradesh. I think we're just kind of waiting to see what comes next. If there's anything in Discord. That's the signal lost. We'll see if anything pops up. Not sure yet. 5 more planets to go. Ivis. Is it I'm guessing it's Ivis, right? Ivis or Ivis. This is the nub planet. Everybody's just gonna call it the nub. Belen. New Haven. I mean, you would assume it's gonna consume Mars as well, right? Right? Oh, is it a silent V? It just is? I mean, you would assume it would get Mars too. I mean, Mars is really close. Right? I found it definitely a little bit weird that Mars is not on there. But, I don't know. Maybe Mars is somehow skirting away from it. Mars is the Dora planet. It's safer. I mean, they could just move it somewhere else, right? If it gets consumed. Mars is built different. Yeah. But alright, that's pretty cool. I think we just like kind of wait and see if anything else comes through in the next like maybe 5-10 minutes. Because I'm pretty sure last time there was a little bit more. Like I think they actually gave us the new major order. Or no. There was a 24 hours of mourning that happened after Moradesh. So maybe they're gonna do similar, and then we get the ammo tomorrow. I'm gonna see. Probably won't be. I'm gonna read the content creator thing. I won't be able to read it out loud, obviously, and tell you what exactly is happening. But I'm just curious. Someone ran the new video through spectrogram. Oh yeah? Okay. Let's check that out. I'm curious. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at, but that looks like a planet, maybe? Or is that supposed to be Meridia? I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. What is that? Like that kind of looks like the black hole because, you know, darker center, you get the lighter outline on the outside.
I posted a couple frames that were a bit obvious and easy to grab.
Prater, what up? Oh, you got something? In Discord? What you got? Oh. Oh, there were some... See, I knew there was some hidden shit in it. I just didn't see that. Wait, what's that? Is that Earth? That's giving me Earth vibes, man. Or is that supposed to be Moradesh? That's 100% the black hole, so that's cool. It's the mothership from Independence Day. Oh my god. That was a baby's head? Oh, really? Oh, okay. Luna's belly? Luna does have a big belly. Luna, you got a big belly. She's all warm laying on me and the heated blanket. Moradesh is a Hellmire planet. Yeah, that can't be more... I was going to say that, like, the environment of Moradesh just doesn't fit with the blue marble kind of look. Looks like Halo Reach subspace rupture. Interesting. But that's really cool. But yeah, not sure what exactly I'm looking at. Not sure. Not sure what I'm looking at there. Not gonna lie, not sure. Very cool. Prater, welcome back, by the way. Thank you for the resub. Hope you doing well, dude. Is it the next planet? It might be. Because I'm pretty sure... Ivis? It looks to be a tropical planet. I believe that's usually what the tropical planets look like. Do we have any available so I can show it? Because I don't think it's a swamp. I think it's a tropical planet like this one, but, you know, the normal tropical. Do we have any to look at? To compare notes to? I don't know if we have any tropical planets available to us. No, I don't think we do. Hard for me to show you guys. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, it's like the blue marble. I'm pretty sure that's the same. It could be a swamp planet. Is it a swamp? It kind of looks like a swamp. Yeah, I think you guys are right. Comparing that to that. Yeah, okay. It does look like X45, so it's a swamp planet. But I guess it would look pretty blue. I don't know. I could just be fucking Super Earth, man. It could just be Super Earth. This one's a spooky swamp. It's funny, they look the exact same from our galactic view. I swear, I think they're literally just like the same. But hey, I don't mind getting rid of some of these swamp planets. We have too many of them. We could deal with a few less swamp planets. You know what I mean? We have too many of them already. Tivis, what up? Tivis, how do we pronounce this? Do we just say Ivis or Ivis? Tivis? Hope we get a new biome. Yeah, I'm hoping we get some new biomes soonish. But I think the biome team is most likely working on all the cities lately. So maybe once we get like the bot cities, I'm assuming the next thing they're probably gonna work on is, I guess, a new biome, right? Or maybe they're already working on it. I don't know. Swapping heat planets. Too many heat for bugs. I mean, I don't really mind heat planets anymore because now nighttime on heat planets is cold. Great change, by the way. Great change. Would love lava. Yeah, we were saying that that's our most requested new biome in the future. Also, we were mentioning a lot of, we want more like sci-fi planets in the sense that like have some interesting suns, right? Like, you know, a black sun, you know, from like the Dune movie would be insane. Maybe not as harsh on the color tones, but would be really cool. You know, certain visible light is just missing, which changes the colors of the planet. Or just going for like an Avatar like planet, you know, very, very like almost fantasy sci-fi, you know, just just going all out with like alien life. And now that I've been playing Wilds, I would love to see endemic life on the planets. So like different biomes have different like hostile animals on them, you know, as the new enemies. I just thought that that could be such an interesting idea, that each planetary type has an animal associated to it that could fuck with the enemy or fuck with you. Luna, you getting up? Where you going? You gonna go lay down? Ah, she could just hear movement upstairs. She's gonna go investigate. Get us Arrakis. Love some... I mean, the new mission in SM2 gives me Arrakis vibes. Because of the absolute boss that slithers through and tries to eat you. The sand. A brown door star. Dark star. Mm-hmm. Black hole with no light. I mean, just having a black hole in the distance that you could see, like interstellar-wise, like, you know, just this massive backdrop of a black hole could be insane. And then maybe it, like, changes the time, just, like, on the planet. They're rogue planets that don't orbit a star? Oh, yeah, they could just be, like, dead husks of planets. Essentially just like the moon planets, like Fenrir, but they could do it a little bit differently and have them be a unique biome. True, yeah. Get us a space station map. I don't know if they'll do it. I don't know. It could be like for one-off missions though. Like a linear one-off mission on a space station. Or a ship. Large ship. But we'll see. We'll see what they have planned. I like to see a planet that's like a solar eclipse planet effect, where you see like a flash of light or something. Well, I mean, there already is solar eclipses in game. There's like videos of it. They can happen while you're on a planet. because of the way they simulated the planets and the stars in the background. Like you can actually see a solar eclipse. Where you'll be in like near total darkness for a small amount of time and then it comes out. It's actually really cool. I love the way they simulated planets in the background. It's super interesting. So maybe in like a fragmentation planets like Angel Venture and like Moradesh, like land on a fragment. That would be interesting. I don't know how the hell they would, you know, do the skybox, but that would be really cool if they did something like that. Like, there's some very sci-fi things they could do with planets. Like, there's a lot of sci-fi that they could do. So, I look forward to seeing what direction they go in. I think there's some easy wins though, like lava planets. Like, you know, I think that's an easy W. You have like a volcanic eruption or something along those lines. It's like the environmental effect. You have extreme heat, obviously, and then you have like, you know, just magma flowing around. Gravity changes. They've talked about gravity changes. It doesn't sound like it's super easy for them to implement though. Apparently a bunch of the systems that are already in game would work, but you would have to do a lot of animation work and like work with like the enemies on like how gravity would change and affect them. It's a really cool idea, but it sounds like it would be a lot of effort for them to want to implement. And then also, how do you communicate that to the player, right? But it'd be really sick if they could, like, one of the only things that I like about Starfield is low gravity planets and like jumping around with your jetpack, shooting at enemies. That shit is extremely fun on Starfield. It's the only thing that kept me playing till the end of the game, I would argue, is that like that gameplay loop. I loved doing that. Rest of Starfield, not very good, man. Oh, interesting. Your planets actually look way different than mine. Interesting. Oh, this is like a zoomed out image. That looks like a planet. Now that I'm like seeing it in higher resolution, that actually looks like a planet and not the black hole. Like you'd almost see like atmospheric effects on it, right? Like clouds and such. What about like adaptive enemies, different planets? More heat resistant on a heat planet, cold resistant on another, gas resistant on another one. Yeah. What's this? So this is the trailer, I believe, like the little video that they popped out for us, thrown through a spectrograph, which is really interesting. Spectrograph. So this is most likely the swamp biome that I guess they created. But like blue moon rock. Little gas geysers that are always... We got the spores. We have those. We have these. Be cool. Lots of cool stuff. How about a new game coming out? Jump Ship, have you seen it? Yep. I've been following it for the last like year or so. We will see how good it is. I mean, it looks really fun. I love the idea of like Sea of Thieves in space, but it's more or less like, what's the gameplay loop? Because I think eventually like just piloting your spaceship could get pretty old pretty fast. So it's like, how do they handle the gameplay loop? Apparently it'll be like upgrading your ship and like flying around and fighting different enemies, but you know, what's the variation? Because there's going to be no PvP, so it, like Sea of Thieves has that going for it, where you have this like PvP element that keeps you coming back. we'll see. Is it going to be like a long-term game or is it short-term? We'll definitely be checking it out when we play it. We would definitely will be. They should have like a mountain biome. Give us a hook shot. All right. Well, I think that might be it from Arrowhead. I don't know if they're going to do anything more. They're most likely going to do like a 24-hour period of mourning. That's what they did last time. So probably no MO until tomorrow at very least. Yeah, we'll see. All right. Bugs, bots, or Illuminate? Oh, yeah, this is the people that are working on their contractors. Join the fight. Dude, when are we getting that cape with the fur? When are we getting that cape with the fur, dude? I love how good the concept art turns into, like, models in game. Ah, the breakneck. Can we get that as an actual weapon that doesn't suck, please? Please and thank you. Apparently they do some work in the PUBG universe. That's cool. Mortal Kombat as well. So it seems like they mostly do 3D concept and modeling and stuff like that. Armor design and stuff. That's cool. That's pretty sick. Swimming Warbond when? In regards to solar clips. Oh, is that a clip of one? So fucking cool, bro. Goosebumps, man. So cool. So cool. Right? Like, well, you probably won't notice it all the time because you're usually just fucking playing the game, shooting at bugs, but there's some really cool things happening in the skybox. It's really interesting that every skybox is so different for every planet, right? It's so interesting. It's so cool to me. All right. For Moradesh, let's go beat up some Illuminate. You're in Eastern Canada, Maple. Red Moon just ended 2 minutes ago. Well, I was busy. Wish the DSS would be in the skybox. The problem with that is, and I've thought about this, is that they can't have the DSS be there for everyone or else it doesn't make sense. But it would be cool if there was like a low possibility that you could see, you know, a very distant image of like the DSS in the distance, right? Because that would be a thing, right? The DSS would be like up there for like a few people every once in a while, right? That'd be really interesting. Or you could see it like orbit above, right? Like it just passes by while you're on a mission. Now, is it possible it's there and nobody's noticed it? It is possible. but most likely it's not there. Use stun baton. I prefer my ultimatum. Bum, 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 bum. But also, the DSS would be really small in the sky because it's orbiting quite high above. It's like the reason why we can't see like a lot of things with our naked eye looking up at space. The DSS would be really, it's really big, but it would still be extremely small to us. So, because it still orbits quite high above. How big is the DSS? I'm not sure exactly like proper, but like it looks quite large. DSS has similar size to the ISS? No, there's no way it's that small. No, it's definitely a lot bigger than the ISS, but... But it's like how we can't see ships in orbit at all. We only see them in low Earth or low orbit. You know, the ships that you see are ones that are on mission as well, right? You're not seeing the ships that are orbiting. We dumped an Arrowhead, pulled like from like 40k and like launched the DSS at a planet. That's our only way to save humanity. Ooh, good timing with the dark type music. Alright. I think I can... What do I do with the dongle for my mouse? Hi, Luna. I just realized you were sitting there. I was fidgeting with the dongle for my mouse and now I don't know where it is. Throw it at Meridia. Surely it would go well, right? You guys don't have dongles for your mice? Fighting with his dongle? Okay, bro. Okay, the PG-13 stream, okay? Oh! Back away slowly. Please don't hit me. No! God damn it, bro. I'm prone! Nah, the Tesla towers will sometimes still shock you because I think they're aiming at your guard dog. What if we send the DSS through the black hole to hit the Illuminates like Iron Man did with the nuke? Yeah, but that's assuming that the Meridian black hole is actually a portal like we suspect it is. I mean, what's to say that we send the DSS through the black hole, or what we think is a black hole, and it just turns out like Moradesh, right? It just gets destroyed, right? Because obviously the planets aren't teleporting through, right? Yeah, I mean, throw me into it, I'll find out. All right, astronaut. Doing democracy's work. Where'd my car go? I guess I got shot. We take a super destroyer, load it with the brim of like portable hell bombs, send it through the black hole and set it off. I assume the mass of the black hole is far greater than anything we can send through it though. But who knows? If there's a will, there's a way. Just hit 150 on Hd2, 400 hours in. Nice, congratulations, brother. So I'm just changing the title. Alright. Think we're good? Yeah, we're good. I understand that the laser says it's for heavy armor, but I don't do damage. What are you shooting at? Ooh! Wait. the fucking salute midair. I got out at the perfect time. What are you shooting at? Could you recommend a weapon that does damage to armor guys? Yeah. Railgun, EAT, Commando, Recoilless, Quasar. Depends on what the armored guys are, I guess. But, you know, yeah, it very much depends on what the hell you're shooting at. Ball Titans? You can use a lot of different things. Oh damn, I could have saved that if I noticed. Why is there like so many cars just like stricken around? So all you need is heavy armor pen to kill a Ball Titan, right? F's in the chat from Moradesh. Are we gonna do like hourly F's in the chat? So the coolest thing, got to see an explode. Exposed? Oh, you got to see an exposed pillar neck? Oh yeah, they sometimes do it on top of rocks and stuff like that. It's really funny. I'm assuming that's what happened. I think Annie's having a stroke. She's just excited. Uh-oh. Excuse me, pardon me. Where do I see which weapon is needed for specific enemies? You practice. And you just shoot enemies. It comes with experience. There's plenty of guides on YouTube, though, if you're interested. If you need, like, an explanation. But for the most part, the game is kind of designed that you, like, just try things out. Right? But like, a quick little cheat sheet. Ball Titans that you're talking about, or Chargers that you're shooting at, you only require heavy pen. They have heavy armor. You don't need anti-tank necessarily to kill them, but anti-tank deals with them even faster than heavy armor pen, right? So if you have a charger, you can just shoot like a recoil shot in the head at them, and they can get one shot. Same with the Ball Titan. You just take a recoilless EAT Quasar, shoot them once in the head, they're dead, right? But if you bring an AMR, it'll take like 12 shots to the head, right? But I can't practice that much because I missed like 90% of the weapons, which are behind the currency thing. I don't know what it's called in English. Yep. Just play a little bit longer and you'll get all of them. You'll get all of them very quickly in the game. You'll get to play with all of them. But I recommend playing with teammates, right? Do quick play with other players, and you know, they can bring things to help you. I tried the railgun. It did 3 headshot on Acid Titans, and it didn't do damage. It did do damage, especially if you do the... so there's an unsafe mode on the railgun. If you hold the reload button, a menu will pop up, similar to this, and then you'll be able to swap it to unsafe mode. And when in unsafe mode, you can actually kill it in 3 shots at like 70% charge, and then you can actually 2-shot it if you wait long enough. If you get like upwards to 90% on 2 individual shots to the head. But if you want to just 1-shot it, use an anti-tank weapon. Because they're essentially mobile tanks. So if that's what you require, is being able to 1-shot it, that's a huge requirement for you, check those out. So there's anti-tank, light, medium, heavy armor. There's technically 7 levels of armor penetration, but those are the only ones that you should probably worry about. Right? Light, medium, heavy, anti-tank. The majority of enemies will have one of the following. 10 level, yeah, but the 10 levels don't actually come up in gameplay. Unlocking the AC is probably the way to go. It's a very good all-arounder, for sure. There's many different ways to approach things in Helldivers, so have fun. You said technically? Yeah, but I feel like... I wanted to induce some amount of complexity, but like there are anyways, thank you for being the actually. Moving on. Enemies will have from 0 to 7 that actually matter. Just worry about those 4.
Pouvez commencer l'extraction dès que possible.
24-hour morning period, as predicted. You look tired today. Yeah, I didn't get much sleep, and I had to wake up early. If he already has railgun, he unlocked AC for sure. No. Because of the way you can unlock, Leon, he can unlock it in any order. You can skip over so many things because you just unlock other stuff. Morning, more like a celebration. Oh my god, Annie. That's treason. Did Moradesh get sucked up? Yep. It's Gonzo. When I use the laser, it says against heavy armor. When the big bug appears, not the acid titans, I shoot, but then I get armor sign, which tells me I do no damage. Wonder how to kill them. Heavy armor, breaker weapon. If the laser doesn't work, if you're using the laser cannon, it'll pin everything on the bug faction. Wait, which laser are you using? If you're using the laser cannon, it pins everything. Doesn't damage it very fast, but it pins everything. The 10th level? Yeah, I mean, I don't even talk about that because at that point it's like destruction damage. It's not really an armor pin at that point. It's like, do you have the destruction damage necessary to kill it? Like, it's not really an armor at that point. It's a pass-fail system. It's like you wouldn't describe a bug hole as like having armor, but why do I get the shield sign when shooting? Depending on the angle at which you shoot, sometimes there's like a deflection, right? So if you shoot at like a very narrow angle at a surface, there's like a deflection. So you want to shoot at a surface that is, you know, perpendicular to you if possible. It can be angled, but like it always reflects. I don't know what the hell you're shooting, but it's not the laser cannon then. Or you're playing a game, you're somehow remembering something that happened like 6+ months ago. Because they changed the laser cannon and the Mall Titans and stuff like that to be able to kill these things some time ago. They used to have more armor and they reduced them. It means the scythe? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can take your laser. I'm not going to derail this stream that hard. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's just a complication here. It might be language related. It might be something else. Maybe they used to play the game a long time ago. I don't know. So, yeah, I'm a bit confused. Yeah, I think it's called the Scythe. There we go. Yeah, okay, that was the confusion. The Scythe is light pen. It says it on it. Not all lasers are the same ones. So the laser cannon is a bigger laser. And that does heavy pen. The Scythe is light pen. What up, Kev? There's your answer. In my language, in German, it says heavy pen. That's why I bought it. I think you're getting confused about what you bought and what you're using. So there's the Scythe. Right? The Scythe, which is light armor pen. Yes, but I believe that's the one you're using. That's the one that's called Scythe. And then there's laser cannon, which is heavy pen. Right? But you just said you were using the thing called Scythe, which would make sense, right? On why it's only deflecting. It is doing... Okay. I'm going to just have to move on, brother. At this point, I believe there is like... You're just confused. And I don't think you're confused about the names. I think you're just confused about what you're using. Because the laser cannon does do damage. You'll see a gray hit marker because it's matching the armor pen. It does heavy armor pen, and then the armor is in fact heavy, so you'll see a gray hit marker, right? You'll see a red hit marker if you overpen and you do additional damage. So, yeah. I believe you were maybe confusing the two weapons, and yeah. And if you're shooting the Scythe, yeah, that's what will happen, Adam. Not gonna lie, maybe I don't think you know what you're talking about. Thanks, Fada. What up? I'll skip it for you. I mean, okay, so the laser cannon didn't actually change its pen value. It was always pen 4. They just brought down the other weapons. Or sorry, they brought down the enemies to match it, Leon, right? Now, it describes it as heavy pen because they just brought down the requirement to be what's considered heavy pen, right? They were always medium plus or whatever you want to call it, pen 4, right? But they just describe it as heavy pen now because they brought down Bile Titans, they brought down Hulks, they brought down Chargers. So all these characters or all these enemies that you think of as heavy pen, you know, you can now penetrate with these weapons, right? And then anti-tank would be pen 5, 6, right? So, yeah. Anyways. Let's do air burst just for funsies. Funsies? Bring the blitzer for funsies? Okay, that's massive confusing in my language because anti-tank means anything that's against tanks. Yeah, and that's how it works in game. We're not confused on that part. Heavy pen is heavier armor, And then anti-tank is even better, right? Just like how an anti-material rifle, it would be classified as heavy pen, but it only goes up to a certain thickness. Typically not a tank's thickness. And then you have an anti-tank weapon, which is designed for a tank. I feel like I just need to move on, though. We've been on this for too long. It's kind of bug. Sometimes the rocket went through the enemy. Nah, that's happening with all projectiles in this game at the moment. Every time you shoot a projectile, there's a random chance. It doesn't matter which weapon we're talking about. It has a chance to just, like, disappear. What up, Lars? How are you, buddy? Sorry. Got a little bit too consumed by that, conversation. Good to see you, Lars. How's the Lego? But no, it's not particularly with the commando. It's like recoils can do it. Grenade launcher does it. You decide if you're going to do some more SM2. I mean, it didn't do particularly well yesterday when I played SM2. And on top of that, I actually didn't have as much fun as I was hoping I'd have. Like, those last couple games that I played were actually more frustrating than fun. Dude, what is hurting me? Wait, do they have dead sprint on? Am I just damaging myself with dead sprint? I think this team has dead sprint on. Fucking dead sprint is killing me. It's funny. No Lego for a while. Daughter and me. But down with the flu. Oh. That sucks. Hope you feel better. I watch bald streamers. That's sick. Is Moon Moon not live right now? Which is more annoying, dead sprint or fire hell pod? I don't mind dead sprint. I'm fine with it. I didn't like pay attention to what was selected. I do wish they would add like a UI icon on the far left to kind of display what's active. You see the SM3 confirmation? Yep. Cool. I kind of gave it like a virtual thumbs up when I saw it. I was like, all right, sick. I kind of always just already assumed it was coming, so it didn't really like amaze me or anything. Because it felt pretty obvious that they were going to do another one. I didn't see why they could possibly come up with a reason to not do it, you know? Ooh! The Hellbomb's getting hit. Hellbomb's getting hit. Run! Teammate didn't run. So why take the street scout for this one? You mean the armor? You mean light siege ready? I don't know the names of the armor. I'll be honest, I don't really care to remember all the names. I just know it as light siege ready. But I'm assuming that's what you mean. There's no reason to bring light siege ready. I just didn't swap it because didn't matter to. How's Airburst against Jetpack Overseers? It's okay. As long as they're not like flying too high above, it's okay against them. Airburst pretty good now? It's pretty good. Yeah. I'd say pretty good. It's not insane or anything like that, but it's like fun to use. The main issue it has at the moment is like it probably needs more programmable options. I still feel as if it's lacking like that extra little bit of programming while also like a better reload. Like it has a really bad reload, like easily the worst in the game for like this class of like weapon or this type of weapon. I think it's a bad idea to make SM3. What? What?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Wait, what? Let me reread that. Caleb! Holy shit! Caleb coming in with the surprise attack. Caleb with the... I think that's 10, right? My program sometimes doesn't tell me properly. It is 10! Caleb with the 10. Holy shit. I think it was a joke. I can't tell. Is it a joke? It could, but then they'd have so much money to deal with. It seems annoying. I'm guessing a joke. It's one of those things of like text not conveying sarcasm unless you use an emote. I'm assuming joke. Use a kappa. They're free. Why isn't Sony made another PlanetSide game yet? I feel like it's because like PlanetSide in the long run wasn't super successful. I don't think PlanetSide's under Sony, right? Yeah. I think Sony Online Entertainment made it, right? Or at least published it. I might be forgetting. I might be misremembering. Obviously, Sony Online Entertainment is not a thing anymore, but... like... it is their baby, as you will. That got sold to another company. Oh, did it? Okay. Well, I mean, Sony Online Entertainment got sold to Daybreak. Does Daybreak own it now? Which I'm pretty sure is just like a... it's like one of those graveyard developers which just pick up old IPs and then kind of like monetize the crap out of them. Okay, so it is Daybreak. Sony doesn't own it anymore. Okay. It is Daybreak Games. I assume Sony still owns the IP though. They just sold the game rights to it, to Daybreak. I find it hard to believe that Sony would sell the IP, but is that the case? Did they actually sell the IP? Oh shit. Hi. Studio of Rogue Planet Games was bought by another company. Sorry, are they the ones that made PlanetSide? I don't recognize the names anymore. Oh god. Oh god. There we go. Just gotta find the right angle. They're like fabricators. They're pretty wonky right now. Rogue Planet is a studio under Daybreak that works on it. Oh, okay. Yeah, at this point, I just call him Daybreak. Almost just like a bug planet. But the amount of like yellowish green everywhere kind of looks like it. Anyways, long story short, yeah, it sounds like PlanetSide is not owned by Sony, so you can't blame Sony anymore. So the Sony bad meme doesn't really work. How? He's like inside the car meleeing. Mr. Mabel, Mrs. Annie. I saw an article that they sold it for 6 million. That's it? Damn. Now, is this the studio, or is this the IP, or is this the game rights? Because those are all like separate things, right? Or all of it. Mrs. I ain't married. Oh, sorry. Miss Annie. My mistake. How presumptuous of me. Thank you, Trindle. Appreciate you, dude. Remember liking and subbing. I appreciate everybody who does it on the YouTube. Help spread the stream to democracy. Hey, Pulse, when you get up in the morning, I want you to drink 32 ounces of water with lemon. So I can pee it all out? And then I want you to drink 8 ounces of cold-pressed celery juice. Ew! I'd rather drink my pee after drinking that lemon water. Celery juice. What the hell? It's to flush it out of your system. Dude, I'd rather just drink up my system. EG7 owns Daybreak now. Jesus Christ, okay. Why is this getting more complex the more we talk about it? I'm at the point where I don't care to talk about it because it's just... Oh my god. Anyways. Hi, Margot. Thank you, Margot. There's no one answer. Yeah, it's just extremely complex. Basically, PlanetSide in the quagmire of holding companies and such. I doubt there is an interest to make a new PlanetSide game because the PlanetSide was not that popular. As much as like people want to say it was not that popular of a franchise. So I'd probably wait. I'm sure they're probably waiting for more nostalgia to be built up. You know? Would be my guess. Why did that person put that there? Person put this in the most weird spot. Oh, someone just kicked Glenn. Glenn died and then got kicked. All right. Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed playing PlanetSide, don't get me wrong. It's just... I didn't enjoy it that much that I'm like, I'm frothing at the mouth for a third game, you know? If they made another one, I'd probably play it, but I'm not like... like, PlanetSide 2 is still there, right? I played PlanetSide way back. I played it on console a little bit because my friends at the time were playing Destiny and they had consoles and they didn't have PCs, so I played PlanetSide 2 on console and then I played it a bunch on PC when it first came out as well. This mission's an absolute mess. I don't know what the hell just happened. Are we actually gonna fail? This is gonna be like my first failed mission in like 2 months? I don't even know what happened. I wasn't really paying attention. I was talking to you guys. What, was this just a really bad game? Like people just kept dying, or what happened? That's cool, Annie. I don't feel like I need a detox. I feel fine. Some game hosts are worse than high school teachers. Oh god. It tastes good, it's good for you. Sure? Oh no. Look, these guys got heavy armor. You need a detox? You'll gaslight less? Oh, I hope Annie drinks some though. She gaslights me all the time.
Surprise, motherfucker.
R.I.P. Moradesh.
Svard.
Jumping in later today to hold back the black hole.
Thank you so much, Svard. Thank you for the 13 months. Tier 1. How you doing, buddy? He's gaslighting you again? See, the funny thing about gaslighting is that you can actually, in fact, gaslight someone by saying that they're gaslighting you. Annie does like to tell me I'm gaslighting her. Well, I'm not. She loves it. You would know, Maple, wouldn't you? Chat should drink what I recommended. Yeah, make sure to use code Annie at checkout when you're buying your smoothies, chat. That was just kind of dumb of me. I honestly thought it wasn't going to go that far. I don't know why I thought that. I'm like, I'm shooting at an incline. Of course it's going to, like, push back towards me. This guy's caring way too much about killing some small little guys when he's got a fucking walker next to him. I am on a strict diet of Mountain Dew and ramen noodles. Caleb, you're worrying me, man. I'll wake you up earlier for it. Oh, now that will make me feel worse. See, this is the problem that I find in Helldivers, is that I bring like a meme fun loadout, and then for some reason I get the luck of I have a team that is like really hardcore struggling, and then I regret my entire decision to have a fun loadout. It feels like it happens so often to me when I play Helldivers. Like, I wouldn't have brought this shit loadout if I knew... if I knew my team was going to absolutely have a really hard time with this mission, right? Like, this is a terrible loadout. Airburst, fast recon vehicle, like, walking barrage, and a machine gun sentry. The only thing that's actually, like, pretty good is the machine gun sentry for this kind of a mission. So, it's just awkward as hell. Something in the way. I don't even know what's wrong. Oh my god, they headshot me! Relax! Oh my god. Apparently that one died to my sentry? That's sick. This guy's just spamming his laser right now. Based loadout. Based on trash. Like, I don't even know if I could do this mission right now because we need to be able to clear out the enemies faster than they're spawning and protect the civilian line, but that's not really happening right now. But we'll see. Maybe we can. That's why speaking, I'm not lobby leader. Didn't finish with it. God damn it. God damn it. Why did I bring such a bad loadout, dude? This is why we can't have fun. I shouldn't be bringing, like, bad loadouts when I know I've got a good team. Dude, we have never-ending Illumina drops too. If we had any other mission type, this also wouldn't be that bad. It's just a particularly hard mission to do with our current loadout. Dude, that guy's just running at me. Fucking relax, dude. Also, is there no SAM sites? Damn. We have SAM sites, but they're on the other side of the city. We didn't clear them yet. That's another thing, is we have no SAM sites in the immediate area. That would also have made this way easier. Worse is when you're going to recover samples and there's like one level 52 that gets on the ship because he doesn't need it. Just talk to him. The vast majority of 150s will understand if you just talk to them. Just don't assume, right? That they're gonna wait for the samples. Just talk to them. Type to them. But talking works best. We got this. Wish you could see how a team is doing before you drop in. It wouldn't have mattered here. I joined them when, like, they were just starting the mission, so... It's more of a... Wouldn't even have mattered if I knew. They just started, basically. This is how hard Eliminate should feel when you don't have any SAM sites around. You're like constantly fighting. There's always enemies around you. The Illuminate. Oops. That looks like a vote list, not gonna lie. Oops. Let's go kill that other one.
Rejoins l'escouade. Déploiement de Helldivers sous la zone de combat.
Planet gone yet? Oh yeah. about an hour ago now. We got there. Took a while, but we got there. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the SAM site is, yeah, right there. It's hard to say. I think the SAM site should have been able to see these ships, so it would have been a lot easier if we probably did the other side. Showhead, revert the existing armor passives and boosters. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? Like siege ready? Sorry, rework the existing armor passes and boosters. I mean, they should add to the they should add to the resistances. There's no doubt that the resistance ones, or any one perkers basically, need to receive a second perk of some kind, right? Even extra padding, in my opinion. I think people overvalue extra padding, personally. Right, so anything that has like one perk on it should receive a second of some kind, right? So the resistances armor should probably have something to do with their appropriate resistance. So like, I've always thought like the arc one, if you get shocked by an arc weapon or something like that, you get like bonus damage for a small amount of time, or maybe your weapon charges faster. The fire, Jesus Christ, the fire resistant armor should probably have some kind of like, you're unable to be set on fire. Like you're more resistant to being set on fire basically when you wear it, which would help a lot with like flamethrower types weapons, because the amount of times you set yourself on fire with those armors is like just doesn't really do anything. So like it'd be really nice if like you use a flamethrower but you were more resistant to being set on fire. It would make it a lot more usable. Gas one, it should probably have some kind of exterior effect of maybe like, I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't really think of any off the top of my head on the gas one. The unflinching should have some amount of like impact resistance or like projectile damage resistance, in my opinion. It would match with the armor quite a bit. You dive backwards, you light your foot on fire. I'm not even talking about that instance. I'm just talking about like you step slightly too close to fire, you're set on fire immediately. But also, if an enemy gets slightly too close to you, there's splashback on the flamethrower as well, which lights you on fire immediately as well. So should have ragdoll resistance. That's the one I was thinking for just classes of armor, not armor type. Or classes of armor, not a specific armor. Like, heavy armor should just be more ragdoll resistance. And then, like, extra padded armor should have impact damage resistance. So when you do ragdoll and hit a surface, you are more resistant to that impact damage. That would help a lot. Because a lot of times you die, not because of the explosion, but you hitting the fucking wall. So if I feel like it's thematic that the extra padded armor should have some amount of resistance to that, in my opinion. Unflinching should have something to do with like just projectile damage, dealing less damage to you. I think that would be pretty fair. Right? That would build a little bit more around the unflinching. The new detonation armor that causes you to detonate on death. Maybe when you wear the armor, it gives you some extra revives for the mission passively. Like if you select that armor, you natively... I've got some super credits in this bunker right here. B4, I'm gonna come pick you up. Because the whole point of the armor is dying for Super Earth, so maybe I was like, okay, maybe they have the booster, but they maybe put like some extra revives on the armor, so you get like 2 additional revives, so you can sacrifice to yourself and not need to worry about it. I don't know. Obviously, that's like blurring the lines between a booster and armor, but I would, if they don't want to do that one, it would be something along those lines. I think that would work really well. Is the exclamation mark song list stocking illegal? I think you can see the backup playlist there, but I'm not 100%. Chillin' and killin'. Damn right, dude. Oh, yeah, I think we had a block song. Oh, no, it's just Hans Zimmer. It always starts out slow. I need a hole in the wall. This FRV carcass is in the way. What do we get? Regular slips. So I just googled my peep off. The missing information in the German language. Translated is simply not correct. They use Panzer and okay, same meaning. I still don't think, like, the translation might be off, but I mean, I think you were still confused about which weapon you were firing, my dude. I showed you what it was in English, so. Why'd he get out? Does he want back in? No? I don't know. To me, or do dropship exploding sound the same as orbital airburst? I don't think so. Vanna, I do agree. If it worked similar to like what I was saying for the fire resistant armor, that's something you could do for gas resistance. When you first step into gas, you know, you don't immediately start like disintegrating, similar to get like fire, where I just don't want to be set on fire immediately, right? If there was like a little bit more of a, you needed to be sustained in fire for longer or sustained in gas for longer before you get the effect, that'd be nice. Because like largely resistances are nice, but they're not as impactful as you would kind of hope they would be. versus those elements. So I'm often like kind of disappointed, you know, wearing fire resistant armor when dealing with fire. So what a painful one. Yeah, I don't know how many deaths the other teammates had, but this guy had 7. I'm assuming the guy he kicked had a lot of deaths as well. Oof. That was a tough one, man. We made it through, but that was that was a hell of a mission. Hell of a mission. We got a hot micer. Who is that, Delta? If he keeps going, I'll tell him. I can hear him. Wait, did nobody take Hellpod optimization? Well, that's just awkward. You made your order out? Not for 24 hours. There's a 24-hour mourning period. As long as you don't die, it'll be fine. I'm just worried about my teammates. Those supplies are going to be run through quite quickly. But we're on a limited map, so it doesn't matter as much. Hopefully, if they can scavenge. The booster was selected. Maybe it was a visual bug. Oh shit, was it? Interesting. I thought I saw it. I have seen... There's been a bug before where I've seen multiple people with the same booster. So I wonder if this is one of those situations where multiple people picked it and then like one person left that did actually pick it. And the game thought it was still in use, but it wasn't, maybe? Dun, dun. Any word on non-city Illumina maps? We already have bug city Illumina, or we already have bug city maps. Like those have been in the game for the last 4 weeks or so. It's basically just a random chance whenever you select. I think it's like 4 or 5 different missions on bugs. Citizen evacuation. I think there's a nuke one and blitz missions and I think there's personal information, the personal data or the data one. as well as one that can be potentially a city map. And then for each one, there's a chance of it happening. As far as bots, I'm assuming that's what they're working on right now. So sooner rather than later, I'm guessing. Do we finish the ammo? No, we failed it. Unsurprisingly. Read it again. Read what? I was wondering about people who get killed and do not select the specimen, which they lost. It happens sometimes. Especially like higher level people, they don't need it as much. Now, like for Illuminant, is there maps? Oh, you just mean like non. Sorry, I read that as like non-Illuminant, meaning like bugs or bot missions. You mean that as Illuminant missions that in fact do not have cities on them. I don't know. I'm hoping we get some that don't have cities on them. Maybe when we get the full force, but we'll see. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm hoping, right? I'm hoping that like when the full force comes and it's no longer these invasions, but they actually have their own planets, we will get the full-fledged Illuminant. And then we'll just get this kind of mission again, you know, when we are like maybe attacking an Illuminant planet, I'm guessing. Not sure. Not sure. They did not tell us anything, and even if I knew, I might not have been able to tell you. So, don't know. They have not mentioned anything, unfortunately. You want them to have planets? Of course. Of course. That way we can massacre them better. How would you buff the worst boosters? Make them, like, compelling pick. I think Dead Sprint should have a period of time where, like, it doesn't eat at your health before it starts eating at your health. Does that make sense? Like, have like a grace period of a couple seconds before it starts eating away at your health. Maybe 5 seconds or so. I think that would help that booster a lot. Because right now, it's a mandatory pick to have Vitality with it. And then even then, if you bring Vitality, it can be kind of obnoxious. But it's still like a good booster. It's not like a terrible booster. I just think there should be a little bit of a grace period. And it doesn't heavily require you to have, like, Vitality. Because, like, if you don't bring Vitality, it feels like a terrible booster. Luckily, Vitality is still in the meta. So a lot of people tend to bring it together. But if all of a sudden Vitality drops out of the meta, that booster would be absolutely terrible. Fire Hell Pods just need to actually work properly. You know, I think if as long as they start working properly, I think they're on the right track for them. They don't set Helldivers on fire, they just ragdoll them, and that's fine. And if they actually set enemies on fire and did proper damage when you impact things, I think it'd be fine. Motivational shocks honestly should have like a secondary effect somewhere. Like maybe it speeds you up after you get slowed for a short time, right? Like the shock effect happens when you get slowed, and then after you get slowed, you have like a period of like 5 to 10 seconds where you're faster, similar to like Stim Booster, right? That's the quote-unquote motivational shock. Motivational shocks to negate EMS stun. I think you should just leave that for muscle enhancement, maybe. I don't know. Muscle enhancement's the one that like negates things, whereas motivational shocks just reduces the effect duration. So like yeah. Motivational shock should just have a secondary effect. Then it would be a lot better in all situations. Anytime you get slowed by something, you get a spurts of speed afterwards. Not only is it shortening the duration of the slow effect, but it also gives you a boost of speed afterwards. That's really cool. What if motivational shock stunned and or damaged enemies around you? I think you can leave that for something else, because that's like motivational shocks is shocking you to motivate you to not be slowed, right? Like that's. I feel like leave that for something else. Maybe leave that for like a guard dog. Or something. I don't know. Just seems like out of turn for the particular booster. The way they describe it, at least. That's like a full rework. I think muscle enhancement is fine the way it is. I think it's impactful, but adding EMS to that effect would be nice. Or arc resistance stopping you from being affected by EMS. You know, we were talking about that earlier. Arc resistance, instead of like doing the damage bonus that I was talking about, if arc resistant armor just had the ability to negate EMS effect, would be really cool. Right? Just straight up, hey, you're no longer affected by EMS when you wear arc resistant armor. Would work really well thematically. What's another booster? Extraction pilot is fine. I don't think you really need to do anything unless you like maybe wanted to decrease it even further. Wouldn't be the worst idea in the world, honestly. Like shave off even more time. The extra revives, instead of it just being 1 per individual person, maybe make it like 2. But maybe that's too powerful, so maybe they just have to do like a secondary effect. Because like 4 additional revives is like already pretty good, but why'd you have to dual stream? YouTube API is not fun. I mean, you could just ignore the YouTube side if you wanted, Margot, with this app. If you want to, brother, it's not a big deal. We could just suggest people on YouTube go to Twitch. Or if you want to just make it easy, like, you know, just anyone on YouTube that wants to join, they just show up as a YouTube viewer, and then I can just do the extra legwork. How is factory food? We don't get it. I don't get it until next week. I think I could have picked an earlier shipping date, but I picked, I think it's like 23rd I get the food. So I'll be trying it out on the 23rd. Good day, Maple. Margaret. It's gone. Big J, yeah, it's gone. Esper Pala also affect the deployment speed of stratagems delivered by Pelican. True. Yeah, it could shave off a second or two on deployment. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them. That's actually a fair point.
Beautiful, beautiful.
But they have said they did.
He's leaving because we weren't getting them up.
They don't want boosters to feel builds required, if that makes sense. That was one thing they mentioned when they were talking to me about boosters and booster ideas when we were talking to them, is that they wanted armor to be based on your build, but they didn't want boosters to be dependent on your build. Because I think at one point someone just mentioned like, oh, can we get like resistance boosters, right? Like you could just grab a booster that gives you more resistance. And they were like, well, we want to avoid making builds that require certain boosters. Obviously there are some builds that have like, you know, someone's mentioned a D-sickle or, you know, flame weapons or gas weapons, you know, where vitality is like useful in those builds, but they kind of want to avoid like going out of their way to do that. They're kind of like happy accidents, I guess, for those builds. So I don't know if they would be going for a booster that affected your stratagems like that in such a positive way. It sounded like it was like affecting your Helldiver in the neutral game. So if you think about it like Hellpod's neutral game, or like affecting the mission parameters, right? I've always thought that like a booster, like I think the radar booster one should also help mark samples on the map, or at least like alert you of like POIs farther away or something like that, even further than it currently does. Maybe they're worried that like a sample pinger would be too meta. It would feel too necessary for people who want samples. So maybe they don't do that one, but you know, just the radar booster needs to be buffed to just, I think, provide you with more information on your radar. Oh my god, I didn't realize that was so close. Don't kill me. Alright, we're good. Dude, these guys' nades are insane. They rolled down the hill at me. Not like you need samples beyond level 70. I mean, many people don't max out their samples that early, and there's plenty of people who come back to the game much later on and are already 150 that need samples. And in the future, we're going to need samples when they figure out what they want to do with the progression system, especially adding more progression. Yeah, someone used it for the first time like 6 months back. Only because they renewed. Oh, like the radar booster? Yeah. Like the radar booster isn't terrible. Like it extends the range at which your ping happens, right? Which is pretty good. Like if you play a particular way and you want that information, it's kind of useful. But it should probably have like a secondary effect of like, you know, having some kind of effect on samples, or giving you even more information on POIs, or I don't know. I was 150 when I got max samples. I feel like it's one of the weakest boosters. Yeah, I mean, it's that one or Extraction Pilot that I think get picked the least. The Extraction one at least helps 50% call-in. Yeah, I'm just talking about pick rate. I mean, I would also agree that, like, the Extraction Pilot is the better one out of the two. But it doesn't really change the pick rate of it. It does not get picked very often. I think the only time I see it being picked is usually for Blitz missions. Because the overall effect on the mission is actually the greatest in a Blitz mission, you know? But still, a lot of people just don't pick it. New category stratagem like to see is platform, like Pelican Gunner. Yeah. Yeah. I think a bomber type enemy that comes out of the super destroyer would be really nice. Be very cool. Really, it's essentially like the long cooldown version of the Eagle. And then obviously like remote controlled stratagems where they let you have some amount of control over the firing would be interesting. Right? Bomber would deploy only from the DSS. Maybe? Sure.
Je demande une arme de soutien.
And again, Firepod is probably worse in the current state. Yeah. Is there anything you could do after unlocking everything? I mean, like, I'm far away, but I'm just curious. So there's an ongoing story in the game. The game is told in the style of a D&D campaign, Dungeons and Dragons campaign. So it is ongoing, and we are playing against the developers in a way. So there's ever-evolving story that you can participate in. We get new content as far as like new enemies and mission types and so on and so forth at a pretty regular basis. You know, maybe like every, you know, depending on like what we're talking about, which piece of content, you know, every month or two we get, you know, something.
You guys want to extract or hold off a little bit?
And then when it comes to like new war bonds, we get a new war bond every like 6 to 7 weeks on average. So we're actually coming up on a new war bond, and those are like that extra bit of grind, right? You can grind for super credits if you don't feel like spending the money, or you can spend the cash and save the time. Any major orders? It's 24-hour morning period, just like the last time. They've already opened that. But there's no doubt in my mind they're working on stuff for us to unlock in the future, and like a, you know, looking for more progression. So it'll just take time. Current objective: be sad, basically. Mourn the losses. Yeah, if you see samples, even if you're maxed out, grab them. You know, sometimes they won't go out of my way, but if they're in front of me, pick them up. I grab all the samples. What I've seen so far are the purple samples on your HUD. So the purple samples are only on difficulty 6 missions and above, and they are located around a particular POI, point of interest. It kind of looks like a upside down teardrop, gray rock with like white veins in it, like mineral veins, and then you'll see the samples kind of sitting around it. So you won't see them in like separate locations. You'll all see them in one location. But yeah, also, those samples are probably the samples that are the least important out of all of them, because you find the super rares pretty infrequently, but you don't need actually that many. You will need significantly more common and rare samples. Like, significantly more. So, don't worry too much about not having super rares right now. You will eventually feel like you have too many of them, and you're going to wish you could exchange them. Which I'm hoping they still do. I'm hoping they do some kind of, like, exchange system in the future. Yo, what up, Tig? How are you, buddy? Rares are a true bottleneck. In the late game, they end up being. In the beginning, it's always commons. People just don't have enough commons. And then eventually, in the late game, you're going to be like, dude, I don't have enough rares. And it's mostly down to the fact that the cap is 250 on rares. While commons, you get to up to 500. As, you know, you can go all the way up to that. So you're going to be just edging the cap on 250 rares. Whereas you're always going to have, like, a little bit extra common sitting around. Exchange samples for XP or something. I just thought an exchange system in general. You know, if you have one super sample, you can exchange those for commons or rares. Exchange it for XP, sure. But at the same time, XP is something that's supposed to show playtime and experience. If you start exchanging for it, I feel like it kind of breaks the thing. Samples for mission buffs, that's what the DSS is. But obviously they need to keep adding to the DSS to make it more impactful and have more, like, variety on it. Like we were talking about before, like a bomber tied to it, like special stratagems would be sick. Amazing. How was your experience with SM2 yesterday? I'm so hyped about Space Marines 3. Yeah, it's cool. The mission was great. I think it's like one of their best missions that they've made. Like, it's extremely long compared to a lot of the missions that we've done in the past, which is sick. I think my only complaint about it is about Space Marines 2 is I feel like the gameplay is going in the wrong direction. I find myself not enjoying fighting the new enemies they keep adding. It feels like a common thing that I'm just... They're going in a direction of, like, making annoying enemies that I don't want to fight. Like, I don't enjoy... Like, every new enemy they keep adding. And there's also, like, existing enemies that, like... Zoanthropes are still extremely annoying to fight. I'm not a fan of fighting them. Especially with the new difficulty, you have to deal with 4 of them at a time. Bro. Ugh. And if you're not playing certain classes, they're just so annoying to deal with. Right? So fucking annoying. The Biovore is just extremely annoying to fight. I don't enjoy fighting the Biovore because it's like... I don't mind the enemy itself, but the fact that it shits out so many spore mines constantly, which, let's be honest, spore mines before they started adding new enemies were like the most hated, aside from Zoanthropes. Spore mines are just, in my opinion, poorly designed. I do not enjoy them. I don't enjoy them. I just don't. So that's unfortunate. So Zoanthropes, the Green Goblin disc dudes, I don't really enjoy fighting that often. I think they're very cool, but I don't enjoy fighting them. With like certain weapon archetypes, they're like a huge pain in the ass to fight against. If you have like explosive weapons, it doesn't matter that much, or plasma weapons. But if you bring like a regular bolt weapon to kill those disc guys, it's really annoying. Like, really fucking annoying to kill them. So, yeah, I'm a bit worried about the balance of these enemies. I feel like that's kind of going in the wrong direction. But, and then also, the problem with range damage in SM2 is still a problem. Like those shotgun hive guys, or for the Tyranid, where they have literally a shotgun, but their gun is more effective than the vast majority of range damage in the game. Still surprises me. I don't know. Yeah, I just feel as if like range damage is still a problem. In Space Marines too. Like it just feels weird to me that the sniper class is the least lethal of the range classes that you're gonna deal with. Regular, like, basic ass enemies that shoot at you are going to deal significantly more damage than the sniper class. So that just seems off to me. It's not a... The Biovore cannon give me a shot and stop the mines from coming out. I get that. Yeah. But I felt a very similar thing with Biovores, is that bolter weapons seem to have a hard time dealing with them a lot. Explosive damage just seems to be so much easier to deal damage to them. There's ways to deal with all that. To be honest, I don't feel any problems versus anyone on any class, but I play a lot. Just love the game no matter what. Okay. Yeah, you really don't have a problem with Zoanthorpes when you deal with 4 of them as a bulwark? Really? Like, you're like totally okay with how that class interacts with flying enemies? And how tanky Zoanthorpes are? And like, Spore Mines, you have no problem with them? Like, Spore Mines as a bulwark suck, because if you run out of ammo, dude, what the hell's happening? Yeah, because you can hit with power hand, so you have to use power fist in order to hit them. Well, that doesn't seem right. If you have to use a particular weapon to hit them, that kind of just goes into my point of that's a problem if you can only deal with it with one weapon, right? Looks like the grenade exploding outside the ship. It does, yeah. Like yeah, you can. Now you can use the heavy pistol versus Owens. Amazing versus Owens. On bulwark. So that's my problem, is that you shouldn't be pigeonholed into dealing with certain enemies with certain things, right? This is like the Helldivers discussion all over again, right? Like, there should be things that are better versus other things, but you also shouldn't be in a position where, well, it's no problem if you just do this particular loadout, right? I use crack grenades on Zoans. The problem with Zoans is that they can come in 4s. They can come in groups of 4.
I got a buddy.
So yesterday,
wants to help me.
I had to deal with 4 Zoanthorpes. You have a team, right? Yeah, but you can easily create a team that just sucks against Zoanthorpes. If you have like... like yesterday, for instance, we had an assault. We had a vanguard. And we had a bulwark, right? all classes that have a really hard time and are extremely annoying to kill them with. And it's like, I get it. If you play the game a lot, you get very good. But you gotta understand that there's like a perspective of like, I'm coming back to the game and just not having as much fun as I used to. Because they keep ignoring problems with certain enemies. Zoanthropes are easily still the most annoying enemy that people don't like fighting against. And then spore mines suck, so they designed an enemy that just shits out more of them. I don't think that's a good idea. Like, I think they're ignoring pain points that are in character designs because it's like, well, you could just do this or this, or these characters are really good versus them, so just bring them. But for the people who don't play those classes or don't have those classes available to them, it's an extremely painful experience. So then they feel necessary to bring certain tactics or certain classes. And I don't think that's good. Because there's no doubt that you can kill, you know, zones in a bunch of different ways, but there's a bunch of different ways that you feel absolutely terrible fighting them. Same with new biovores. Like, new biovores are really annoying to deal with. Turn down the difficulty. It's not a difficulty issue, though. Because they're annoying to fight on any difficulty. They've designed a flying enemy that is extremely, like, powerful. Like, has really powerful abilities. But they also made them extremely tanky. So any character that doesn't have, like, great ranged abilities, like a sniper or a heavy or something like that, has, like, an annoying time dealing with them. They're very time consuming. While dealing with everything else. I really don't see the issue with spore mines. I get they're annoying, but they give you like give the panic feeling I love in Helldivers when shit goes wrong. My problem with the spore mines is that they're obnoxious because they can come in like huge quantities from unknown angles. And if you only get hit by one or two of them, you lose the vast majority of your health. And because they're like an AoE, you could dodge it but still get hit by it. Right? You may have 100 on the screen, but if you get hit by 2, you're kind of fucked. And there's nothing else in the game that's kind of like that. As like an individual enemy. Because like a spore mine does almost as much damage as like a sniper shot from an enemy, right? It's great when they're all like tightly packed and you can shoot one and they all explode. But very often they'll come from like unknown angles because they don't have like really an audio effect tied to them. It's like, guys, I enjoy the game, but some of these enemies don't need to be this annoying. Skill issue. Jesus. At least when there's only 2, it's not so bad. Well, another problem with the zones is that when there's 2 or more, they start shielding each other. So the EHP of the enemy goes up by 50% immediately when you have to deal with 2 of them. Right? And then it becomes a time waster. And then depending on the AI and where you're dealing with the Zoanthorpe, you might not be able to kill the second Zoanthorpe because it's hiding from you and just shielding its teammate. It's so annoying. Like, it feels terrible to fight against them. And then frenzied shotgun terminids. Like when they get frenzy and they don't want to melee you, but they're in point blank range and they could just 2-shot you, that's a problem.
I told you that you yesterday, baby.
Like, I don't know. I feel like the game is going in the wrong direction for Space Marines 2.
We have to like really wash them.
The shotgun dudes, yeah, I don't remember what they're called. They're
Okay.
well, they're supposed to be shotgun dudes, but they use their shots like artillery at long range.
It should definitely be cleaner than it is now.
Just dodge. So if you're trying to go melee them, when they go frenzy, they will often just spam their gun in point blank range, and they can down you in 2 to 3 shots. So you can effectively have a hard time. Guys, I know how to play against them. I'm just saying that it's unnecessary. Because if they're at... Alright, I feel like you guys are just explaining away problems. Like, yeah, you could just do this, but the fact that you have to do that sucks.
Yeah. It's fine.
Never mind. I'll just... Game's fine. It's perfect. It's perfect. This is where I disagree. It's fine to have to do something. They're just the most lethal Majoris enemy by far. It's not even funny. Right? The snipers, you dodge, and you can avoid a lot of their damage, right? Their long range, right? The Majoris whip, you can actually like parry and like play around them. Majoris heavy, you can play around them. The shotgun guys are supposed to be like the close range, like shotgunners. But for some reason, they're also the best long-range killer. And if they frenzy, like, the frenzy ability goes fucking crazy on them. More so than any other one. They're just overtuned and they're annoying. I see it as if you're in Helldivers and don't bring anything against heavy armor, tons of chargers around, you're gonna have fun dealing with machine guns, right? Very fair, but the thing is that Helldivers learned from that situation and just gave you tools on any class to very easily take them out, right? Or they just designed the enemy so they weren't so tanky. Like, Zoans are just not tanky, like, in a perfect world. And then it's fine that they're, like, obnoxious. Right? The shotgun enemy is, like, truly scary in close range, but at longer range, that's their weakness. They die fast enough. The problem is that they have an immunity shield. And then they can just fly behind cover or through terrain very often that makes them immune. And then they can continue to fire at you. Or they can snipe you from like 200 meters away with their tracking balls. For some reason, they're tracking. It's called the Devour. I'm not sure. Right? Like, Zoanthropes are just designed in a way to be very annoying to deal with. Like, unnecessarily annoying. And then you feel like you have to bring a certain loadout just to deal with them. And if I don't want to use that weapon, I'd rather use a different one. It doesn't feel good. How'd you change them? I feel like the shield idea in general needs to be changed. Making like one of them immune is just obnoxious. They shouldn't be so tanky, right? Flying enemies in general, in most games, are usually like not so tanky, right? Lethal, sure, at range and stuff like that, but extremely tanky? I don't know. Because they have more EHP than anything else. Then they'd be like popping like balloons. But that'd be okay because you sometimes have to deal with 4 of them. Right? Like, if you only have to deal with one Zoanthorpe, it's not that big of an issue, right? They're annoying, but, you know, with a little bit of team fire, just like playing strategically, not that bad. Two of them, the annoyance goes up because then they start doing the shielding, and that just is obnoxious, depending on the terrain and what you're dealing with. Like, they can very easily pelt you at long range while hiding or just shielding each other. So the time it takes to kill them goes up exponentially because of the shield mechanic, right? Like, it's great that some classes are fantastic at killing them, but if you don't have that class, oof, it does not feel good. Which class is bad? Well, it depends on the weapon they bring, right? There's plenty of classes that are not good against zones because they don't bring the right weapon or don't have a very good weapon.
Arme de soutien en approche. Marqueur sur la carte. Sud-est, à 100 mètres. Avant-poste de poutre repéré.
I don't know. I never felt like I couldn't deal with one before. Yeah, it's just
Je demande une réanimation.
it can be like extremely annoying because they can fly over places that you can't melee them, so Assault has to use their heavy pistol, right? Or a situation where they're like extremely distant and they're just like shielding each other, right? That's a teammates actually.
Demande de soutien aérien. Surprise, motherfucker.
What up, Chuck?
Je demande une réanimation.
Requête approuvée. Renfort envoyé.
My problem with the orbs, Tig, is that they still track. I don't understand why they track. I get having to dodge at like close range versus the orbs for Zoanthorpes, but why force you to have to like dodge time at extreme distance? Why do they track? Yeah, the neuro orbs. I'm pretty sure the Zoan orbs track as well, unless. Also, the new mission for some reason doesn't spawn any terminus level enemies, and I don't know why. I don't think I fought a terminus level enemy all day on the PTR. Is that? No. I know it's not finished and there's a boss battle at the end, but I didn't fight a terminus level enemy all day yesterday. Did they just like not randomly spawn anymore? Like, I know some maps don't, but I was just like, I didn't deal with it all day.
J'ai trouvé quelque chose.
I assume they spawn more often or force them to spawn on certain maps. Just felt weird. Yeah, no, I know Hive Tyrant never spawned them. I just didn't understand why they didn't spawn on the new mission. I guess they're just doing the same thing as Hive Tyrant, but like, why not on Absolute force them on high or decapitation?
Envoyez un aigle.
That'd be a good difficulty modifier.
Demande de soutien aérien.
I get it, Tig. I just... Like, movement and your positioning should also matter when dodging things. It shouldn't only be a dodge key thing. You should just be able to position better. Or position ahead of time. The projectile tracking you is unnecessary. You should just be able to side strafe if you create enough distance. So you can keep doing what you're doing and not have to be animation locked to a dodge. Because especially if two zones are doing it at the same time, which did happen yesterday. Because there was 4 zones that spawned. 2 of them were independently doing the orbs at the same time. That shit was obnoxious. I got an SVM today and got Spears, that newer thing. It was during the last big patch. They added more constellations to the game. So it's been like that for about a month now. 6 weeks. There's way more constellations in the game than there used to be. But anyways, I enjoyed the vast majority of my time with Space Marines 2 yesterday, but I'm just bringing up like the instances where like I feel like things could be improved. Like, and I don't think we have to explain away the problems. Like, I don't know. When we're talking about here, I just feel like you guys are explaining away like annoyances as like, oh, just get good or just do this particular tactic to do a thing. And I'm just like, the vast majority of players who are going to play the game, we're not going to do that. And just being like, you know, just do this or just do that or just, you know, do this thing that I've developed over tens of hours, I don't think is the right way to tackle these problems. Like, I get it. I get it. I understand that you've dealt with these things for like tens of hours and you've developed strategies, but like, it doesn't mean that they have to stay that way. Right? Right? Like, it's just... Yeah. And these problems only seem to be becoming more glaring as they increase the difficulty level. And they add more enemies that are just annoying as hell to deal with. On lower difficulty, there aren't as much of an issue. Yeah, because you can ignore the problem with those enemies more often because there just aren't as many of them. If you put on absolute difficulty, they just throw 4 at you, and then the problem compounds itself. Like, biovores are fine when there's just 1, in my opinion. But when they throw 2 at you, it's actually really obnoxious. Right? Same with Zoans. Like, if there's just too many Zoans too often, I just get annoyed. It just feels like I have to deal with even more of them. Like everything in moderation is fine. But can there be 2? Did you ever fight 3? No, I'd probably just stop playing SM2 if I had to deal with that, right? Like, I don't want to deal with that. That's not my definition of fun. It's just obnoxious. Because if I didn't play the right class to deal with that, or I don't have a teammate that's like focusing on that, that's pain. It creates a challenge. Challenges are great, but not obnoxious ones. And guys, like, I get it, but like, I think there's a reason why very few people play SM2 nowadays, and I don't think it's just the content. I think there's pain points that the game has that we're just kind of like pushing aside. I don't know. Like, just do this. That's the challenge. I don't know. I don't... But playing with the experienced players that just know how to deal with those problems obviously makes it easier. Like, we did pretty much all day yesterday. And like, we were a full team and we just like covered all the bases. It was like really easy. The problem is when you don't cover all those bases, it becomes like a super obnoxious mess. It's like because you know preemptively what to do to deal with those things. But then that limits your freedom of what to play. It limits your freedom, accurate. It limits your freedom. You start having to feel like you are pigeonholed into playing a particular role or having to cover certain problems. I don't mind that. I mind that as a player who plays lots of hours. Because we're essentially just swapping roles, right? Sure, Tig. But I would hate for Space Marines 2 to not be a well-loved game by many, but to be more of a niche game. Because I think that's a problem with like the 40K franchise in general, is often the games are way too niche. Stupid thing next to me. A game for nobody is a game. A game for everyone is a game for no one. But no one ever said that. And also, Helldivers has moved away from that philosophy. Even the tabletop is niche. And if that's the direction they want to go, that's fine. But I don't know. What's your pure learning? I have a 4090. Class systems are boring to me nowadays. I like classes, but when they're too heavily defined, I think it's a thing of the past. I find a game that, you know, kind of blurs the lines of classes tends to be more interesting. Allow you to kind of alter them, I guess. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I love Space Marines 2. It's just, I feel like they're going in a direction that I'm not enjoying as much as I want to. I don't care about the game's online population as long as it finds someone to play with. From a streamer's perspective, popularity is definitely a more important factor. Yeah, I just want people to enjoy it. And I don't have the more niche perspective on SM2. I have a more like, I just jump in and want to have fun. Right? That's where I actually prefer the launch build of the game versus what it is now. Because, like, I haven't played in, like, 2 months, and I come back to the game, and I'm just like, bunch of things that I'm like, kind of wish it just wasn't even added. I would have preferred if it just wasn't there. Like, there's so much about absolute difficulty that I love, and then there's like, well, dealing with 4 Zoanthorpes. Can I just have absolute difficulty without 4 Zoanthorpes? You got burnt out? On Space Marines 2? No, I didn't get burnt out. I just ran out of content, so I stopped playing. I said why, and then I just left. The only burnt out that I felt was with the chainsword. When they force you to have to do 10 missions in a short period of time. That kind of felt like I was being forced to play. Because of the time limit, the FOMO. I didn't like that feeling. That was kind of a shitty thing. Because I didn't want to miss out on the chainsword, but at the same time... like... I didn't want to miss out on the chainsword, but at the same time, like, I didn't really want to just miss it, because I wanted the chainsword. Like, I don't know. That wasn't a good feeling. That was a problem. I think that was the only time I ever felt, like, burnt out. Because I didn't want to play SM2 that day, but I felt like I had to if I wanted the chainsword. You know what I mean? Playing Hd2 for 3 days, but long time PC player. Any here to learn strats. I can keep it up. Hey, sounds good. Try. That's the thing, Tig. It just isn't that hard to take out 4 charges at the same time now, right? Both because the developers have just added more tools that every class can easily access, but also they've just changed the design of the charger to be less obnoxious. Right? So that it doesn't charge as often. Right? That would be the equivalent of like the Zoanthorpe, you know, not being as tanky, I guess. Or, well, actually, chargers in general are less tanky. Right? Like Zoans, they reduced, I think, how often they do certain abilities, but when you add extra of them, it doesn't really change that. Have you tried the grenade launcher for quickly digging trenches when against bots? I'll just shoot at the bots. I'll just use that magazine to kill the bots that are shooting at me. Love to show people games that I love and start to love as well, but at the same time, go too far away from the original vision makes me enjoy the game less. Our thing is finding that middle ground. So I would say that SM2 should try to accommodate here and there. If it works out. Doesn't work out. See, the thing is that SM2 is moving away from the original vision, in my opinion. rather than maintaining it. SM2 is falling into, I think, a similar trap that Doom Eternal did, where the game came out and people really enjoyed it, right? But the people who stuck around and kept playing into the long run were like a very hardcore community. And that hardcore community gave them select feedback that was more towards like a hardcore like perspective, right? And then when they designed future content, they mostly took that like hardcore element into into consideration. And then when they released the first DLC was not well liked at all to people who were returning to the game, because it was taking those design cues that people had asked for from like a long, like players that had been playing for like hundreds of hours, right? So a person that came back to the game did not enjoy it. I was in that camp, played the game, loved it at release, but I didn't keep playing it. When that first DLC came out, I was in that group of like, I didn't enjoy the direction they went in, right? Because the feedback that they were getting, right? With all due respect, I'm not getting a hard feeling stick. I'm just saying that like the last few enemies that they keep adding have a certain design path that I feel are more annoying to deal with than I would like. The Green Goblin, Disc Surfer, the Biovore, and then, well, Zoanthorpe hasn't really changed, but still is a pain point in my opinion. Whereas the Ravager and like, you know, perfectly fine. The, I'm forgetting all their names. Lictor, totally fine. Honestly, the Scimitar guy in Terminator armor, totally fine. I don't like the rocket guy. Does he still spam his rockets way too obnoxiously? Does he still do that? Because that shit was crazy to me that they never changed that, if that's the case. Not really? Yeah, that's another where I'm just like, that's just unnecessary. Like, the rockets are cool, but just that many? I'm most afraid of Triple Lictor. I enjoy fighting Triple Lictor, though. And I feel like it's designed in a way that all classes have, like, you know, they have obviously have different power levels of how good a particular class is against a Lictor. But, like, it doesn't feel as far apart as with, like, a Biovore or a, with a Zoan. Maybe there's something I'm missing with the Biovore, but it did really seem like explosive weapons were just way more effective versus the Biovores. They did say they changed it, but I didn't notice any less rockets. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't do any chaos the other day when I played. I just played against Tyranids. You gotta get in melee range with the Biovore. Problem is that they scurry away and they just kind of run away from you. So it's that annoying trope of Biovore and melee can't do shit. Well, I mean, they have that AoE attack in extreme close range and they pounce a fuckload and they scurry away from me. Because like a couple times I tried to get in melee range with them, they would just run away and then do a fuckload of spore mines. And I'm like, well, and then I go run over to them and then they scurry away again. There's so many scurrying that I could do. It reminds me of launch chaos enemies. And like, you guys laugh, but I'm still annoyed that like that could happen that often. Like I didn't enjoy chaos enemies teleporting away from me at launch so often, and then now it just feels like we're back to that. Like, I don't mind to scurry away once, but like, dude, I literally just got over to you and you scurried away immediately?
Vous pouvez commencer l'extraction dès que possible.
Yeah, like, I think Erie's putting it better than I'm trying to. I'm just saying, like, Lictors and Raveners are better designed because you can throw ever-increasing numbers of them and they don't feel annoying to fight against. But if you get 3 Zoans or 3 Biovores, they're obnoxious because of how they're designed. Because it amplifies it, right? But, like, dude, 3 Biovores? Holy shit. There's going to be so many Spore Mines everywhere. You're going to be shooting at Spore Mines the entire time. And then you're going to be trying to run up to them and melee them while they try and scurry away from you. Like, that is... You can't escape Lictors, which I'm fine with. And you can run away from Zoans. That's fair. Not exactly the game where you want to have running away. But this is where I feel for the Helldivers that want to play on harder difficulties, but then there was something obnoxious about the harder difficulties that they didn't like, right? Just make Biovores take more damage if you blow up the mines close to them. I don't think they should spawn as many mines, personally. I would almost rather them have like a more traditional attack at range rather than the mines. The mines are... I don't know. They're a pain point for me. That's where lore is a problem. Did they just not have any traditional projectile then? It's just those. Zombies are everywhere. I don't know about tabletop, but I don't think so. Gotcha. Yeah, that's challenging then. Because, like, dude, we had to deal with 2 Biovores yesterday at the same time. And, like, obviously I'm no expert against Biovores because I've had so much less time to play against them. But, bro. I felt like I was shooting at Spore Mines more than I was actually fighting them. And that, I can only imagine having to deal with 3 or 4. Yeah, I just don't mind a Lictor or Ravener getting on top of me. Because parrying and perfect parrying is like just so powerful that you have a huge power spike in your favor. But Zoans, all you have is like perfect dodge, and you have to be quite close in order to activate the perfect dodge. And then Biovores, you have to get close. You have to run at them, and then they scurry away at you. Which is like a problem in my opinion. And like the devs realized with the chaos enemies that teleport away from you, I don't think it's a good thing that they're so good at just running away. Or wanting to stay far from you. I've always thought that like maybe Zoan should have some a bit like fly closer to the ground. Or melee classes, if you get close enough, should have some way of like being able to reach them. more reliably, so it's not just very particular melees that can deal with it, but like with a combat knife, you can do something against it. Because like arguably Zoans should be weak against melee, like very weak against melee, if you can get to them. Because like that would solve a lot of it. Like you just want to get really close to a Zoan and like melee it, and then they'd be extremely weak to melee. Remember Darktide? The experience there is complete madness. But Darktide doesn't have super obnoxious enemies, in my opinion. Like, there's no one enemy in Darktide that I feel is obnoxious. So when you, like, throw 5 of them at me, I don't feel that. Do you know what I mean? I hate flamers. I don't mind flamers. Vanguard grappling onto a Zoan? Yeah, I mean, that would be perfect. If they could add an animation for a Vanguard to be able to grapple to a Zoan and start, like, fucking, like, stabbing it. Or, like, with a chainsword, you do, like, a finisher on it or some shit. Like, that'd be sick. Getting netted through a crowd of 500 enemies is a bit annoying in Darktide. But at least there's, like, a really good sound cue for it. But yeah, that would probably be it. It'd be like getting netted through enemies is annoying. If you're surrounded by a crowd of like armored ogres on the stairs, you're caught in a net of ogres. That's what pisses me off. Yeah, I guess it would just be the netting. Being able to go through enemies, the net, it should probably require more of a line of sight so they can't net you. But I'd argue all the classes have really good ways of dealing with the ogres. So, I don't know. Imagine if Assault could, like, actually fly. Target flying enemies. Yeah, that's one that I would have loved as well. That would have been cool. You know, you jetpack up to a Zoan. I don't know. I guess, like, when we're talking about Darktide, yeah, I mean, they have the netting enemy type that I think is actually pretty obnoxious, and that's totally fair. The netting enemy in SM2 to me is, like, Zoans. What about Vermintide? I mean, I like Darktide more just because it's 40k. I don't like fantasy as much as sci-fi. I like sci-fi more.
Nice electrical arm.
But I did enjoy Vermintide 2 a lot, and Vermintide 1. Darktide, yeah, Darktide combat's a lot more varied. There's a lot of melee, a lot of ranged, spell casting and stuff. Like, you can kind of get a little bit of everything, whereas Vermintide is definitely more melee heavy. Definitely more melee heavy. Like, there is ranged combat, don't get me wrong. I know there is, but... I'm looking forward to the boss though on that final mission, that we just got. I think as long as it doesn't do the annoying trope of spends more time running away from you under the ground than you can actually hit it, I'll be happy with that boss fight on the new mission. Anyways, I appreciate the discussion. I like it. I think you guys have gotten into the end game of Space Marines, so you know exactly how to deal with it. And you play with people that cover all the bases, but when you have a squad that is not as like prepared or have every base covered, there's certain enemy designs that suck. and they're so niche that if you don't do that niche thing to deal with it, it takes away from the fun a lot. And I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it really adds to the fun. Like I understand you guys have a lot of fun, but it's like you can still have that same amount of fun by just if they altered it slightly. Any reason you don't stream Darktide? People don't watch it very much. It's the difficult decision sometimes. Like, I would like to play Space Marines 2 sometimes, but people don't really watch it. So the popularity of the game, you know, affects it. So, like, you'll see me play Darktide when a new content update comes out, but until then, it's kind of hard for me to play it. Like, in a perfect world, I'd play it way more, but unfortunately, it doesn't work out like that all the time. You know what I mean? Like, it's... yeah. In a perfect world, all these games would have more than enough population that I could, like, play whatever game I want. But Space Marines 2 and Darktide are in an odd position where, like, I don't know exactly what it is. I always have the theory that, like, I think it's unfortunately because of the world of Dark or Warhammer 40k is so hard to maintain that level of, like, that is necessary, that it actually holds the games back. Because then it's harder for them to add content as fast, maybe. That's the only thing I've thought of. Because like there's such a high bar that they need to meet in order for it to be a 40k game, maybe. Because like Darktide and Space Marines 2 are kind of falling into the same boat where they have really good content, but it comes so sporadically that it doesn't really hold you until the next piece of content, so you have to leave and stop playing it for a bit. That's what makes 40k so special, though. Yeah, it just makes it really hard for a game like this, though. Like a live service game. That medium is hard for them. I do think there's other ways that they can do it. They need to add, like... oh, shit, I didn't even realize we were on bugs. Like, I agree with you. I love how amazing it is to walk around an SM2 level or a Darktide level, but I think that's why if someone was going to ask me, like, why does it feel this way? I think that's what I would tell them. It's because of that difficulty to add content in the 40k universe. There's, like, a really high expectation of, like... oh, that sucks. I think leaving and coming back is better than having to be invested in a game a long time. Less chance of burnout. Sometimes... well, that's the thing with burnout, is that the opposite can also happen. Right? Some people don't recognize it's time to leave, and then they get burnt out. Right? That happens in Hd2 all the time. It's a live service game thing. Live service games are kind of marketed to you that it could be the only game that you play. Sometimes players don't take the hint and leave. And then they get burnt out. I think they don't have enough money to release content more often. Really? You think it's money? Huh. Wait, what? How'd that guy just shoot me? Who just lit me on fire? So confused. Deep Rock Classic Rogue Core? Yeah, I'm excited for that game. What up, Loco? A lot of fun games to play, but not as much fun as watch around a Helldivers. I play all the time and enjoy Helldivers. Yeah. Helldivers is... I think Helldivers in large amount strikes a good balance of, like, enough content. Obviously, there's always, like, more, but yeah. Love Helldivers, but that's how I felt. I check in during updates, not as much as before. It's fair. I think most people are like that. In the long run, I think most people will be like that. What's cool about Helldivers is it just keeps getting more people to come in. The adoption rate of Helldivers is really good.
Got it.
I prefer Deep Rock Galactic for like actual map variety. Oh yeah, the verticality of a Deep Rock Galactic map is sick. We won't get a new MO for 24 hours, buddy. There's a really low-hanging fruit in Hd1 content that they can pull from. Feel that drought too. I would not be surprised though, JS Nukem, if they got advice from Sony and Destiny developers, where you can't just pull things from Hd1 constantly, or else it'll feel like recycled content. So being unique with the new weapons is like really important. Like Destiny 1 and Destiny 2, obviously they had that. It's like players eventually can get annoyed with just like recycled content. But I think there's enough difference between HD1 and HD2. They don't have to worry about that as much, but I do think that's maybe a concern of theirs. Adding new rather than just pulling from the past. I can't speak for them, but I would not be surprised if maybe that's why we don't see as much HD1 content. Springing old stuff here and there. Yeah. Nostalgia. I mean, nostalgia is super important. Vast majority of HD players didn't play HD1. For sure. Which helps. And the same is for Destiny 2. But still, people don't love it. Because it's the perception of, oh, we're just getting stuff from the previous game. So there's like a limit of where like it's totally fine. Right? Because even like new players of Destiny 2, they get the same overall impression of it's like you're getting hand-me-downs. I don't think it'll be as bad in HD2 because HD2 and HD1 have so much difference in gameplay, but yeah. I just think they're in that boat where they want to add new alongside old and like keep a balance between the two. It's even worth my time. It's like 2.5 megs. Dude, my Shrieker just did that much damage to me. My god, he headshot me. Primary set? This is Dominator. Maybe serious with Enemy Cavill. I'm excited for that series. I hope it does well. I'm a bit worried that they've had so many problems up to this point. Because the last time we had a bunch of problems with the Henry Cavill situation, we had Witcher. And Witcher kind of went backwards, so I'm worried. We'll see. Can the Dominator destroy Shrieker? Yeah. I mean, basically any primary in the game can destroy Shrieker now. Once upon a time, they couldn't because they needed like Pen 4, but now they reduced it to Pen 1 requirement. Oh, sorry, Pen 1? Pen 1? Pen 2? No, I guess Pen 2 requirement. We don't have bird shot anymore. Yeah, Shriekers and light armor are pretty ruthless. Use the commando. Commando's a great choice. I don't get into politics, but I think that was the problem with The Witcher. Was it? Was that actually it? I know the Warhammer series definitely they were bringing like a real world politics into it. But was that actually the issue? I'm not as familiar with the Witcher situation. All I know is there is a large disagreement with the showrunners versus what they wanted, like from the books. But I thought that was creative decisions rather than politics. I don't have any faith with the Polisher will allow the politics. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is space fascism. Yeah, from my understanding of the Witcher stuff, it was just like they wanted to write in stuff that was just not in the books. I don't think it had anything to do with politics. It was just like there's just things that were not in the books or the game that they just wanted to add for the sake of adding it. When there was like specific things that were already outlined, they wanted to rewrite it, essentially. Played my first level 10 rocket defense mission for spots. Oh my god. Nice. Nice. I need a respawn. Sure, Phantom is one of the more lower accurate demanding there is. Yeah, which is fun. Man, just blood out. It's because I'm one of them. Nice. Nothing wrong with wanting things accurate. Did I get any of them? No, I just got damaged. All three dead? All three dead. When in doubt, just throw two. Deviated his heavily from the source material, so something material isn't even recognizable. Or didn't like this. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Yeah. It wasn't like wasn't anything to do with politics. It was just the showrunners had a different idea and they didn't want to follow the source material. But like with Warhammer 40k, yeah, I mean there's some amount of like real life politics going into it, which doesn't fit into a 40k universe because, I mean, at the end of the day, it's portraying a, you know, an extremist fascist society. So it's kind of weird to enforce modern politics on a story like that. So all media is political? Okay. I mean, it is, but I mean, not to the same extent all the time. What's the Henry Cavill Punch-Tiered live action? Have they said what he's going to be playing in the TV show yet? That's bait. That is definitely bait. But I was wondering if you think I should save my credits for the next war bond or buy an existing one. Well, we're most likely getting a new war bond extremely soon, within the next week or two. I think that would depend on how much you plan on playing the next 2 weeks. And also a question of, would you just be willing to spend $10 on the game if you really wanted the new war bond? Like, would that be okay with you, or would it really eat you up inside if you bought, you know, a war bond now and maybe didn't have enough super credits for the next one? That's kind of like it's a very personal question. Because there's some fantastic war bonds you can grab right now, you know? But we don't know what the war bond's going to be in the next week, right? It could be really good. So many spears, man. There's another bug hole somewhere. There it is. Spent 20 coming back a couple weeks ago, so I figured I would wait to see what Arrowhead has cooked up. That's fair. I think that's totally fair. If you could be patient. But there's also lots of ways to grind super credits. I don't know if you've come across any of the videos or guides, but you turn down the difficulty, put on a movie, and you just do like level 3 missions, and all you do is run around and do point of interest, like sides. As soon as you've like found the vast majority, you back out to your ship, and then you just do it again. You never do the primary objective. And doing that with an FRV and a backpack and light armor, and if you can find a friend to also do it with, you can get like several hundred super credits an hour, right? You can get upwards of like 300 to 400. Now, that being said, obviously, you're not exactly progressing in other ways in the game while you're doing that. So if you wanted to get lots of super credits while also playing the game naturally, Illuminate missions are the best. Illuminate missions are fantastic for super credits per hour while also still getting XP and samples and stuff like that. And the reason why Illuminate missions are better than other ones is because the city's layouts make it very easy to find a lot of super credits if you know what you're looking for. The yellow beam ships, you know, little drop pods are awesome, very easy to find. You have bunkers as well, and then you have shipping containers, which have bunkers, like little other shipping containers that you can break into. So you can find a lot of super credits in Illuminate cities. Bug cities are more infrequent, and they're all honestly harder to get super credits out of because they're just harder cities. So it is pretty damn appealing, Nathan. But you know, if you want to progress in other ways while also, you know, getting super credits, Illuminate missions, trust me. And just go out of your way while you're like driving around your FOV in the city. Look for these yellow beams. You look for those bunkers, and you know, look for shipping containers and see if there's any shipping containers within them that you can break into. It's fantastic, right? While also still getting your samples and your XP and your credits, right? And you're still getting medals, right? A nice side effect of doing super credit farming also, though, if that's what you want, is you get a lot of medals that way. From like supply caches and stuff like that. And if you're wondering why you only do level 3, is because if you go higher, rare samples start spawning inside the caches, so it hurts your odds of getting super credits. Ooh. Bug City. Yo, up, Sky. Good morning. Is the noise of Dominator? Damn right. Is the new War Bond good enough then, I guess? Yeah. I mean, it's... There's a good chance. I mean, their last couple war bonds have been absolute bangers. I think they've started to really get into a stride at like how to design their war bonds. So I'm pretty excited to see what they come up with.
Open to ashes.
Should get like 1 super credit extra from pickups when going to difficulties. Are you just talking about like on higher difficulties you should get more super credits? Yeah, we asked them about that actually. And from what I remember in the conversation, it was like a conversation of not wanting to disrupt the status quo, because they feel like they're in a pretty good spot right now. At least that's the impression I got from the conversation. They're in a pretty good spot right now. But also, they don't want to like destroy it and all of a sudden like, you know, the best way to get super credits would be the hardest missions, because that would alienate people who are not as good from getting a lot of super credits. Right, and then there's like side effects of like, well, if they buff doing harder missions, giving more super credits, you run into the problem of like, then you have an economy of there's too many super credits floating around, and then people are like even less incentivized to spend money on the game, which then really hurts them in the long run. So I think at the moment this super credit system is quite fair. So I don't think they really have to touch anything. That ball titan puke through its leg. Yeah, they do that.
Je demande une sentinelle. Objectif repéré.
Guys, glitching out.
Alright, guys, it's gonna blow. Get out of the way.
Did you guys receive 55 medals for war bonds? For the demo, we failed the demo. We didn't get it.
Marqueur sur la carte. Nord, à 300 mètres.
Do new players have to pay SC for Helldivers mobiles? No, the first war bond is free for everybody. It's fair, but grinding ruins the war effort, and it's just pure tedium. What is super credits? I mean, they can't give away everything for free, dude. Right? There needs to be some resistance on super credits to incentivize you to possibly spend money on the game that you enjoy playing. Or else, like, all the things that we're getting constantly would be far less, right? There needs to be a middle ground. And arguably right now they have a really good middle ground on super credits. Incentivize the right way of playing? Well, you can just... You just do POIs. The problem is that the meta is to not do it because it's super, like, you can remove your brain, and people like that sometimes, Bullet, right? Because technically, if you play the quote-unquote right way, you're getting a lot more out of the game than just super credits. But if you min-max for just super credits, of course it's not going to be the right way of playing, quote-unquote right way. Right? That'll always happen. There's never going to not be that way. Even if they had more super credits to the highest mission, you're still going to have people play on the highest missions, and then they're going to be quitting out of the game to just get more POIs. Right? Right? So, things of that nature will always happen. People will min-max the fun out of the game. That is gamers' main prerogative. You give enough gamers enough time, they will min-max the fun out of a game to get a goal, which is super credits. Super credits are an awesome example of min-maxing the fun out of it. And that's why I give people the example of, hey, if you want to still play the game normally, play Illuminate. Illuminate are really good super credits per hour. Really good super credits per hour while playing normally, right? Bots and bugs, not as good, but, you know, still fine as well, as long as you have, you know, you're convincing people to go do POIs. I spent war bonds earlier this week on Twitch. My user... Oh, the Glazing... Yo, what up? Yo. Yo. Please remove my brain. Luminates are no fun. I mean, I think they're tons of fun. It's just, if you play them too much, the fun dissipates because they're not as complex as other races. So you can kind of burn out on them. If you get tired of them, just play a different faction, rotate back. Everything in moderation. I agree, it's fair. I have no problem spending $10. Yeah, like, because that's the thing, is that they're trying to find this balance of, like, you know, maybe you buy like maybe every like 2 war bonds or something like that, because in the process of getting one of the war bonds, you'll get 300 super credits back, and then while you're leveling up that war bond, you'll probably get a couple hundred, maybe 100 or 200 more. Right? And then, you know, in between the war bonds releases, you'll probably get a little bit more. So you almost have enough for that next war bond, right? Without even having to pay for it. Or you get that super credit back, right? Do you like Eagle Strafing? Yeah, it's good. It's a good, good stratagem. It has its downfalls, but it's quite good. As like an anti-infantry and then a little bit of anti-armor, it's quite good. I think it shines brightest versus Illuminant and bots. I find on bugs it Doesn't shine as bright because I don't think it's very good against a lot of enemies, especially the harder enemies. Whereas it performs very well on the streets of a city map for Illuminant, and then bots in general tend to be pretty susceptible to strafing, while also having strafing run be very good versus like fabricators. Right? Is that why the squids are constantly moving? Because players are like min-maxing credits from them? No. The reason why they're moving is a story. They're invading planets. They're harvesting the planets of humans to get more dark matter. And then they're sending that dark matter to Meridia. And then they're just moving to other planets because they need more humans. You instantly remove a horde of vote list like it's nothing. That's the point of the horde, though. The vote lists are supposed to be just like zombies in, like, you know, any game, or they're supposed to be like scavengers. Scavengers are hunters. They're not particularly lethal, but they're there to push you around while you try to deal with the threatening enemies, such as harvesters and overseers and such. That's the point. Like, put you under pressure, right? They're not supposed to be hard to kill. And it's supposed to be satisfying to kill lots of them, right? And I think they do that very well. They're very satisfying to kill lots of them. It's fun. But there definitely needs to be more Illuminate forces, right? That's what we were talking about earlier. The variety of combat is lacking in Illuminate missions right now. But they know that. They're going to add more. The only gripe is that, like, new players and returning players, the more war bonds they add, make it harder for those players getting into the game. I was told that in HD1 they bundled war bonds together, like they had bundles essentially, and I believe they'll probably do something similar in this game. Eventually, like, a bunch of war bonds will just be like bundled together, right? Or like when you buy a copy of the game, it'll be including a bunch of war bonds that were already there, right? I'm sure they know that. I'm sure they know that. So, like, imagine, like, Steel Veterans, Democratic Detonation, and Cutting Edge will just be, like, one war bond, essentially. And it'll be 1,000 super credits, right? I suspect it'll be something, like, along those lines. Ready when you guys are.
Go.
I think folk don't like fighting Illuminate because they don't feel like you're making an impact. Like, they don't have territory, and it's defending against a Grill army. They do have an impact. Every time you defend a planet of Illuminate, you're slowing down the Meridia Black Hole. And that is communicated within the game. So, I mean, if that is a concern of yours, they have addressed that. I mean, that's how they're designed. The vast majority of people just don't play Illuminate anymore because they're burnt out on it, right? I've spoken to a lot of people. They're just bored of Illuminate because nothing's changed since they've come out. It's always a city map. They're a relatively easy faction to kill. And there's not much variety to, like, the enemies, so your loadouts typically are the same. There's not too much variety going on. Like, city maps are great, but city maps are also bad because they don't add much variety, because all the missions feel so similar. Like, if you took a poll of, like, why most people don't play Illuminate, it's probably just because they're burnt out, right? They've already played it too. They've played them so much and they haven't added anything to them, so they're just kind of like, you know. How many people know, or how many people would like this? But I would suggest anyways. Would you like to make, like, a separate role in your Discord for those who play Space Marines, so that we could, like, tag those to play together? We have our own chat, but it's a bit different. Sure, I mean we can do that. We were thinking about doing that for Helldivers or for Space Marines, but the worry is that if you have control to ping everybody in Space Marines of that role, it'd be a little dangerous. So we'd probably have to make it like Space Marines LFG or something like that role. I can look into that though. I can. Did I just play a game with you? Maybe.
Hello, Charlotte.
Chat, I'm gonna quickly just go to the washroom. But yeah, Tig, I can look into that. I'll look into that. See if I can do that easily. Some kind of LFG system for you guys. I'm just gonna go washroom chat. Be right back. BRB. Washroom break. You gotta eat poop fap shit. It's a good time. I'm gonna play a quick ad so it doesn't play later. So, we're back. Ad break. Hey, just play with you. Thanks for joining the ship. Oh, what up? Also, I'm streaming. Sorry. Oh, is that who you were talking to? That's funny. Ah, dude, every once in a while I could hear you talking to me. I was like, I'm so confused. Fine. When Carty dropping? What? I don't know what the hell that means. Is that English? I have no idea what you mean by that. people voting to keep the DSS here? They are. They are. Okay. It's a good planet. I don't blame them. Did anything special happen? Basically the same thing as last time. We did get a new video, which had some stuff in the background. It's probably gonna be on Reddit or on the Discord. People are discussing it right now. But largely the same effects, right? Mourning the loss of the planet. We're not gonna get an MO for the next 24 hours. Nothing too special. No new ammo for the new week. Like I just said, we will get the ammo in most likely like less than 24 hours now. There's a state of mourning just like the last time. So they always take 1 day of mourning and then we'll get our ammo afterwards. Are we going to come out with the harder Helldive, like difficulty 11? I'm not sure exactly what their plan is on like what the order is, but they added more difficulty, but in different ways. Like when we went into the Gloom, those planets had boosted spawn rates of enemies, so it essentially kind of felt like a harder mission. And then they also had the Predator variant that they added, which was a harder variant that added a lot more difficulty to bug missions. So they might necessarily not add a difficulty 11. They might just add strains like that in the future. So for people that want the extra difficulty, they can do that. Now, you and me both were both like, but why'd you remove it? If you're thinking that, I'm with you. I'm saying the same thing. I don't know why they removed it. It feels really weird to me that they removed both of those things. Like, keep at least one of them to keep people interested. It just seems... It seems weird that they removed both of it. It was... I don't know. Every content creator is saying the same thing. And the largely the response that we're getting is story. Cinema. Right? So, which I get, and I respect that they're trying to tell a story here, and that's why they're coming and going, but... Like... It's really difficult when you add these like awesome things to the game and then you take them away so shortly after. I can't agree with that. I don't think that is the right strategy. All right. I don't know what the hell's happening right now, but that looked a little weird. The bugs do be bugging right now. Is that guy dead or alive? I think he's dead. Oh god. What is wrong with the game right now? There's something very wrong with the game. I joined, I think, when someone else was leaving, so I think there's some like weird desync. It looks like it's getting better, but that's a little weird. I feel like the new bugs were around for a weekend. I think they were 4 or 5 days. And then Gloom was there for, I think, 5 to 7. I don't remember the exact timeline. So. Limited mind control. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's it. So, anyways. I'm hoping that they hear our feedback, and in the future, when they add Predator Strain, they keep them around for longer so we have more time to have fun with them. Like, it just... didn't feel right for them to be there for a small amount of time and then immediately leave. Maybe keeping them for at least another week or so would have been, you know, give us more time, you know? Had a weird bug this morning. We were blocked at the door with a pelican and can't extract. Where were you blocked from? Like, was the pelican door not open, or was there a body in the way, or? Or was it just like an invisible wall? Me and a friend tried the Sparta loadout. Nice. Cool. We became them. It was open. We were glitching like invisible wall. Yeah, sometimes I think the reason why that happens is like a desync. And the corpse of a body is in the way, but you can't see it. But it's probably visible for someone else. Probably the person who's hosting the lobby. I'm missing. It happens particularly with some enemies more than others. Like for like Hulks and stuff like that. Seems to happen more. Dude, what? His butt should have died like 5 shots ago. What's happening? Because I was missing. Oh my god. I didn't know it was a third. Didn't hear him. No sound. I played Lost Planet. I really liked Lost Planet. I see a decent amount of inspiration in this game from Lost Planet, I think. Which is kind of cool. Sometimes Charger's really sneaky. Sometimes their audio just does not play properly. I don't even know where I died. Oh, I'm over there. Should have a system where you can like blow up courses to bits. You can kind of do that with some bodies in this game, but not all. Is there a gigantic bug chasing you? Nah, because we had high ground above him, he couldn't see us, I think. He actually only aggroed us a couple seconds ago. It's kind of funny. He was actually just like walking around normally, ignoring us. He didn't want to catch these hands. What? God's here. Hope they include the normal charger and Scout Strider and D10. We've talked about this before. I don't think they need to be there. Because the regular charger is just a Spore charger. Right? And Scout Striders would just make D10 easier. Without adding really anything other than, I guess, slightly more enemy variety, but it's like, I don't know. Just making the game easier. Damn, look at that booster doing work. Personally, I'm a huge fan of the Spore Charger, so it doesn't make me miss the old Charger at all, because I like the Spore Charger so much. How frequently are ICBM bile spewers? I don't remember how many constellations there are now. You can probably look up the updated list. Instead of it being like a total of like, I think up to 3 constellations per mission type, I think it's closer to 5 now. Variations. So there's just a lot more variety. But I'm not sure what the percent chance is. Because it's possible they could be weighted differently. What the hell was that? Man was spewing out a bug breach while jumping somehow. That was wild. Yeah, it was a city, so I was like wondering if that had something to do with it. Yeah, this was happening before they added city maps, so. Well, thank you for thinking along with the whole GPU discussion. Yesterday I installed my new GPU and it runs smooth as hell. Fuck yeah. The 7800X XT. Nice. Yeah. Good GPU. Glad you enjoy it, dude. Hell yeah. Happy to hear it. My favorite thing is when the Alpha Commanders call in reinforcements no head. I never liked that. I feel like Dominator should have heavy pen but less ammo. I'd like it to see a variant with that. I think that'd be cool. I think that'd be a really neat idea. I mean, when I was, you know, at Arrowhead, I was talking to them. One of the suggestions I had for a weapon was a bolt action sniper with pen 4. But along the same thought process, a Dominator, a higher caliber Dominator with even higher pen would be interesting as well. If we have a heavy pen sidearm, we should definitely have a heavy pen primer. As long as they keep the ammo low and maybe like the shots per minute low, I think it'd be totally fine. Or just make the Eruptor weapon. I've heard that suggestion quite a bit, but personally I always felt like it removed the uniqueness of the Eruptor, and then you get into a very odd position when you're using the Eruptor, because often when you're using the Eruptor, you actually miss on purpose, so you can get AoE damage from the explosive and the shrapnel, right? So if all of a sudden you start giving it pen 4, it feels like an odd variation on it, because then you're like not using it the way the original identity of the weapon was. And then you can give the shrapnel pen 4, but that might be an overtune, honestly. And it could result in some pretty crazy things, I bet. upgrade the plasma and slug shotgun. I'm hoping that they do both, for sure. The plasma punisher for a while now has felt pretty lackluster, and obviously the slugger has felt lackluster as well. Absolutely. Or different ammo, like the autocannon. Sure. That could be an issue. Like they have an armor-piercing slug, essentially, that you fire. But I would just say once again, why don't you just make that a separate weapon? Right? Like a separate primary weapon. Keep the eruptor the way it is, and then just make a new primary weapon that solves that pen 4. Right? More variety. God, the rounds on this thing are so slow. This one, the slugger open crates. I honestly think they could add that back without any problem. I think it would be actually pretty fair. Like, I understand why they removed it originally. Because the slugger was in a position where it's just like far above the other weapons and just did something that other weapons couldn't do. Full stop. But we're in a position now that like so many weapons can do it, right? So I think it could be added back. Plasma sniper needs it the most. That was one that I most recently mentioned to them. That I'd love to see changes to the plasma sniper. Hey, maybe in the next patch. We are due for like that semi-monthly like balance patch, so we'll see. We'll see. Maybe our prayers will be answered as well. There's gas prevented bug breaches. I remember doing that on release, but they changed at some point. What? Because, like, gas at release didn't have any CC effect. It was literally just green fire. It didn't prevent bug breaches. Not that I'm aware of. If it just killed the enemy, sure. I mean, I guess it prevented it. Old wives' tale. The Mandela effect. Hd2 has had many Mandela effects. A little bit excited for the dark side update. Hope it's not broken. Yeah, it's like people shooting the fire tornadoes with the incinerator breaker. Yeah. A classic. A classic. Correlation does not equal causation. Just because you shot at a fire tornado did not mean that was the cause of why it stopped. Maybe I'm wrong. I still wish it did that, though. So you're just saying, like, if an enemy is under the effects of gas, they wouldn't be able to call in a bug breach? I can see where you're coming from. I don't think it's necessary, though. Because gas at the moment is pretty insane. So, I don't know if gas really needs that at the moment. If in the future, like, other things, like, you know, are so powerful that gas starts feeling bad again, You know, that would be an awesome one to add to it. It's just gas is so insane right now. I'm just like, eh.
Annulez-moi ça. Arrête. Colis envoyé. Tunnel rempli d'insectes. Je demande une envoyer un aigle.
The hell is this shit? What are they doing over there? They're just massaging. I'm gonna call it in, guys. But I won't get on. I think they're just sitting there. Aww, dyslexia. My brain saw this right arrow. I thought for sure it was right arrow.
Je marque la position. Demande une sentinelle. Demande de soutien aérien. Je demande une réanimation.
Arrivé dans 1 minute et 30 secondes.
Arme de soutien.
Double cat stream. She's a cutie pie. Good timing.
Arrivé dans 1 minute.
Marqueur sur la position.
Oh. The barrel! Oh, I might be dying here.
Arrivé dans 20 secondes.
Colis envoyé. Colis reçu. Je marque la position au sud.
Just gotta dip in, get the timer reset, then dip out.
Atelier sud, à 200 mètres.
Arrivé dans 10 secondes. Évacuez la zone d'atterrissage.
Set the timer again. Here, we can even get it. Oh, I ran out slightly too early. There we go. Now run away. We'll get the Pelican to hover a bit, help us with this bug breach. Wait, no, my teammates ran in. God damn it. Never mind. My damn teammates ran in, caused it to land. New game included the Monster Hunter game. Yeah, you told me. That's a great addition. I mean, I should have told my teammates not to run in, but it is what it is. How does that trick work? So basically, when you're looking at the top right hand corner, when it's telling you the time, you want to exit the 50-meter radius around the like call-in beacon at that like 0-0, right? Right when it says it's coming in for a landing, you then go in and you like run away from it 50 meters out. There's a 50-meter circle around it, and you step out of it. right? And when you do that, the Pelican will come in and just hover there, shooting at everything in the vicinity, like 100 plus meters away, which is extremely powerful. But as soon as you walk within the radius, the 50-meter radius, it'll come in and land. So the problem there was my teammates decided to run in as it was coming into land, so... I'll explain it. They act like they understand. They just run to extraction anyways. Yeah, it unfortunately stops working if the timer hits 0. I have noticed that before, Jason Nigam. I also said the same thing. Where are the sand twisters? I wonder what they were supposed to be, like a ragdoll machine. I do remember reading that, and I was curious if we'd ever get that planetary effect. Partnered with follower only chat for real? Yeah, what's wrong with it? Not a very big barrier to entry. You click the button and you can talk. If you don't feel like talking, you don't follow. It's okay. Is there a problem? No, you gotta follow and then like you gotta follow for the rest of your life or something. Wouldn't you want someone to be able to interact a bit first before deciding to follow? No, because you have instances of people that just come in to cause a muck, right? Reducing the barrier, like increasing the barrier to entry just even slightly can stop a lot of those people from like just being assholes. But also, like, a lot of people just forget to follow, right? A lot of people forget to follow on Twitch and just in general. But it's like, it's just a button press, right? Like it's not a huge barrier to entry. And then you can always unfollow when you're done, right? You'd be surprised the difference in like putting on follower only mode than not having follower only mode as far as like amount of people that decide to actually follow the channel, right? A lot of people just forget. So this is a way to like help them remember. So they're more likely to come back. But also, like, because we don't put a time limit on it, it's not a big deal, right? Like, you just hit the button, you follow for a second, and then you unfollow later if you do not like me, right? That's fair if you don't. Stream's not for everybody. Yeah, exactly, Octavia. You said it well. Got any other questions? Rock Fist Gaming? Bring in the 1 hour? Ah, no, fuck that. I hate going to a channel, you follow, and you try to type, and it's like 1 hour timer. I'm like, ugh. Especially when I want to ask a question, right? I follow just to say this, but it also stops bot spamming. Sure, true. Yeah. Yeah. You would be surprised. There's a lot of bots that you get that don't know how to deal with the follow button. Ain't that what moderation tools are for? For bots? You realize how easy it is for bots to, like, change the way they type something to get around that, right? Like, people spend their entire day because all they do is sell bots to people, right? Like, moderation tools only go so far. Putting a barrier to entry, just hitting the button, is not that bad. Hell, you managed to do it, Rox, so I'm sure everybody else can. It's not that... It's easy. Like, what's your actual problem with it, Rock? I'm just curious. Like, what's got you so bothered about it? Aw, thanks, Tig.
Motherfucker.
Appreciate it, dude. I told you my issue with it. You probably don't like my answer. Wait. So your issue is that... Sorry, what? Can you re-clarify? Because your original comment was, wouldn't you want people to interact with you first before following? Is that it? You just don't think I deserve your follow? Maybe just watch the stream for a while, then follow if I deserve it. Why do you need to conversate with me to then feel like... You know, if you could just watch. You don't have to follow to watch the stream. Don't take the bait. This is good content. I like this. I'm having fun. I'm having fun with this. Give people a chance to get to interact directly to get to know them. They can. Just hit the follow button. Or just watch the stream. What's the big deal? If I want to broadcast, I'll hit the button myself. Wait, are you an AI? Wait, what? Like, did you like what? Like, do you realize how many more buttons you've put into my chat to like talk to me and get angry about this rather than just like hit the button and unhit the button, you know? Like, it's like you could now go into like over 100 people's chats and click the follow button and interact with them, right? I raise a basic issue and you want to belittle me. It when I haven't been disrespectful, profane in the slightest. Well, I mean, your first comment was partnered with follow only chat for real, right? Like, great deal of judgment there, man. It's my stream at the end of the day. Like, I feel like I have the freedom to set it the way I want, and I had my own reasons, and I had a respectful conversation with you. But you don't want to accept that, right? You can't accept my reasoning for it. And then when I tried to press you on, like, what exactly your reason is, now you're just getting upset, and then you even insult me. Like, yeah, I called you out for AI, because I'll be honest, it felt like I was getting an AI conversation. But thank you for the content. Appreciate you. And Tig, thank you for the, thank you for the gifted sub, brother. I'm sorry. Sorry about that, guy. What are you gonna do with some people's kids, you know what I mean? Do I want to do that? I don't know what primary I want to do. Do torture. And then we'll do... I don't know what I want to do. Something like that. It's fun.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Bubble! Thank you so much, Bubblehead. Thanks, dude. I appreciate you. That's very kind. Welcome. Thanks so much for the tier 1. I forgot I'm a mod. I can't be toxic. I normally am. Yeah, I mean... Let me butt heads with them. I have fun with it. It's like mentally stimulating at times to talk to brain rot. You know? And then I'll just time them out if I find they're just, you know, it's going nowhere. I need to use my other account. Oh, God. How are you, Blank? How are things? I've never had a person like that got so upset about follower only chat. Like, I get getting upset about follower only chat if like there's a huge timer on it though. Like, cause like I get that. Like, follower only chat when there's like an hour or 2 hour timer sucks. Like I understand why people do it. A lot of people do it because they've been like, you know, brigaded before. You know? Right? There's those people that like have like had like, you know, bot spams and stuff like that that like really affect the stream, and you know, it's not fun to get harassed at all. Sometimes you want to just chill on stream, you don't want to deal with harassment. So I get it. It just, but like, that's the one I would have a problem with. But even then, I'd understand where they're coming from if they just gave me a reason. That guy just didn't want to accept my reason. He just wanted to be angry. I don't know. I get upset with verified only chat. Yeah, that is an option. That one is like the next step where you can require a phone number to be associated. Now, I'll be honest, I see why some people do it though. And it's because it, 1, stops botting, 2, stops people who have already been banned, right? So hate watchers are a thing, and hate watchers can definitely destroy a chat or a streamer's like good time, right? Because if you don't have the verification, it's so easy to just make another account. It's very easy. So there's some bad actors out there that can really ruin things for people. Imagine hate watch, dude. There's a lot of people out there that hate watch, and some people don't even realize they're hate watching. Like, I've run into quite a few people, you know, over the course of like streaming for years, where you run into people and they don't realize they're a hate watcher, right? They think they like watching your content, but they're constantly always being like a very abrasive individual that like constantly like disagrees or like gets angry or just like doesn't want them to do certain things. And they don't like realize that, you know, they would just be happier if they went to a different channel. And it's hard to communicate to those people like, hey man.
I hate watching. Maple you sweat.
I hope you're not. Thank you for the tier 1 8 months. Welcome back. Nitpicking everything and starting a fuss. Exactly. They're out there, right? Like, and they just don't realize that, you know, they are hate watching, right? Like, it's okay to like disagree with me and like stuff like that. It's just, if it's like a super common occurrence where we just don't see eye to eye on something and it like really bothers you and you have to then express it and stuff like that, like at that point we're just men for each other. Got a response about my Twitch, my VPN issues. They told me please refrain from behaviors such as chat ban evasion in order to avoid this happening in the future. Yeah, so that's just like, so you're actually right. They just thought you were ban evading. That's weird. the system's a bit too sensitive and just thought you were ban evading. Interesting. Hi, when is the new War Bond will be released? Most like a week or two would be my guess. That's my current guess. I don't actually know the date. That's my guess. Did you try the new drones as grenade? Oh, the secret grenades? They're okay. They're okay. They have their moments where they're okay. I would rather use other things. I think they're extremely cool, but largely they don't do enough damage, and very often they will not feel as impactful as like just taking a normal grenade. But they can do some like cool things, like you can like throw them behind a charger and then ping the charger, and then it will swoop back down and like attack it from the rear. So if you throw enough behind a charger, they'll blow up the butt of a charger. But it's like you're usually taking like at least 2. Thank you. No worries. You know what the new fad is now, I realize? What's the new fad? I'm sure 90% of the answer is AI generated. Oh, for the support? Yeah, they might add like a sentence to personalize it to you, but the majority of it is probably like pre-written. Yeah. Yeah, 100% Octavius. No doubt. Would love if they would be able to kill bug holes. They can, they're just not very good at it. Like, what you could do is you throw it and then ping the bug hole. It will fly towards it and kill it. It's just... you need like a... It's just very annoying to do. Because if you throw it too close to yourself, it'll like face the ground and start hovering around you. Like, it's odd. I don't think I can do an ad break, even if I wanted to. Oh, I can. No, I can't. It won't let me. I think an ad break played during that last mission, unfortunately. But thank you for trying to remind me. Thank you kindly. Because I should be doing more ad breaks while we're in the ship, so they don't play during gameplay. I need to make sure I do that more often. Because it sucks when there's an ad break during gameplay. Ping throw, does that work? I found the best way was just like distance. Distance was the important part to make it work. But maybe if you ping first and then throw at close range, it'll be more reliable, but yeah. No new major order yet, appealing. We have like a 24-hour pause on the campaign, I guess. We'll get it tomorrow. It's a lot of bird commanders, dude. Oh, shit. I don't have a very good loadout for this, unfortunately. Do a major order. No, we failed it. Too many kills necessary. Can you player throw them and have them hover around you? As long as no enemies get close to you, yeah. I think it's a 50-meter radius. So far, my loadout has a couple of issues. Is it okay to play with 60 FPS? Yes. Be confused by the question. Why wouldn't it be?
Pourrais-je te terminer une détruite?
Only one who misses new mini games and riddles while working on terminals. Imagine it get harder and harder, the difficulty. I meant to go back. What was that question about gas? Someone was talking about gas and wanting to close bug holes. Who was that? I believe I was distracted by that person saying things. A calculus terminal? Oh, Jesus. I don't want to have to remember my calculus classes. Please, no. This is a PvE immersion shooter. Having a lower FPS is totally normal. Yeah, could the FPS be better in this game? For sure, but because it's such a PvE focused game and the visuals are still quite nice, largely it doesn't have that much of an impact. It's not like you're playing a Twitch shooter or something like that. It's like super high mobility or something like that. So largely it does not bother me at all that I sit at 70 to 80 FPS. If you play solo, you will get more FPS though. You could easily top into the hundreds. I'm also playing at max graphics at higher than native resolution. Right? Like, I can get more FPS if I wanted to. Wonderful set. Yeah, it does look nice.
Stratagème critique disponible. Stratagème nécessaire à l'objectif maintenant est disponible.
Bring back the 4 FPS stream. Oh god. Do you remember when we turned the graphics down to absolute minimum? We were streaming in like 120p in the game. Oh man. Is there a noticeable difference? I get a higher FPS, but because I'm more CPU limited, I find the frame rate to be less stable. So I actually prefer it with super sampling, not only because it looks better, but also because the FPS is more stable. Being GPU limited does in fact help in that regard. It's why most people say that it's better to be GPU limited than CPU limited. Because the frame stability is a lot more consistent. So with my setup, going to super sampling does, like, I'll lose like 5 to 10 average FPS, but the frame stability is like way better. Like my 1% lows and the jitter is reduced. What about ultra superset? Well, I think that's a little too high. Essentially, super sampling is, I believe, playing the game at 4K. I forget the multiplier, but on the frame rate it's trying to achieve, but I believe it's something like that. Frame time is usually more important than FPS. Usually. There are instances where FPS is more important, you know, especially when you get into like high frame rates. And then depending on the person, some people just don't really notice bad frame times. I've noticed. But yeah. Frame times are very important. Having a consistent frame time is very important. Like somehow some people just don't notice jitters sometimes, right? Like stuttering. And I'm like, how? It's so obvious to me, but that is what it is. I still know people that say, like, they upgrade to a 144 hertz monitor and they did not notice the difference. And I am still convinced to this day they did not set up the monitor properly, so they were still playing the game in 60 FPS or 60 hertz. Like, I had like a 20-minute discussion. It's probably even longer, trying to like go through a checklist of making sure they set up everything right, like the right cables and, you know, the right settings on the monitor, the right settings on Windows, the right settings in the video control panel. And apparently they did everything. So I'm like, how do they not notice it? And then I'm like, I mean, this person isn't like old, right? They're not like 90 years old or something like that. But I'm like, I wonder if there's something like physical that I've never run into a person like this. I've never heard of a person like this, but I started to wonder. I was like, is there some, like, what could possibly be the reason for this? How do you not notice it? I had a friend who made that mistake several months. Yeah, it's pretty common, actually. You'd be surprised. It's pretty common. Like, people, like, don't know how to set up their monitor or don't know that, like, you know, the cables are relatively quite important for a monitor, and you can actually use the wrong cable and it affects the performance of your monitor, right? But typically, just use the cables that came in the box, and you're more than fine. I still remember of that from time to time. 210 hertz is harder to notice than 144. Oh, for sure. Yeah, the diminishing returns is massive on frame rates, or refresh rates. But if you know what you're looking for, or if you're more sensitive to it because you've been playing at a higher refresh rate for a longer period of time, it's more noticeable. So, like, I have a 240 hertz monitor. When I first got the 240 hertz monitor, I noticed it, but I didn't notice it as much as I thought. But then I went back to 144 hertz for a while. It became very noticeable. Very noticeable. The difference was actually quite, like, astonishing. I didn't realize it was that big. I thought it would, you know, be a very similar thing. But you get used to a certain refresh rate, and when you remove that, it can be very noticing. Good night, Blank. And he woke you up? Oh no. I noticed it when it gets below 120. No. I was just surprised I noticed it from 240 to 144. I didn't think I would notice it as much. But yeah. It's one of the reasons why I've warmed up to frame gen in general. That added smoothness. Especially when you're at a higher frame rate already when you're starting out. It's nice. I never reached 240 on it in 4K. Yeah, unless you're using frame gen or something like that, or you're playing a particular game. It's one of the reasons why I also hope that more people start to understand frame gen in the future. Because I think the tech is actually pretty sick. It's just a lot of people use it in the wrong context. Especially with the more modern implementations of frame gen to reduce system lag even further. It's quite nice. What's the delay on the grenade? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, I think we should have started when it fucking started spewing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I believe it's around 8 seconds. I think I was a little slow on counting, but I believe it's 8 seconds. From the fuse actually going off, right? Having a higher refresh rate monitor helps if you have lower FPS. Like if you have 240, you can kind of disable G-Sync, V-Sync, since you don't really see the broken frame issues anymore. Yeah, but I really don't see the point in disabling G-Sync. V-Sync, sure. I can understand that, but G-Sync? I don't see the point of that, because if there's any variability in frame rate, it'll smooth out that experience a lot for you. Not just the frame tearing. If you've got G-Sync, you should disable V-Sync. Depends on where you read. If you go to Blur Busters, they have a really good setup tutorial where you actually enable VSync in your NVIDIA control panel, but not in game. In rare instances, G-Sync can cause issues. Yeah, very rarely. So you should not enable VSync in the game, but for G-Sync, you should enable it in your control panel. Don't use fast sync or anything, just use G-Sync or VSync. But a lot of people get the wrong impression of VSync also. A lot of people just think of it as like a really bad setting. But historically people think of it that way, but I think a lot of people just don't understand how VSync works. Sure, Gemini. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing a competitive game, sure. But you probably are already uncapping your frame rate, and your frame rate is probably going higher than your FPS anyways. So at that point, G-Sync is not even running or working, so it doesn't even matter. But, I mean, yeah, I think it's pretty obvious, yeah. I mean, if you're a competitive gamer, frame tearing shouldn't even bother you. So, I mean, because you're probably playing the game at 400 FPS anyways, so it's not a big deal. Frame cap, 3 to 4 under. Setting a frame cap is very important. Just below your monitor's refresh rate. But I guess if you are in a situation where you're playing a competitive game that has atrocious FPS, which I guess is possible, yeah, disabling G-Sync can be pretty beneficial. What's up with Moradesh? It's gone. Boom, gone. It took a permanent vacation. That's one way to say it. Moradesh gone. F. F's in the chat for Moradesh. G-Sync made me stutter. I disable it. If G-Sync is causing a stutter, that's like a, you know, a one-off situation. W lol. Oh, fuck, the Illuminates are in the chat, dude. Yeah, if G-Sync made you stutter, it's either set up improperly, or it was something else that was causing it to stutter. Or it was just a bad implementation of G-Sync, which happens in games, but it's very rare. Like, it's very rare. Like, I'm impressed you found a game that did that. Kind of rare. Used to have it a lot more like years ago, but they've gotten a lot better at it. Especially, it used to be like when monitor didn't have a G-Sync module. Back when like that was important. Nowadays, you don't need to have a G-Sync module. Hi, Luna. Good morning. Just wanted to come in here and say my boyfriend hates me. Why do I hate you, Annie? What? Because it's not me who hates you. Who's his boyfriend then? Do you have another boyfriend that hates you? Oh, now I can't see chat. I didn't say you were my boyfriend. Okay. See, I knew it. There's some other boyfriend out there. Uh-huh. Hi, Luna. Hello, Luna. Hi, Luna. You're so cute. I wanted to cause some Twitch drama. Oh, we love drama. Drama would. And he loves drama. Any amount of drama. There's she'll be there to devour it. Drama tier list when? What's some A tier drama? Annie's #1 Keemstar fan. Oh no. Drama alert nation. Who's that? Oh, just some asshole who did drama content, but he kind of rushed the drama content too much and would often get stuff wrong and then would have a hard time admitting he was wrong. So, ironically, the drama guy created a bunch of drama. Who would have fucking guessed it? Like, there was an instance where he, like, called out, I think it was Grandpa Gaming, right? I'm pretty sure it was. For being some kind of, like, pedophile. And it was, like, completely false information, but it, like, literally destroyed his reputation overnight for a while. Luna. Luna, you silly girl. You silly girl. Coney 2012, that was S tier. Dude, I remember that one. Drake is a pretty good drama, yep. Hello, Luna. Yes, Luna. Yes. Dun, 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 dun. This is really hard, Luna, with you standing right there. You're so distracting. I demand attention now. Yes, she does.
Arrivé dans 1 minute et 30 secondes.
Oops. Sorry, fork. Dun, 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 dun.
Arrivé dans 1 minute.
Okay, then now you got all the space for your activities. Luna, thank you for hitting the space bar.
Arrivé dans 30 secondes.
Je demande une sentinelle. Il faut une meilleure puissance de feu.
Arrivé dans 20 secondes.
Sometimes I think about Harambe and they just see faces. They're faced. Oh my god. And he just wants all the chin scratches.
Requête approuvée. Déploiement de renfort.
All of them. He was just vibing. Well, he was vibing with a kid in his arm, which kind of freaks people out.
Let's finish this before we leave, or what do you guys say?
Oh, did they not finish that thing over there? Oh, shit. Damn, these guys are having trouble. Is he away from me or towards me? I don't even know where he is. Oh, he's dead now. Thank you, Luna. Luna keeps hitting spacebar for me. She's very kind. She's a very considerate cat. Always just trying to help, Luna. And that's my armpit. Does it smell good? I'll go left. Yeah, you're good. Keep going.
Carte de mission mise à jour.
Il me faut une sentinelle. Affirmatif. Merci.
I didn't realize they were having so much trouble up here.
Possible.
Those explosions were hella cinematic. Yes, they were. Including a cinematic kitten. Oh, so much cinema. 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 Yo, what up, Motor Doc? How's it going? How's the raid? How's the stream? What up, Raiders? Luna is going to see her people. Good day, mate. Hello, 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 hello. Play some Helldivers. Ah, nice. Oh, yeah. Cat, 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 show cat. Unfortunately, she's gone upstairs to probably procure some food. fix my chat. Luna was knocking it around. What a good song. What a good song. I know Stranger Things made it popular again, but this song really slaps. It's very good. So I'm just like cleaning off all the hair on my desk, man. There's so much hair. Ah, that cat. Love her to death. Woof. Top 3 weapons for you now in Monster Hunter Wilds. Bow.
Y'all want to do some bots?
Bow. Bow. Song aged well. Yeah, it did. It aged really well. I just fucking love bow, man. I mean, I'd probably like light bow gun and heavy bow gun, but I'm addicted to the mobility of bow and then like the glass cannon nature. I love playing glass cannon characters in those kind of games, right? Optimizing for damage, but like being very susceptible to damage. Dodging around, being mobile. It's addicting as hell. It activates all the neurons in my brain. If I was not playing bow, I'd probably play like longsword insect glaive. Probably closer to insect glaive. I enjoyed insect glaive quite a bit in the beta, and that was before they added more jumpies. Play dual blades then, Maple. I didn't like dual blades when I played in the beta. Wasn't for me, man. And I didn't like Naruto, so that didn't help. I missed the Space Marine segment yesterday. How was it? The mission's good. I'm looking forward to the boss fight because that wasn't included in the public test. I finally got to play the last update they did where they updated the skill trees. So that was fun. I liked the skill trees are better. The prestige system it's okay. It's a bit confusing though, the way they've implemented it. Like, it's a bit odd, honestly. It seems like you prestige 4 times to get 4 slots, and then there's like 7 total prestige things to slot in. And they're okay as prestige perks go. Some of them are literally just 10% more ammo, and some of them are more impactful. Like the one on tactical is kind of cool. If you miss your tactical scan and it scans literally nothing, you'll get it back. Which is like, yeah, cool. All right. Fair enough. Not bad. You know, I can't really complain about it. But some of them are like more like mundane, honestly. Which is anyways. I thought it was good. What else? Oh, they added more weapons for more classes, which I appreciate. So like Heavy Bolter, for instance, Heavy Bolt Pistol is available on all classes now. Fantastic. I hated the fact that it was only on Assault, because I'm a huge fan of the Heavy Bolt Pistol. It's very fun. The new Inferno Pistol that they added was good, but I mean, it didn't blow me out of the water. But I mean, it's a Melta weapon. Oh, I kind of forgot that we were on bots. Whoops. I 100% have a bug loadout. This is be a bit weird, but okay. Good thing it's a short mission. Don't forget to run ads. Unfortunately, we're desynced right now, Master. So I can't play ads too soon after they play ads. Does that make sense? Like, Twitch literally won't let me. So in that last situation right there, it wouldn't let me. So like I literally couldn't even do it. I wanted to, but I couldn't. But right now we're just out of sync. Maybe after this mission we'll be back in sync so I can start like getting back in. It's just, yeah. Sometimes our missions last 40 minutes and I think it, on average, Twitch is trying to throw out one ad every 30 minutes right now. So it's we're kind of like desynced. Only want to remind you. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to explain why I didn't do it. We'll eventually get him, chat. The builds actually were not that bad on bots, though. Anyways, I don't think I'm going to be jumping into any other weapons on Monster Hunter Wilds. I thought about it, because, you know, that would definitely prolong my playtime on Wilds, but I don't know. I've been feeling it. Maybe when we go back to Wilds, when we get some new content, we'll check out some of the other classes. But like I said, it would probably be Insect Glaive or Longsword. Honestly, maybe even Lance. I was watching a clip from Moxie the other day. And I was like, you know what? I think Lance would also be, unironically, kind of fun. It would be goofy, though. It would be like a goofy fun for me. It wouldn't be like a long time main, but it would be like fun to just mess around with. And then I'd have Dizu to teach me. Because Dizu's our Lance main. When it gets really crowded and something gets grainy, turn the stream, and I know a few times as well. It's like a bitrate. It is literally a lack of bitrate. Yeah. This should get better. It should get better when Twitch finally gets AV1 encoding set up and working. They currently don't have it working yet. AV1 encoding is basically just a more efficient way of doing encoding with the same amount of bitrate. So it'll provide better better quality at the same bitrate. So that should be relatively soon. And we'll get that working. I also, when everything settles down with the 5000 series, I'll most likely be purchasing an upgrade for the stream PC. I wanna get one of the 5000 series GPUs, so I can stream at even a better quality. A little expensive, but I think it's worth it. It's one of those like good investments. There's a lot of cool modes. Yeah. That's the unfortunate part. Is that sometimes the image is just a bit too busy in Helldivers. And it's hard to convey all of that with a low bitrate. That's where YouTube is a bit nicer. YouTube does accept AV1 encoding right now and does accept a higher bitrate. I haven't really experimented with a higher bitrate on YouTube yet. But I think in the near future, I probably will. Chargeblade seems criminally underused. Is it bad in Wilds? No, Chargeblade is like very good, Gully. It's like, I think one of the strongest weapons in terms of like clear times and stuff like that. It's just extremely good. The problem is that the barrier to entry on Chargeblade is very high. it's not an easy weapon to start using. And it usually takes a decent amount of like outside knowledge to get used to it. Right? So it's just a hard weapon to start using. But it's like very good in that regard. Hey Rival, how are you, buddy? Yeah, we'll do the ad now so it doesn't play during gameplay. But hopefully Twitch implements that stuff for AV1 encoding soon. But I have been interested in getting like a 5070 Ti. It has dual encoders on it. It's not too expensive. So that's kind of like the next stream upgrade that I want. Just haven't pulled the trigger yet just because the 5000 series is just having too many issues. Too many issues. That I don't want to deal with at the moment. You know what I mean? I don't want to deal with them. So, we're not dealing with them yet. Charge Blade and Sword Shield are my two beauties. Monster Hunter has a similar feeling to Hd2 in that sense. Feel pride in being good at the game, helping the team, and earning my veteran status. For sure. Oh, so you already know that Charge Blade is like that. Yeah, Charge Blade's the same in Wilds, though. Like, a lot of weapons are just easier to jump into and start playing. You know? What up, Yoshi? For everything I've seen in the 50s, doesn't seem worth upgrading, even though I know through long upgrade. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm in a unique situation where the better encoders on 50 series and getting dual encoders would help quite a bit. Because I'm in the unique situation where, like, I stream to YouTube and Twitch. I can have one encoder doing each thing, and then it has a better encoder than the 40 series, so I can even like get more performance, right? And the stream will look better, even better than it already does. So it's a good investment. Aw, damn! I forgot to put on my ultimatum. Did I throw that right? I did. We're good. Yeah, not saying there's absolutely no case, but overall. Oh yeah, I think for the average person, do not get a 50 series. Try to get yourself a 9070 XT, or try to get yourself a 40 series. Or use cards. What are you using now? Oh, on my stream PC, I have a 4060. I bought that 6 to 8 months ago. I previously had an Intel card because I was kind of like, I was suspecting that eventually we would be getting AV1 encoding faster on Twitch. So I bought like an Intel card some year, it was like 2 years ago or something like that, expecting AV1 support. And that never happened. Like, AV1 support has taken so fucking... Wait, what the hell? Really? Why did I land so far away? Where the fuck did they... Whatever, I'll take this guy out with me, I guess. $7800 XT? No, the 7800 XT is... the AMD in general are not very good at encoding. NVIDIA has a huge advantage in that regard, so I would not buy an AMD card for that. They're at a pretty big disadvantage as a streaming card. What's going on, team? We got 2 recoillesses, so I'm just like, what are they shooting at? When done streaming, it feels like a 5090. Would just be like a second cake with your cake. It's too much cake. The 5090 has like a lot of reasons as a content creator card, because it has dual encoders and dual decoders, which is actually really useful for some people. So if you were doing like a one PC kind of like creator, the 5090 makes a lot of sense in that regard. Takibo, if you know him from the Helldivers section, has a 5090, but he's been telling me that he's running into a lot of problems with this 5090. Anyone ever seen the bunker POI? Bots have barbed wire blocked entrance? Yeah. Yeah, it's rare. I've only seen it a couple times. I don't know when they added it, but yeah, very rare. Yeah, I mean, the 5090's there for people that want to game at 4K and turn up all the bells and whistles and have a huge disposable income. Your average person is not there, you know. What up, Onyx? How you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome back. We're getting better with the software. Mm-hmm. Definitely. But, NVIDIA has a really big lead when it comes to streaming and content creation still. GPUs seem to be getting diminishing returns. Mm-hmm. That's hardware in general, though. Moore's Law is dead. There's still good returns from generation to generation, but compared to older generations, it is a far cry from what we used to get. But like most of the good returns you get from the newer cards are, you know, mostly like more niche things like ray tracing and stuff. Like ray tracing performance and stuff like that have been like, depending on the game, between a 4090 and 5090, you might see somewhere like 20 to, I think in a few games there was like a 40% increase in performance, right? So, and that's without all like the fake frames and stuff like that. That's pure like just getting better at, you know, tracing rays. But if you don't care about that kind of stuff, you know, it's about a 25% increase in performance. Unless you're CPU bound. But that's like 5090. The rest of them are like, what was it, the 4070 to the 5070? They're basically the same performance in many respects. Right? From generation to generation. Very little. Maybe it performs as good as a 4070 Ti, sort of. Close. You know, UFO to crash so we can harvest the tech. What's your opinion? Would it be better to game with like one PC? 7800 XT? The slower second? Are we talking about a stream PC? Is 4070 Super a good beginner card? Absolutely. Especially if you're playing at like 1080p. Maybe 1440p, but you're willing to like turn down a few graphics in like some more demanding games. But if you want to like turn everything up to like ultra, maybe not everything like ray tracing, but 4070 is great at 1080p. Like, fantastic. If you play at 1440p, probably have to adjust some settings to get to your sweet spot, but it's still very good. Yeah, at the moment I'm just doing it all in one. Gotcha. I don't really recommend streaming PCs unless you just have a second PC. Like, if you have the means, like you just have a PC laying around, a stream PC could be great because it just offloads a lot of work onto the stream PC so you can enjoy your game more and you don't have to make as many compromises. Like in some games, OBS doesn't handle it very well on a one stream PC, so you'll have to like limit the FPS and stuff like that. Like when Space Marines 2 came out, there's a lot of streamers that just couldn't stream it on one PC. They're having a lot of performance issues because it was very demanding, right? And that happens from time to time, right? But you don't really have to make those concessions when you have dual PC. But I will warn you, doing dual PC makes everything at least 2 times more complicated. As far as audio routing, visual routing, like everything becomes more complicated. And I don't know if I really recommend that. It's a lot of extra work. My 3080 performs really well at 1440p. Yep, it's a good card. 3080 is still a great card. Still in a really good spot. Probably the next generation's when you're going to start feeling it, but now, that's still great. I have a Penta monitor setup. Yeah, I got a quad. I run 3 on the secondary for my browser, 2 on the primary when I game. Nice. Yeah, I run 2 and 2. The issue is you have 2 PCs, double the problems. Yeah. You don't need double KVM. Nowadays they have KVM switches and stuff like that, or those programs that virtualize your mouse so you can like move it to the edge of the screen and then it recognizes you're doing that. So it will like move the mouse on the other. Like, you ever seen those? It's pretty smart. It's pretty smart tech. I haven't done it. I just have 2 sets, but if you really don't want to have 2 mice. Already got a dedicated audio interface for recording music. Ah, okay, got you. Oh, say you're halfway there. I would just say, like, your 10 series graphics card is a bit outdated for streaming off of it. So what you could do is like pick up a cheap like NVIDIA card, like kind of what I did, a 4060, and just put that in the stream PC. If you were willing to pay that. But what I would do is I would recommend like, you know, making it like a stream goal, you know? And then you could just use the, you know, stream PC to offload performance. Which is cool. You know, it works really well. KVM switches are still hardware most of the time. Input latency. I don't really like them. Second person, I used to use them a lot for the bathroom work. I've never heard of them actually increasing input latency. At least the ones that I've seen other streamers use. Like my friends. But interesting. Anyways, I just have 2 sets. It doesn't really bother me. Maybe high-end ones? No, I'm not sure. Maybe. I've never used quality ones. Okay, maybe that's the difference. I don't know. I'm not sure. I've never actually used the KVM switch, so I never really looked into it. I've just been told things. Budget off streaming. Not doing it for long yet. Still learning about this stuff. Yeah, I would just stream off of one PC for now. I wouldn't worry about it too much. But as far as like long-term goals, I think it's a nice long-term goal to have. Dual PC streaming is it can be quite the fun hobby. Feels like I'm constantly fighting right now. If you just stream less demanding games, it'll be good. Yeah, for sure. Depends on it definitely depends on the game you're streaming. It does make a rather large difference. Stardew Valley will look mint on the Fizzly series. I bet it does. Where's this walking barrage walking to? What the fuck? He like missed. It's walking away from the objective. I thought it was safe walking in that direction. So I thought it was walking towards the base. Alright. It's walking to the middle of nowhere. Perhaps it bounced? Maybe? It kind of looked like he tried to line it up, but maybe. Maybe. What do you think about the Rubberman vs. Bugs? It feels pretty damn good. Siege Ready definitely helps it a lot. If you're willing to use it with Siege Ready, it feels great. The downside of the Rubberman always was like small magazine and poor accuracy, which you don't really need all that much accuracy on bots. Poor accuracy out of the question, and then Siege Ready really helps with that magazine size. So when you do need to reload, got a much faster reload. There's absolutely ways to optimize your single PC streaming. Personally, though, if I'm gonna buy a beefy gaming PC, like for instance, buying a 7800 versus like buying a 9800X3D versus like buying a 9950X3D, right? And then having to buy a second GPU for encoding, you get to the point where I'd rather just separate everything. Because you're still going to run into issues as far as like, sometimes the GPU will be overloaded, especially, you know, if you're trying to do certain tasks or like in certain demanding games, or like a CPU. Sometimes like Windows does not schedule properly and you will have issues there. It can get a little awkward. So, if you got the money for it, I think dual PC streaming makes a lot of sense. It really does. Especially if you have an old PC. Because that's what I do. That's what I've done, right? I'm essentially just using an older PC. That was originally, I bought it for a stream PC because I started streaming like 7 years ago when dual PC streaming was kind of just necessary. You could do without it, but you had to buy a very, very expensive PC to do it, which didn't make any sense. It was cheaper to get a second PC to offload it. Back when NVENC encoding wasn't even worth it. Even. But hey Luna, welcome back. Is the 4070 Ti Super a good card for streaming? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's even got dual encoders. It was one of the decisions I had to make when I was buying the 4060. Because the 4060 has only one single encoder versus the 4070. I think it was the regular 4070. I don't think it had to be a Super that had dual encoders. But, yeah. Use the parts you have for the last computer and like build a stream PC. Exactly. Hey, Luna. What you doing, kitten? Another thing I haven't mentioned is you can have a greater control over everything when you do when you separate to a second PC, which some people may really enjoy. You can have a lot of control over your audio. Yeah, and use an Elgato capture card from the game PC, stream PC. Oh, that's what you can do? Nice. I use an Aver Media. I originally had it on Elgato, but I ran into a lot of issues with it not working very well all the time. It's inconsistent. More stuff, more problems can happen. Mm-hmm. For sure. But, you know, as far as like problems with my setup, I probably run into a weird issue with like a Windows update or just needing to restart both PCs maybe once every 4 months or something like that. For the most part, it's pretty damn consistent. Arguably more consistent than when I single PC streamed. Just because I have everything dialed in. When I single PC streamed, I had to be a Luna. I had to be a little more cautious of like, you know, not overloading the GPU or the CPU. Oh my goodness. I can't see my crosshair right now, so I'm kind of guessing where I'm shooting at times. Luna, stop that. Luna enjoying the game? She is very much enjoying it. She is hugging the screen, essentially. Luna, hey. What you doing, Luna? Luna! She just loves fucking with the monitor. Was just thinking about that when she scratched the screen. She doesn't use her nails, luckily, but it worries me, so I stop her regardless. She doesn't actually scratch the screen. She just puts her paw on there. But I definitely like, oh no, she's just gonna get into the habit of putting her paw on the screen, which will then lead her to scratching it. So, preemptive. Hope they're not $1,000 screens. Not anymore. Now, when I get that OLED screen, hopefully in the future. Oh no, don't do it. Luna?
Excuse me, miss. Yeah, you. Zoom in.
Cat decides to use his PC monitor to scratching post to destroy the screen. Holy fuck. Yeah, trying to stop that. What you gonna get? I'm gonna get one of the Gen 3 OLEDs that actually just came out. I think I'm gonna stick 1440p. I was thinking about going 4K, but I enjoy high refresh rate too much. I just, like, originally, this was like 6 months ago, I was like, maybe I'll just get a 5090 and then I'll go to 4K and I'll, you know, money. But the video has done a fantastic job convincing me not to get a 5090. And not getting a 5090, I don't really want to go to 4K. So, because in order to get the frame rates that I truly deserve and like, I feel like I have to use so much DLSS that I'd rather just play at 1440p and play at a higher refresh rate. So, hey. Luna. Why don't you just lay down? Oh, you want to lay on my stomach? Or my chest? Not my chest. Hello? You have 30 Ti at the moment. Actually fine, but of course needs DLSS or similar in most games. Yeah. I love not having to worry about that, but also I enjoy my high refresh rates in a lot of games. So I'm still too much of a high refresh rate gamer that it just didn't feel right for me. $1080p gang. I highly recommend if you're looking at a 1440p monitor, the prices on 1440p OLEDs are going down over time. And OLED tech is insane. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe there's any 1080p OLEDs out there, huh? So. Pretty much you have to go for 4K or 1440p. Hello, Chaos. Good morning. Oh, hi. Ooh. Are we getting in? There we go. It does look great, but it's OLED, so just doing that also. I mean, 4K is good, you know. 4K is great. If I had to pick between resolution increase or high refresh rate, I lean more towards high refresh rate. So. So that's just where my priorities lie in that regard. But, yeah. Very excited to try it out. Nice cat, thank you. She's a good girl. Hi, Jemsky. How's it going, dude? Buenos dias. Bonjour. Comment ça va? Good morning, Shawarma. That's my favorite shawarma enjoyer. Ça va bien. Oui, oui. So happy it's the weekend? Fuck yeah. $1440p, yeah, I think it's still the sweet spot. If you hate DLSS. I like DLSS, I just like DLAA. I'm not a huge fan of DLSS quality or lower. It often, I don't know. I've used DLSS a fair bit when I go over to a friend's house that has like a 4K monitor. And I just, yeah. I'd rather it be native, or DLA is quite nice. In a lot of games that's implemented quite nice. GG's, homies.
I'm not the party leader anymore because
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is the first game I disabled all DLSS and or AA. Nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, that game was well built. Looks good, but doesn't try to push the envelope too far in terms of graphics. So it's just like it hits the sweet spot. Didn't do any crazy over the top graphics, so it just looks good. If you would recommend a 1440p screen, 27 inches. You can do 24 if you're someone who like particularly sits quite close to your screen. But I think 27 is what most people would agree with. 26.5 I think is another fairly popular one. Any brands? Honestly, there's so many like good ones nowadays. As long as you've heard of the brand before, you're probably fine. I'd recommend just sticking to like brands that you know, rather than, because there's some weird monitor brands out there that have like very unknown names that, you know, you should probably not go for. You'll probably find good prices on them, but that comes with like a lower level of support, you know, maybe some shoddy workmanship from here and there, but you know, there's a lot of them. Like, and don't discount like Alienware, for instance, which is one that a lot of people still kind of discount. It doesn't deserve it anymore. At least their monitors. Alienware monitors are actually quite nice. Looney, okay? What's going on? What's going on, kitten? What happened? Kitten. Getting all jumpy. You jumping bean. What happened? Yeah, it's forced you to go 32 from 27 4K. Yeah, there's a bunch of 4K 27 inches now. Do win the MO now? We failed it. But 32 at 4K still looks really good. But there's a couple out there now that you can play. You can get 4K 27 inch, and the PPI is like really high. So if you sit quite close to your monitor, you can really benefit from it, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh, Luna's gone back to her spot. She's looking at the mouse. Right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Good. All right, let me get this done. What do I want to play? Having a good time. Ad break, I just played it real quick. Any recommendations on a reliable MOBO building a new tower? Same kind of thing with the last one with monitors. Go with the brand that you recognize. And I would not go for the cheapest motherboard they have, but I would also not go for the more expensive motherboards. Nah, hey, don't do that. Because for the most part, the more expensive motherboards, not worth it. You largely get better features, but the vast majority of buyers will not use the features they are paying for with the more expensive motherboards. You get better overclocking support, but you're not overclocking with LN2 or, you know, shunt modding and stuff like that. So largely, the better like motherboards do not benefit you. It actually matters more about which chipset you pick rather than which brand you pick largely. Hey, Una, we're gonna have a problem here. Una, we're gonna have a problem here. Oh god. Yeah, that's a great piece of advice. You do not have to go for the newer chipsets when it comes to AMD or Intel. Usually they will have an older chipset that works with that CPU, and going to the newer chipset largely plays no difference. Typically, it's just like I said, slightly better features. Right? Slightly better features. And it would be like, you know, better access to like, you know, higher transfer speeds on memory and things of that nature. Right? But like most people, not gonna give a fuck about that. Maybe more PCIe lanes slightly. So for the most part, B670 or B650, sorry. Don't go for the cheapest motherboard. Don't go for the more expensive ones. Find a nice middle ground. Maybe find one you like the color of. And you'll be fine. Brand-wise, like I said, stick to ones that you probably know. But you can't go wrong with like MSI, Asus, ASRock. Check the QVL list when you're buying RAM. Since you're going Intel or AMD, you want to aim for the sweet spot of like 6,000 megahertz, you know, 30, 32 CL block latency. So somewhere in that range. But you can check the QVL list that every motherboard has for. And what it basically is, it's RAM that has been verified on that particular motherboard. Right? So they have thoroughly checked it to make sure it works. And you should not run into problems. I mean, it's still possible to run into problems, obviously. But you're unlikely to run into problems if you buy within that QVL list. Yeah, I did also hear that ASRock was having some problems with the 9800X 3D, similar to the 7800X3 and Asus. But it kind of depends on... Oh, I just killed my teammate. I didn't realize he was that close. All bad, bro. Would difficulty 11 be super duper Helldive? Or super Helldive, yeah. Something like that. It's not just ASRock. Oh, I'd only heard from Gamers Nexus that it was ASRock. Or at least they were the only ones I mentioned when I saw the news story. CL30 6000. Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely. A lot of ball titans on this map so far. Is this guy on my side or the other side? I think he's on this side. Come on, teammates. Does no one have AT? Oh no. Where's the guy with fucking recoils? Block song? Yeah, probably. Yeah, it was. When you have X3D dash, the scale of the memory starts to matter more. That's why you start to focus on that over aggregates. Sure. I want to shoot this so badly, I'm going to kill my entire team. I can feel it. I can feel it happening. I just want to shoot it so bad. And 5 is finicky with the RAM. I mean, to be fair, Intel was also very finicky with the RAM. A lot of weird problems on both sides. Alright, so finish that. We'll go north. What are you using to call strats so quickly? My fingers? And experience? I don't do any of that cheating shit where you use like a program. Oh, Maple. You must have changed it to my hierarchies? Yeah. It looks like a stream deck? No. I mean... Mouse? To arrows. That's... If it looked like that, I was just typing it in on my hierarchies. I need to figure out something because I can't call it. You have to do toggle aim, which is annoying. Some people are going to be okay with turning that on. Some people aren't. Like, I hate toggle aim, so I can't do it. Yeah, I'm hoping the devs hear the plight of us gamers that have swapped, and they don't make you have to look out the window to type in the command. But we'll see. I found a way to call stratagems from the FRV with arrow keys for stratagems. I had to modify the config manually. What did you modify? Because you can do it without modifying. You just, if you put it on toggle aim, you're good to go. What did you change? Second on fire. Okay. I don't think he's worried about getting in trouble. Teasing him. Okay. Sounds good. Kind of threw that a little too close, but it's fun.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Time to trap Squidward. Blockade when?
Gencho! Thank you for the 3 months. Gotta block them squids. Thanks so much for 3 months. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Just that day he's gone, he's gonna get another DLC. It's not a DLC, it's like a remaster. And they're gonna add some like a little bit of content to the remaster. It's mostly for consoles, not really for PC as much. Said Broken Road DLC for me. Wait, did they announce another DLC? Because all I saw was they were doing the they're doing the remaster. Did they announce more? And it's basically like there's a horde mode that they're adding as part of this like remaster kind of thing. There's like accessibility stuff. I think there were some visual tweaks. It's basically they're trying to sell you the game that they already made because they feel like it undersold. Permadeath horde, yeah. So you went input settings config file. I added a new bind to the aim key, left alt. That way you can lean out with left alt. Oh, so you just have a dual bind for aim. Gotcha. That's actually really smart. That's a very smart idea. Very smart. Cool. Kind of wish the game had that by default. Dual binds are always really nice on PC. Very useful. For exactly that situation. That's awesome. Good thinking. Wish the game sold better. Such a nice piece of design content. I didn't like it very much. I didn't play it on console. I played it on PC. Like when it came to PC, and I didn't play very much of it. How long did I play it for? 4.6 hours. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I should have enjoyed it, but I just didn't. I want to say it had something to do with like I didn't enjoy the story. It just didn't capture me, and then the gameplay, it didn't really capture me either. Also, not a huge fan of bikers, like biker stories and stuff like that. Never have been, so I think that might have also played something. It just didn't really care too much for a biker guy plight. I think I got to like the second area where the big town is in the second area, and then I just kind of stopped. I didn't log in the next day. Yeah, so like it was just like the not to spoil it, but it's like it's a zombie experience where it's like, oh, company develops a virus and then tries to cover it up and then does studying on it, right? Like, it's like, I feel like I've already seen that zombie story, so it's just like, it didn't really capture me. Maybe it gets more interesting later on, but they didn't really sell it to me in the first 5 hours, so I just like, I don't know, I never went back. I was thinking maybe I might go back and play it. Maybe this update will be enough. We'll see. Sam Witwer is good. He's good. He's great. But he didn't sell me on the biker thing. He didn't sell me on it. Speaking of bikers, I think bikers would be sick for Helldivers. Oh, just like in the first game, apparently there was like a bike that was like didn't it have like a sidecar or some shit? I played for 40 hours. Is like on the second map. Okay, I don't know what second map means. I just mean like it's like not that far into the game. It's like I don't even know how to describe it. I call it a second map because it looks slightly different, but I'm not sure. Yeah, wasn't there like a car that had like a sidecar on it or some shit? Thought it was like something like that. Yeah, it's motorcycle with a sidecar. So like, they could do some kind of vehicle like that again, or just just go for a dirt bike. It's kind of awkward. What? Nah, he's too fucking fast. Oh good, he was 1 HP. I was gonna say, man, he should be 1 HP. Hovercraft. I just don't know how they would handle the inflation of the hovercraft and like holes, like it getting shot at. Bulletproof fabric. I guess. Could just be turbofans. Sure. Could just be like essentially a hover based on propellers. Oh, of course. It went through them. Like under them. Oops. Kind of flak. I didn't have flak on. Just simply have plot armor, streamer. If it works in Mass Effect, it can work here. Teammate, keep running! Why are you running towards him? Okay. Man just like suicided. Yeah. Oh my god. Definitely having trouble with this nest. Oh my god. Or we could just leave. Do Terminates have souls? Oh, absolutely not. They have lots of oil though. And that's better than a soul. Ugh. It's a good thing he stopped in front of me. I was like adjusting my chair. That question smelled like treason. Absolutely. I agree. Oil. How much oil do they have? That's the only thing that matters. More oil, the more better. That's a little close. Ah, stupid reload. Looked like it was done. Also heard they're pretty tasty. Oily ass bugs? I don't know if they would. Would they? Got adult Average. You have a good one, Master Cat Weasel. You have a good one. Much love. This rocket entry is a little too close. It's a lobster? That's what you call a lobster? An oily ass insect? Bro. They're shellfish. They're not bugs. I wish bugs tasted as good as fucking lobster and crab. Wait. Are termitids more bug-like or are they more crustacean-like? I originally thought they were more shellfish. See, I think they're more bug-like than they are. Because they obviously have some amount of, like, crustacean going on. You get that vibe of they kind of look like crabs or, you know, shrimp tails at times. But I think overall, bugs. Our selfish. They're quite generous in giving us their oil. Shut up, Chad. You guys think you're so damn funny. God, I hate that. I look at my barrel and I'm like, oh, I have a missile in it. Nope. Nope. Being lied to. Dude, I did it again! It looks like it's done! Oh my god. It's the worst. It's the worst. Q, Sundays.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Impalers 100% taste like steak.
Dude, Rival with the big 20. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you, Rival. Thank you so much. Do you think they taste like steak? When you see their neck, you're like, kind of looks steak-like, you know? They're kind of like a giant-ass cow, if you think about it. Or they're a cow, but kind of like an ostrich, where they like stick their fucking head in the ground. You know. I can agree with that. So meaty. They have a lot of meat going on. They are... Yeah. What's our wilds in rotation today? I don't know. I'm kind of waiting for the next event quest. I honestly might call it a little early today, just because I woke up early today for the damn event. I started stream an hour earlier than I normally do. I'm not sure if I want to play more Space Marines 2 or not. I feel like I might just wait for the full release. So I don't like burn out or anything like that. So I can do a proper grind sesh if they do like drops or something like that for the update. Because if they do drops, I'll probably be playing a fuckload. But like what I played yesterday, I enjoyed. I have some critiques about it, but you know, it's mostly like a, you know, certain enemies I think are still kind of not my forte, not balanced the way I would like. But I think largely what I played yesterday I enjoyed. Anything that was new, they think the only thing I was critiquing was the way they did the prestige system seemed odd. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's like I just in my head had a little more of a cliche of like how a prestige system would work, and the way they implemented just seemed weird. Like the UI was just unintuitive. I don't know. But Inferno Pistol was good. Mission was really good. Class balance was good. New weapons on classes that didn't used to have them was good. Yeah, it was good. It just had like a couple enemies I think are a little... They get a little obnoxious when you get too many of them, but other than that, I think it's Space Marines 2 is in a good spot. Curious to see if they will balance the game additionally after PTS feedback. Yeah, I mean, that's the hope, right, of any PTS, is that they do that kind of stuff. So, we'll see. We'll see. And then we'll see if we get anything special for Helldivers tomorrow with the MO. But I'm guessing, purely guessing, we're probably going to get a filler MO for the weekend. And then, like, I think things are going to pop off on, like, Monday, Tuesday. I think we're most likely going to be seeing a war bond fairly soon. And then I think they're, like, after a planet blows up, there's always a big thing, all right, that happened last time with Angel's Venture. I'm guessing there's a little bit of NDA going on here. I'm guessing that there's something going on next week. We don't know what's going to happen, but like, I don't actually know if there's a war bond coming yet, but I'm thinking next week or the week after. And then, like, once a planet blows up, I think it's just, there's something going to happen. There's gotta be. Like, also, we've done a full rotation of all the factions as far as MOs, so I think we're rotating back to the Gloom. I think it's a good opportunity for them to rotate back to the Gloom. So, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Yeah, and then as far as Monster Hunter, I was thinking of playing more of it, but I don't want to force myself. And I'm not too interested in trying out a different weapon at the moment. I was kind of thinking about like, oh, okay, I'll just go play another weapon. That'll keep me interested for a little while longer. But, maybe in the future, but... I don't know. You know what I mean? Well, they announced Space Marines 3? Yep. I'll be honest, it didn't really surprise me. I thought it was like already a foregone conclusion. that it was already a thing. Like, I don't know. With the reception it got, the amount of copies sold, and just like the general uptick of 40K in general, I don't know. I would have been surprised if we didn't get it, right? Like it just, I was like, oh, okay, cool. It just seemed like a natural progression. Just gonna raise that Luna. I have to sit farther back because Luna's laying on my lap. Oh. Luna, why don't we try going down here?
Go down.
No, never mind. I lost her. I lost her. I love when people battled about what will survive, SM2 or HD2. Is SM2 the big HD2 killer? No, I never got into that discussion. I very quickly shut it down on my channel. I was just like, guys, they're completely different games. A better question would be who would win, Space Marines 2 or Dark Tide? Or who would win, Left 4 Dead 2 or Space Marines 2? Or Back 4 Blood versus Space Marines 2? Those are better comparisons. Helldivers and Space Marines have like so little like overlap. It's actually insane. Other than the fact they're both PvE third-person shooters. But they play out extremely different. Like to put them even close to each other is a bit weird. We got the extra call in time, unfortunately. Oh, that Gatling turret that I threw down is kind of spooky. Oh, good shot. What a start. I don't even mean like lore wise. I'm just talking like gameplay wise, right? Like what, like Helldivers is an open-ended adventure, right? Right, that you go on a mission, procedural generation, open-ended, right? Larger variety of like objectives and stuff like that, right? Like it's just like gameplay wise, like it's just, it doesn't even fit, right? It's so different. So different, bro. Whereas Space Marines 2 is a linear, like Left 4 Dead like experience where there is an automated like randomness to the spawns of the enemies, but largely the mission does not change at all. Right? Also, you are the weapon, whereas in Helldivers, you're calling down weapons. So that also plays out very differently in gameplay, right? Like, it's so different. It's a very unique style of gameplay. But like, when we talk about it, I'm like, yeah, I mean, Dark Tide and Space Marines 2 are technically competing, if you think about it. Dark Tide is a more hardcore experience, whereas Space Marines is more of a casual experience. Oh my god. What the hell was that movement from that guy? Oh, that was so awkward. He like ran into the wall and then like, I thought he'd move farther, so I was shooting at his... Nah, that was weird. That's just unfortunate positioning. I think the teammates forgot that they can reinforce. I don't know where this guy is. I'm assuming he's like, oh, he's right there. Why is it my teammate shooting at him? He has line of sight. He's literally right in front of him. Shooting the fucking bodies more than I'm shooting him. There we go. Unanimous. This. Oh, is this second one? God damn it, bro. This is bad. Teammates, impalers, please. Why is this K4 guy just ignoring the vault? K4, what are you doing, bro? Wait, that's him. I think Rockbots need a rework. I spoke to the devs about it. They know about it. I gave them many ideas. I'm curious if in the next balance patch we might see it. But in the discussion about it, you know, they brought up concerns of, you know, not wanting the rocket pods to step on the toes of the orbital rail cannon. Oh, fuck. Can someone interact with it? It's bugged for me. Dude, because that guy left at a bad time, it bugged out. Fuck. Okay, good. I think you can interact with it. Okay, good. This is why I hate when I'm doing random missions and people just rage quit when things go slightly sideways. It leads to so many issues with the game bugging out. People rage quit, and then it actually screws over everybody else because the mission bugs out. Whoa. This game is such a Starship Troopers vibe. It does in fact have a Starship Troopers vibe. It's good. It's good. Hd2 is on sale today. Is it actually? Does Steam do that thing where, like, if you contact them about a game that goes on sale after you buy it, will they help you out in that regard? Because I know some other retailers do that, like online retailers. Does Steam do it? Depends on the length of time. Okay. Do you know what the length of time is? I've never tried. Or are we just talking about like the 2 hours thing, like less than 2 hours and, you know, 2 weeks? Oh, it's 2 weeks. Okay, 2 weeks, yeah. I remember the 2 weeks thing. But what about playtime? Does playtime affect it? They being stingy like that? That's for refunds. Probably not. Yeah, I'm hoping they're not. But I could also see them do that. Real gamers 100% oh, dude, I love the Dark Souls speedrun. That the speedrunners that do that. I always think it's so funny. If you haven't seen it before, on YouTube, there's a couple content creators where their goal is to speedrun Dark Souls and then return it. So it's basically beat the game within 2 hours. I think they did it with like Elden Ring, and I've seen them do it with other games too. It's hilarious. Fantastic. Could you do with Helldivers? Yeah. Yeah, you could. I mean, you wouldn't unlock everything, obviously, but you could probably do a lot of things in 2 hours.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Timmy! Timmy, thank you so much. Appreciate the prime. Welcome. Thank you. Timmy! I think of South Park when it's spelled like that. Timmy!
30 minutes restantes pour accomplir la mission.
I know the MG turret is slightly better. I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Like, the Gatling is better in some ways, and the MG turret is better in some ways. It's kind of a wash, and and that's the kind of balance that I love in a video game, where it's like I think there's an argument to be made for either one. They occupy the same space, but there's an argument to be like made for either one depending on playstyle and what you want it to do necessarily, right? If it was you, would you be stockpiling metals right now or filling out the small gap equipment? Incur more bonds. I'd be going to 250. I'd go to 250, and then when I hit 250, I would buy something, and then go back to 250, buy something, go back to 250, go buy something, go back to 250, buy something. You know what I mean? Thoughts on an explosive crossbow just being better than autocannon? It's not. So I guess I would say I disagree with that. I mean, you can make an argument that the explosive crossbow is possibly better than the grenade launcher, but even then, I think there's still an argument to be made for the grenade launcher. The autocannon is definitely better. Like, I think the only thing the crossbow would win at is, like, AoE ad clear. But it's like, that's just not what the autocannon's used for, right? Like, it can be, though. I mean, with the flak ammo, if you're, you know, willing to swap back and forth. You know, just bad with the autocannon. What do you use the autocannon for? Because the autocannon is, like, extremely good at killing chargers if you can get the flank on them at the back. Going for butt shots. Right? You can kill it in 4 shots quite fast. Ball Titans, you can kill it in about 12 hits. It's a mag and a bit. To the head. So it's good in that regard. Sorry. Spinning out. Cat air. It's definitely the better for his automatons because you can actually kill a Hulk from the front in 2 shots. Whereas the crossbow just can't. As far as like destroying a tank from behind, the autocannon can do it faster. Killing a factory strider, autocannon can definitely do it faster, especially if you get that stomach shot. Faster reload in favor of the autocannon as well, as long as you don't empty the magazine. Never seen this mission before. If you stopped playing pretty early on in the life cycle of this game, you probably missed it. This came shortly after the Meridia planet implosion. The Meridia planet, like, special mission was what inspired this mission. I've only used autocannon when it's like a personal order. I hate it every time. Why's that? Because it's funny. I think it was like last or like 2 weeks ago. Someone came in my chat and got into quite the argument with me about how the autocannon is overpowered. So it's funny to get like basically the complete opposite discussion. And I think a lot of it just comes out of personal preference, right? This person thought autocannon was overpowered and actually should receive a small nerf because it's so versatile. It's so good in so many situations. And it has very few situations where it's bad, which is a fair point. But the main argument that I put back was that the autocannon isn't that good in all that situations, in those situations, that makes it like overpowered, right? I love the autocannon, but I don't mind a buff to it. Where do you think it needs a buff? I honestly feel like it doesn't require anything. Because if you make it better at AT, then it just outshines AT weapons, which I don't think is a good thing. If you make it better at ad clear, then it outshines ad clear weapons. It's in this happy medium right now where it's actually quite good at both, but it doesn't like supersede anything, right? Flak for ad clear, armor piercing, high explosive for anti-tank. Handling is quite good. Ammo supply is good. I like to be better at AT. Why? Like, what do you want it to kill better? Like a Bile Titan? Because I suck at AT. Well, I mean, if you ever feel like the autocannon is not that good at AT, you could... Someone's saying it. Someone beat me to it. You could just bring EATs. Right? Or a commando. And then swap to that when you need it. Right? And then swap back to the autocannon when you don't. Right? Or you can bring a rocket sentry and autocannon sentry to help you. Right? Just pick up EATs and pick AC. Yep. Oh, that rock! Oh my god, that rock almost got me killed. I'll give that a try tonight. Yep. I mean, rocket sentry is also like a good one. You could bring like a rocket sentry and pair that with your autocannon, or autocannon sentry in general, like I just said. 500 kg deals with a lot of armor for you if you can throw it correctly. I personally think there's just a lot of different ways to get more AT out of your loadout, and I really don't think the autocannon really needs more AT. It's got a lot. It really does. It has a lot going for it when it comes to the AT department. Gotta get over to that Bile Titan hole. I don't want it shitting out tons of Bile Titans. Bizarre, what's up? Using Siege Ready? Yeah, I'm using Siege Ready at the moment. Even though it doesn't really affect the autocannon at all. Or my sickle. I'm using it. I just forgot to change my armor. Hello there, help me. Okay, we're good. That was a bad timing on that charger. Dude, I can't get over to the Bile Titan nest. Can I throw far enough? I think I got it. I'm out of stims, which is unfortunate because now I'm out of stamina. What does AT mean? Anti-tank. My team's dying. Balti's clearing the charges. That was my goal, so it's working out in my favor. Do my teammates ditch me? Yeah, they all did. Damn, they all died. And now I'm slowly running out of ammo and health. Did I get the hole, though, is the question. I hear another Ball Titan running around. Did I get it? I did get it. Nice! I forgot I had an ultimatum. I could have used that. That actually would have been quite nice. Jesus. Oh, I need to save my ammo for the holes. I only got 2 more. Where are they? Far side? Far side. How many shots for an impaler kill? I think it's 5? 5 shots to the higher forehead, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure it's 5. If you shoot lower, it'll be more. Just had a realization, peak physique with lance or like axe deals more damage than a mech stomp. Yeah, it's very odd. The mech stomp does not do enough damage. I agree. And honestly, it's so risky to do a mech stomp that it's just not worth it. It was really not worth doing a mech stomp for a charger. Those fuckers will destroy you. It is extremely funny. I agree. It's odd. Wait, look at his head. We played that well. I'm proud of myself. Next stop is flat 200 versus commando axe is 220. And that's not even talking about how the attack speed is, right? Like that. I'm proud of you too. Thanks. You know what I mean? Like the attack rate is like astronomically in the axe's favor. Now, I would say don't use the axe, just use the stun lance. It's way easier and better, but that's here and over there. The stun lance is OP in a way. Now, it's kind of unintentional though, because the stun lance and melee weapons in general are acting like the flamethrower, and they're ignoring armor. Essentially, the weapon is phasing through the armor to hit the weak, like, orange bit of the charger leg. So that's why it's so good. It's arguably not supposed to be that good, but it's kind of like the flamethrower situation again. But they probably won't change it after what happened last time. Even though it's a bug, they probably won't change it. Can you regale us with your tales of finding the V-spot? Oh, the good times versus the Impaler. I killed almost about 100 Impalers that day, just going into the same kill Impaler mission over and over again. And I was starting to go stir crazy because I was so weirded out by the fact that if you shoot lower on the Impaler, for some reason it resulted in less shots necessary to kill. Super weird. But eventually we figured out it was shooting between the like tentacles. So it's like here, there's 2 tentacles. And it looked like an upside down V, so I called it the V spot. I know, creative. And it sounded funny. Yeah, the mech stomp is just such a throwaway. It's so dumb. I don't know why it's so bad. That's why, like, you never see me stomp when I use the mech. I only ever walk around the enemies, right? Because if you just walk around in the mech now, it essentially does like an AoE everywhere you walk, right? Constantly. Like, you could be like a couple meters from the enemy and they'll still get hit by your legs moving around. Which is kind of funny. Stop is like the last ditch to serve ammo. I don't even think it's worth unless you run out of ammo. It's so risky going for the stomp. If the stomp had like a more guaranteed way of like stunning and staggering, I would, you know, use it more often, but it just doesn't. What up, zombie? You actually just missed her. She was upstairs. Skill issue, dude. It's so risky. I don't think it's worth it going for a fucking stomp. Little stomp. Little shockwave. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, just if it was a little more forgiving and just actually had like kind of like a stun effect after you did it, I wouldn't mind it and I'd actually go for it. It's just I think the stomp is not supposed to be good. I think they want your guns to be good. But push them back. A lot of damage. Maybe. Yeah, I just always get the impression that I don't think it's supposed to be good. I think it's supposed to be like kind of goofy thing to do while in the mech. Hello, Caleb. How's it going, dude? Welcome back. Ooh, Patrick.
Hello there, fellow Helldiver.
Hello there, fellow Helldiver. Thank you for the 300 bits, dude. How you doing? Shooting his damn leg. What language are we going for, Loco? Saying hi to Zombie Man. Oh. You didn't like, you know, tell me. I'm self-absorbed. Fuck. I'm gonna do that thing where I defend myself and I just say, if you don't at the person, I just assume you're talking to me. Which I think is a bit fair. Get him, Gallon Sentry. Get him. How's this guy doing? I gotta. Sorry, I'm making a case of epilepsy there. Italian, alright. Italiano. Oof. That was most unfortunate. Guy dies and the other guy falls over and, and is... Dude, imagine he got stuck by his own thermite. That would have been even better. Hi, Luna. What's up? You're back. Chat, the real streamer has returned. Hi, Luna. Come on, kitten. Jump up. Thank yous? No, thank you for watching the stream. Luna, what's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you complaining? You're too cute to complain, Luna. We've talked about this. Far too cute to complain. Far too cute to complain, Luna. Hilarious. And then I got you, Luna, being an absolute silly girl.
Doing, huh?
Give it a kiss. I'm getting.
I get it. I love it.
Estrazione completa. Vedi Carmani inizia la risalita. La democrazia prevale.
Nice butt. Luna, don't moon them. Hi, Annie. Luna, say hi to Annie. Miss? Luna, you just have to rub up against everything, don't you? Every time she goes to the far side over there, she's rubbing up against you guys. Oh, and she fell down. Luna, are you okay? You fell down. She's so cute. She's so cute. So cute.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Psydox, what up, dude? Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the Prime. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Acton? Acton? Maybe? Yakton? What up, Psydox? How are you, buddy? Good, good. We're doing good. How are you? I act on. I act on. All right. I hear you. Thank you. Made that very easy for me to understand. She loves belly rubs. Long-time lurker, first-time subber. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming out a little lurking to support the stream. Thank you. And regardless, I appreciate you lurking. Hello, Dizu. Dizu, I was mentioning earlier that Lance is on my top 5 for Monster Hunter weapons I want to play next. Good morning, bro, and everybody in the chat. Yo, what up? Raymond, happy Friday. I got my apartment, scheduled a visit for next week, so I'm actually doing boxes. Ooh, congratulations, buddy. That's very exciting. Luna's pressing her nails in. Luna, excuse me, miss. Yeah, miss. That hurt. Your nails long. I gotta cut them. Ooh, Lance, huh? Yeah, yeah. GG's on me. Luna. Okay. Ad break while we get into the next mission. For the most mobile to what is called the slowest. Yep. I don't know. I saw a clip from Moxie the other day of him just like, you know, I don't know what move it is, but he's basically just like running his lance and then continuing to run into the monster, and he does continuous amounts of damage. I thought that was hilarious. I want to do that. And I want to poke. Scatman. Scatman. Oh. Ba-ba-ba-da-bo. Ba-ba-ba-da-bo. Scatman. Look at her reflection. It's so cute. Luna, you're adorable. You're adorable. Oops. I didn't realize he'd be turning. I don't know why he's turning. I don't know what he's doing. He can't make his goddamn line, but... Alright. Counters are fun. Yeah, that's another one I want to do counters. I think counters look sick. I'm still not you know, enthralled by wanting to do, you know, charge blade. I think at some point I want to do a charge blade and just like get good at it, but it's not on my short list. Jeff!
Surprise, motherfucker.
You Jeff?
Pouring one out for Moradesh.
F. We salute their courageous end. Hey, don't do that. I saw it. Don't do that. I'm watching you. Oh, I didn't grab my fucking grenade. Ah, whatever. I don't need the grenade launcher right now. Oh, I'm not paying attention. I'm looking elsewhere. Luna's rubbing her face up against the screen. Adorable. Hell am I going? Alright, so. I get in. I think the screen is also quite warm, so she likes rubbing up against it because it's quite warm. Is that true, Luna? Oh yeah, that's definitely true. She likes it because it's warm. Look at her. Is it warm, Luna? It's warm. Warm. She loves a little warm. Tell the cat to be less cute. I can't take it. Yeah, it's pretty hard to ignore. Can't. Yeah, like I can't ignore, and like I can't imagine you guys. Like, oh, she's cutie pie. I'm looking at my cat, telling her to look at Luna. She's such a good girl. Yes, good girl. Hey. Nope. No. No. She wishes she could just touch the monitor as much as she wants, but hey, I gotta keep her in check. I gotta keep her in check, or else she's gonna be bad and she's gonna start like messing with it. I'm trying to sell this monitor, Luna, okay? Sword and Shield I picked up a couple days ago, and I can see why that guy said Sword and Shield is so easy versus Gore. Oh yeah, you could just like block so much of the damage, right? Right? Like, I feel like every time I watch Sword and Shield gameplay, it's like, you can prevent so much damage. That's an iframe slide, and it's moving is insane. Oh, I didn't even know that. Exclamation mark specs. Bye, Luna. And I'm back. I'm sorry. She'll be back. Don't worry. Let's play with more Luna. I can't control her. I can't control her. She's a free spirit. Such a good song. I get goosebumps listening to this song. Yeah, it's really good. It's very good. Word on the street is that all the most patriotic Helldivers use their Twitch Prime to watch Wood_TV. Oh, Chaos. Chaos, are you excited to play some Dune Awakening with me? Because I'm assuming we're all playing together, right? Or are you ditching me for your other friends? You gonna play it? Yeah. I can't promise I'll go, like, no life it. But I at least want to try it at release. And you guys have actually been playing the alpha, so it's probably best to play with you guys. Because you guys kind of know what the hell's going on. Yeah, I'm happy with that. But you're a big streamer with loaded follower lobbies nowadays. I'm guessing that my other like Helldiver homies might, like content creators might want to play. But if we got space, maybe I'll just invite them to play with us. If that's cool with you guys. But I'll see. I don't know what their plans are. I don't know if you guys want to keep it small. It wouldn't be that many people. It'd be maybe like a person or two. I don't know if you guys have plans. Got cat hair all over me. I wonder why. Where did all this cat hair come from? When does it drop? It's like May 20th? I don't know why the 20th sounds familiar. You dare not hunt monsters? Hey man, I've hunted a lot of monsters. I'm taking a break. Also, do you see how many monsters I'm hunting right now? I'm slaying Bile Titans. No idea. We're trying to get Tony and gang into the alpha, and Blank started being weird. Alright, give me the drama. Give me the... We love drama here. Come on, give me the drama. Does Dune Awakening have a benchmark demo? They have like a create your character demo, I think. But I don't know if they have a benchmark. I'm pretty sure I heard that the performance in the beta or alpha was not the best. You just blank. Oh, I don't know if I like this game. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, okay, fair. I mean, he said the same thing about, what was it, fucking Ark Survival when they did the remaster. He was talking so much shit about it, and I know he went and played it for countless hundreds of hours afterwards. So, yeah, whatever, Blank, whatever you say. Just rolling down hill. Stoked to ride some sandworms. Dude, I can't wait to ride some worms with you. That'd be fun. Might even be able to convince Annie. Annie does, in fact, like Dune, sort of. So I might be able to convince Annie. No, Annie? Why not, dude? It'd be content. It would be absolute content. He's got... Why not? I think Annie'd be great to play with. Annie trolls me. Yeah, but that's the content. You can just troll her back. Seriously, how does the ultimatum work? I can't seem to kill anything with that pistol. The vast majority of damage is front-loaded on the impact, not the explosion. The explosion is actually way lower pen and damage. You have to impact something with it. If you want to one-shot a Ball Titan, try to get it to hit the head. Or as close to the head as possible. What field of view? Max. Max. My sanity is not content. Alright, I promise to keep her, you know, tame. Alright, she won't troll you too much, alright? I promise. I'll make sure she knows to troll me, not you, okay? Gotta learn its trajectory. Another top tip is you can fire it like 3 times farther if you swap weapons. And while you're swapping weapons from your primary or secondary weapon, you can you fire it, so you can do this. Maple, not only do you not stand up for me, you trying to tame me? I am standing up for you. I'm literally standing up for you right now. I'm getting you into the group to play. I ain't no dog. I know you're not. See, this is just, you know, Chaos trying to get me in trouble, okay? Just came to stream and I see Maple is gaslighting Annie again. Oh, okay, dude. If you stand on me, you say, fuck no, Chaos. Annie doesn't troll. Wait, what do you mean you don't troll? It's like a common occurrence like every day that you like kind of do a little joke. Where you troll me and then you tell me how much you love my reaction when you troll me. You love doing that to me. That's what trolling is. You tell me something for my reaction. That's not trolling. I'm playing with you. What am I, your food? You mean taming? Are you... Wait, is she taming me? Wait a minute. This is a big city. Anyways, playing Dune Awakening with Annie would be a lot of fun, I think. For everybody. Also, I'm sure Annie misses Tony, so Tony will be there. Pog. Heavy machine gun has very few ammo. To be able to be usable, maybe mistaken. Yeah, it needs more ammo to be useful, so that's why I almost always pair it with the what am I trying to say? That's why I almost always pair it with the English is my second language. I don't know if you guys knew. Apparently dumbass is the first. Wait, I kind of fucked up my loadout for blowing up bug holes. Wait, what the fuck was that? Why'd they run towards that? I don't know what's happening. Blowing up bug holes is not the strength of my build. I didn't think about it. Don't talk about our viewer blank check that way. Wait, what's going on? I got a cooler crew? Damn. All right, Annie, I see you. You always pair with the spy backpack. Please, man, say it. Nah, I pair it with the guard dog. Sorry. Did I like not finish that sentence? Because I got distracted. Triple rare sample? That is terrible. That is atrocious. No! Yeah, you didn't. Oh, my bad. Does that really bother you? So if I just... My sentence is... Does it really... Oh, that... My bad. Sorry. I have a bad habit of not finishing my sentences mid gameplay. It's something that distracts me. I will keep a mental note of that, and I will try to prevent it. Whatever, Rohan. I never use anything flame related due to hunters. They always set me on fire. I highly recommend Gas Guard Dog. Gas Guard Dog will like kind of help in those situations. Oh my god, my entire team's dead. What the fuck happened, guys? How'd they all die? Nah, that's not gonna work very well. Oh, my fucking slow! Ah, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm getting body blocked. Dude, that's slow is so poorly timed. Dude, that was just ass. Oh my god. I need to stim. Dude, what is happening? Everything's just on top of me. Ah, couldn't get it off in time. Fuck! And he broke my leg. Come on, dude. I was so close to getting that off. Dude, why is there so many brute commanders right now? Relax! Finish the reload. Again! Sorry, I was brushing my teeth. Now, so if I just... I spit in my mouth. You're laughing. My bad, dude. I'll clean it down. My bad. Sorry. I play around too much. That is... I apologize. yeah, 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 yeah. What's going on? All right, let's go through east side. Go do the side objectives too.
Richiedo una sentinella. Stati nella
Gross, isn't it? Another Valentine, eh? Hit him. I believe I hit him. That's a lot of bugs that I don't want to deal with in front of me. Oh my god, what is that mantle like? No, what is that terrain? My character. Alright, that was a little scary. Didn't like that. Nice, beautiful.
Chiedo dei rinforzi.
I don't know if that stuck him. Oh, it did. Of course I get the bug breach. Of course I do. Of course my teammates don't get the bug breach. Why would they? Should get everything. What? Fucker. Man just went through the wall. Oh, he's on the other side. He died. Okay. We're good. It's fine. What up, K-Hop? How are you?
Dite ciao alla democrazia.
Richiedo sentinella.
Ball Titan.
Richiedo una sentinella.
Super credits. Beauty.
Chiedo dei rinforzi.
Two's probably got him.
Piace.
So they just finished. We'll just run over. Good spot. Ooh, Charger just walking through the rubble. That's kind of scary. No way you survived that. Like, what? He'll bleed out, right? Is he bleeding? Is he not bleeding? I didn't reload. That's awkward. Alright, he does bleed out. Cheater. This guy kind of scares me. Easy rocket surgery. I'm guessing this is why 3 of my teammates died. No offense to this guy, but he probably killed the rest of my team. Let's be honest, right? It was probably him. He had an airburst rocket launcher. Most likely it was him. Probably did a little bit of a misfire. A lot of presumptions are being made. I mean, I think they're pretty accurate. We'll see in the ending screen, you know, if he had a bunch of accidentals or not. We'll see. We'll see. Hey, we'll see. I'll admit if I'm wrong, if I'm wrong. If I ain't wrong, I ain't wrong, okay? Watch him skip the score screen. Ah, yeah, my bad, bro. I skipped it by accident. My bad. I was just, like, not paying attention. That guy from chat was distracting me. Yeah, Luna was on the keyboard, guys. My bad. Toxic streamer accusing people of bad deeds. Use this gives score, but yeah, I'm just like, I'm so distracted by Dizu's comment. I miss my super wife. Oh no. Do you know how to tell people do you know how to tell there's hate watchers? You are you are our hate boyfriend? Wait. So do you hate me or do I hate you in this situation? And wouldn't it be like hate girlfriend then? You hate her. I absolutely do not hate her. I love her. Annie, I absolutely do not hate you. Like, there's not even anything. Like, I'm literally wanting to play games with you. Chaos is the one who hates you. That's not my fault. Skipped? Oh, wait, I did skip it. Wait, I did skip it. I didn't even mean to. No meme. I actually didn't mean to skip it. I was so... I was so into that conversation. I'm not even memeing. That was literally me. I was literally just so, you know, consumed by the conversation. Chaos likes to stir shit. Oh, he absolutely does. Annie, you're perfect. You've never stirred shit or trolled anyone ever in your life. Chaos is the problem. I agree. Yeah. Fully behind you, babe. I agree. Yep. Yo, what up, background? How you doing, buddy?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Annie's never trolled in her life. Okay. She's way too innocent. If you say otherwise, you're literally just wrong. You're just wrong. Maybe proves again he's a colossal liar. Oh my god, I'm backing up Annie and it's just not right. I can do no right. I'm trying to back up Annie over here and she's not mad at me. She called me a liar. You said you don't troll. I said you don't troll. But it's wrong. He's being fake. I'm being honest. You've convinced me that I am wrong. And thus I'm wrong. You are faker than Barbie. What? Faker than my friend's what? Booba. I had to remind myself what that emote was. I'd have no idea if your friend's boobs are fake or not because I didn't even look. Did my mech just finish that guy off? I love that. Are they nice though? Is that a question? I have no idea. I didn't look. You can ask Annie. You saw them last night. Yeah, but I didn't look. So I didn't look. I literally just like looked for you and that's it. That's all that happened. They're literally out in your face, booba. Yeah, but I didn't look. Trying to catch me in a trap here. Like we're playing fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! That's the biggest kappa ever. Bro, I'm just being honest. Didn't look. I have no idea. I only see my girlfriend. That's it. Tameable chargers win. I mean, that sounds like a sheer lack of democracy right there. I'll be the neutral third party. All right, Switzerland. Get shawarma on Tuesday? Dude, you're making me want shawarma. I haven't had shawarma in like 2 weeks, and I'm kind of itching for it, you know? Lock saddle for chargers. I can see there's a Valheim brain here. I hope the Great North is good. I hope they don't make the same mistake as the hell area of Valheim. I didn't enjoy it. I did not enjoy that biome as much as I was hoping I would. I feel like I enjoyed Mistlands more, and that's saying something, because I couldn't see half the time when I was playing Mistlands. Ashlands is nuts. I mean, it's still pretty nuts. But it's definitely more manageable now. Like, there was no break in the action. That was my problem with Ashlands. I didn't mind it being hard. But it's just like, there needs to be some amount of, like, break. You spawn over to your base in Ashlands, and then your walls are just getting attacked. Every time. Especially at release. Why did you mention that now that I'm craving shawarma? Well, I mean, certified shawarma fan is here. Okay, we have to talk about shawarma. It's on my shawarma clause. Chicken or beef? Absolutely chicken. I mean, kefta's great. Don't get me wrong. But like chicken shawarma, it's like, so good. I low-key loved it once you get all your gear. Okay, yeah. Once you get your gear, it's like well balanced, but like it was not a fun experience for like the first while. I think it was until we discovered how to get the metal and made our first like weapons there. Mystery meat? What the hell? What does that mean? I want to cry badly. Wait, why, Annie? You okay? What's going on? Why, Annie? Shawarma claws? I love that we have kebab of karma. Or no, it's Caleb of karma. But I want to say kebab so bad. But I want to say kebab of karma. And we have certified shawarma fan. Kebab. Acceptable. I see he agrees. Ice, baby.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Caleb gifting it to Kebab of Karma. Sorry, that's not your name. I didn't choose it. My dyslexic brain did. When I worked in Toronto, we had shawarma every day. I love the shawarma shops in our area. It's so good. So many good places to go. Kebab of Karma. Thank you so much, Caleb. I appreciate it. So, went from one Caleb to a kebab. Yeah, you haven't had it for over 2 weeks. Hey, man, I just haven't had the opportunity. I haven't been out that way, you know? Been eating a lot of burgers lately. The only thing I know about Canadian... I've actually never been to that shawarma shop, and I probably won't. But, I mean, maybe one day. I've seen his stuff on somewhere. Someone shared it with me. And, like, have I been there? And I was like, no. But I know it's getting a lot of popularity from, like, his social media stuff. Met a lot of other Calebs lately.
La democrazia controllata chiama. Solo tu puoi rispondere.
Yeah. Maple is eating burgers to get ready for his American overlords. I love burgers. Burgers are good. But then I like make it a little bit Canadian by putting like some, you know, Canadian bacon on it. Some, you know, female. Fresh fries. Sorry about the nonsense. Oh, it clears up eventually. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't play any from America. It's fine. It is what it is. They'll sort it out. I'm sorry about the stock market. That shit sucks. The fuck is Canadian bacon? Americans tend to call it Canadian bacon, but it's just female bacon. You guys know what female bacon is? Is it bacon that says sorry? Let me Google it for you. I'll show you a picture. So it's usually sliced. So I got like cornmeal on it. It's like basically ham. Just not exactly different cut of meat, but sort of. Pretty close. So it's like the back of the hog. Sometimes referred to as back bacon. There's another. And then it's cured. So it's good. It's good. It's good. If you've never had it, like give it a try. I usually just fry it up in a pan with a little bit of oil. Then you can put it on like a sandwich. A little bit of like mayonnaise, like lettuce, some hot peppers. It's actually a fantastic sandwich. Mortadella? I've had lots of mortadella. I'm Canadian and I'm Italian. I found out about poutine the other day. Dude, poutine, if made right with good gravy and good cheese curds and good fries, amazing. Poutine is so fucking good. How do you take your pizza? I mean, pepperoni, hot peppers, mozzarella, typical tomato sauce. You can put a little extra garlic in there. I don't mind. That's how I usually do it. And then on the side, I get a Hawaiian. Because Hawaiian pizza is great. If you get some good Hawaiian pizza with some good Italian hot peppers, fantastic. Sorry, not sorry. That's sweet and spicy and savory. You know, the bacon or the ham. Oh my God. So good. You can have both. You can have traditional and you can have Hawaiian. I go to an Italian pizzeria and they don't mind. They don't judge me like you guys do. They're actually like, they've been in business for like 50 years. They understand, okay? All this food talk's making me hungry. Yeah, same. So much so, I'm actually going to call it there. Hawaiian. It's Canadian pizza. Wait, what? Nah, I'm going to call it here. I'm getting hungry, Annie. I also started stream earlier today, so it feels particularly long, and I'm just hungry. I didn't really get to make breakfast all too much for myself, so I'm hungry. My dad's coming by, and I need to help him with some stuff on the roof. We're like sealing some up because we're supposed to be getting some rain later, I think. He messaged me through the stream. I have to help him a little bit later, so I need to get ready to that. You need to work, Maple. Oh my god, the whip's coming out from Annie. Whoosh, whoosh. Anyways, I'm gonna go out there. I'll see you guys tomorrow for stream. What are we at? It's Saturday tomorrow, so pretty typical stuff. I think it'll be mostly just Helldivers. We'll see if we do anything else aside from that. Maybe if I'm feeling some Space Marines or some Monster Hunter, maybe we'll do that. But for the most part, Helldivers. Check out the Discord, link down below. Come on by, talk to us after stream, link some stuff, talk to us, you know, hang out. We have LFG section. YouTube is there if you're looking for any tier lists or any guides. Also, the stream is also on YouTube, so if you want to watch it over on YouTube, you can. Keep a heads up on that. Yeah. Have a great morning, evening, afternoon, night, wherever you are. Peace out. Bye, everybody. Peace.